glad that you're watching Afriq Open Political Talk Show. Welcome on board from wherever you're joining us. This is Afriq Political Talk Show, and today we are here to discuss matters of politics. We are here to discuss matters of politics, of course.
Hello, your audio.
Sorry for that, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Afriq 24
Audio. Leo audio.
This is
Leo, your audio. We can barely hear you. Your audio is bad. Your audio.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Now it's better.
Oh, thank you. Oh, sorry, ladies and gentlemen. I just take this opportunity to welcome you to Afriq 24-hour TV. Of course, I'm glad that you are tuned in and you are watching Afriq TV. This is our daily political talk show that comes on your screen each and every day. Of course, each and every day, we come here to weigh on matters politics. We come here to connect you with African stories, and we also connecting you with the Kenyan politics, things that happen in the political arena, be it economic and breaking news and trends. Of course, today we are looking at all systems are set for Raila Odinga's AU job, and this has happened as AU. So as AU clears Azimio leader, and more that we're going to tell you is that AU have already okayed, and they've said that this year it is East African moment. And because it is East African moment, and you know all that the president have been doing, and the envoy that the president have been sending to ensure that this seat comes to Kenya, and this seat should be won by none other Raila Amolo Odinga. Among other stories that are hitting our headlines, the schools are also crying that they are running out of cash as the government has delayed in remitting the amount that they're supposed to be using in running the daily activities, and this one has left the school heads to maybe use the lunch fee that is paid by the parents. And of course, we're also going to update you on the strikes, the doctor strike that is taking place, and how it has paralyzed the health system in most of the parts of this country. So keep it here at Afriq, and if you're joining me for the first time, ensure that you subscribe to our channel, you like, share, and also invite the friends and relatives to do so. I'm your host, Leo Nyabaya, and I'm also joined with some panelists here. I'm having Mzalendo and Mr. Hilary Gondi. So I'll give each one of them a minute or two just to say hi before we proceed with our discussion. So maybe I'll start with Mzalendo. Welcome to Afriq, and kindly just say hi to the viewers as we proceed.
Thank you very much, Leo. And once again, we meet in Afriq to discuss what is happening in the political scene. This is a very important moment. Having read what the resolutions of the AU regarding the AU Commission Chair, it's a great moment for the country. We can't wait to see the deliberations going on at the African Union and the countries who are going to join Kenya in supporting one Raila Amolo Odinga. Otherwise, thank you very much, and I hope you will enjoy the discussions.
Thank you so much, Mzalendo. Let me give it to Hilary so that he can just say hi and introduce himself as we proceed.
Right. Thank you so much, Leo. Thank you so much, Mzalendo. This is Hilary Gondi. I'm happy to join the conversation this evening. And most of the, I know the conversation will be good. Our news about the AU leadership, that is Raila Amolo Odinga, is he going to clinch the seat or not? Otherwise, thank you so much. I'm happy to join. And I'm waiting to hear the conversation as we tackle this topic today. Thank you, buddy.
All right. Thank you so much, and welcome, Hilary. I hope you're going to have some candid and informative conversation here. And maybe my viewers, as you're joining, also let me know where you're joining from, and you can also start by liking the video and sharing so that your friends can also be able to know that we are live. Of course, we are live in both YouTube and Facebook. That is Afriq 24-hour TV. So before I even begin the conversation, or maybe engage my panelists, I just want to play for you a video that is going to inform you of what we are saying when we are talking of the Raila getting cleared, or Raila now getting near to AU than never before. These are some of the resolutions that were made today, and in the meeting, our very own chief cabinet secretary, that is the prime cabinet secretary, Salim Davadi, represented the president in the meeting, and he came back home with some good news that now makes it clear that Raila is fit and is going for it. So have a listen to this, then we'll get to know what we can make of it.
In his bid to becoming the chair of the Africa Union Commission after the AU Executive Council of Ministers, drawn from the continent's 55 member states, adopted a report by the Permanent Representatives Committee clearing major stumbling blocks for Odinga. The AU Executive Council unanimously adopted a proposal that East Africa will produce the next Africa Union Commission chair, and that gender rotational rule will not apply, among other recommendations. Our senior political affairs reporter, Paulo Kamau, kickstarts this bulletin tonight.
Azimio coalition leader Raila Odinga's efforts to rally the African Union behind his candidature for the African Union Commission chairmanship bid paid off on Friday after the AU Executive Council of Ministers, drawn from the continent's 55 member states, unanimously adopted the Permanent Representatives Committee report, clearing hurdles for Odinga, previously perceived to curtail his bid.
All technical and legal hurdles have now been removed, and Kenya can now formally submit the candidate for the region, and really I don't have to mince my words anymore. Nothing should really bar, and nothing bars the opportunity for Raila to become the candidate for the region, and God willing, the chair of the African Union Commission.
The 22nd extraordinary session of the Executive Council unanimously adopted the Permanent Representatives Committee report endorsement that Eastern Africa is eligible to produce a candidate for the AUC chair, while Northern Africa will produce a vice chair.
Raila is a very experienced public officer. Raila has been Prime Minister of the Republic of Kenya. Raila has got strong Pan-African credentials. Raila has seen both hot and cold, if I may use such terminology. And he has shown the capacity to bring people together and to reconcile.
The allocation of the commissioner's post was left open for candidates nominated by the three remaining regions, Central, Western, and Southern regions of the continent. A major scare to Odinga's bid was perhaps the rotational gender parity, which the PRC decided to do away with Kenya behind the move. The previous rule dictated a female candidate was to succeed current AUC chair Musa Faki.
The way we proceed from here is that, first of all, as Kenya and as a member of the East African region in that context, we actually want to appreciate and thank our brothers and sisters in the African continent for making it clear, removing all ambiguities, that it is the turn of East Africa to provide leadership.
Kenya's last bid for the post was in 2017, when former CS Amina Mohamed lost to Chad's Musa Faki after 7 rounds of voting, a 3-month campaign that cost the taxpayer $3.5 million.
I think you've heard that, and now what remains, and what Musalia Mudavadi said, if maybe I may talk of it. Musalia Mudavadi said that now the decision also provided that the Northern African region will now front candidates for the deputy chairperson, while the other 3 regions, that is Central, Southern, and Western, will compete for the 6 positions of commissioners. Then Mudavadi now said Kenya will work closely with the 14 member states of Eastern Africa region to build a consensus around its candidate. These efforts are going on and will continue. So we believe that if these efforts maybe are achieved and the Eastern African countries, like 14 of them, have a consensus on a candidate, then it means there will be no competition, because right now there is still no consensus. Like Somalia can field a candidate, Uganda can do so, but Brother have said the next thing is to ensure that they build a consensus so that as Eastern Africa, they agree on one person. So good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, welcome to Afriq 24 Hour. So Mzalendo, that is the news that you're having today. I don't know what is your take on that. Do you believe that Raila is now an inch closer, or these are still hot air, or people are still going to get disappointed at the end of it? Or
thank you, thank you very much, Leo. And once again, I don't know what to believe in, especially now that they have changed the rules. My take on that particular issue would be, I need to wait and see what these other countries who are optimistic that one of their members, especially on the gender rule, was going to take over. The Anglophones, I don't know what their reaction would be, but if they are in agreement, then it is definitely something that we can count on, that Raila Odinga would likely, or is likely, going to be the next AUC chairperson. Having said that, the challenges ahead, just as Mudavadi has said, Raila meets the qualification and the criteria of the leadership skills that they need in an international body like AU. I think he has mingled very well with other political leaders in Africa and throughout, and in Europe and in most parts of the world. So he is qualified as per political representation is concerned. And this is a major achievement for one Musalia Mudavadi. If you can get Raila to the AU, then it will be a good political achievement locally for one Musalia Mudavadi, who has basically nothing to show as a politician. So, and to Kenyans out there, Raila now will be in charge of the recruitment of staff in to the commission. He is in charge of, he's like the CEO of AU. So anybody who is going to be appointed in this particular position, it is one Raila Odinga who will be in charge. So I think this is a good move. We'll see a few Kenyans being appointed there who are qualified for the tax. So for us, it is something that we thank God and we pray for Raila Odinga to get this particular position. In this kind of scenario, we cannot say that we are not going to support our own son. If the president himself is supporting Raila Odinga, so who are we to say that he's not qualified? So good luck for him. If the AU accept his papers and his credential, so be it. So good luck for Raila Odinga. That's all I can say.
thank you for all that wonderful comment. Of course, it's good luck for him, and it's worth noting that this position is not going to serve as Raila, but he is going to serve And right now, the way they are saying is not only going to serve this position as a Kenyan, but he's going to do it as a regional leader. He's going to represent the region of Eastern Africa. That is, shall they come into consensus that they are failing one person, then we have to see it in a bigger picture that is going to represent all the 14 countries that forms the Eastern African region. So that is good luck to him. Let me get the comment from Hillary. Hillary, you think Kenyans should start spreading the red carpet? Kenyans should start planning on which kind of dressing code they'll have in 2025, or they still need to hold their horses?
Thank you so much, Leo, for that question. I think when you see the news today, there's hope, but this hope doesn't mean that we put the red carpet ready. Because it is a political seat, and whereby when we get it as Kenya, we will appreciate, because that one is a huge boost for us. I want to say that, as Mudavadi had said in his speech, that Raila has been is a politician that has been there in the limelight in all season and out of season, and we are seeing his contribution to our country and even to largely Africa and to the world. Then he qualified, and then we want to echo what the other leaders said in Addis Ababa, that most of them are now supporting Raila Odinga to clinch the seat. This is a good thing for us, and even for the for Kenyans and for African, and also for the world, because this guy at his age now, when he clinches this seat, I think he will give good guidance. We saw him when he was in the position of infrastructure of Africa. We saw he was going here and there, advising what should happen. I want to believe that this is a good thing for us, and also we are praying for him to get it, so that also he can enjoy the seat. At the same time, we can get some goodies on the same, and we see development that he can bring before he retire completely to his political career. Otherwise, the move is good. We appreciate, and we are just praying for him, the way Mzalendo said. So we believe that this seat is coming home, and by the look of things, we have hope. So when we see another smoking, another maybe a smoke is coming out, then we'll start doing the carpet, the red carpet. But let's wait, because I know we still have months to go. A few months before 2025, that one will give us a clear indication.
All right, I get you. There is a comment there that I want to read. Goodyear is saying that changing the rules don't mean anything. There are few North African candidates who he has to beat, because it's not going to be a walk in the park. We have to open our minds. So maybe just a point of clarification to Goodyear. Goodyear, there was how do you call it? There was a meeting today, that was attended by one of our own, Musalia Mudavadi. So in this meeting, there were some deliberations that were made, and the decision provided that those people from Northern African region will have to front candidates for the deputy chairperson. So they're not going to front candidates for the chairperson. They are going to front candidates for deputy chairperson. So that will mean East African and the Central and the Southern and those other parts will not front for the deputy. So they agreed that this time round, East African is going to lead. Then East Africans will be deputized by the Northern Africa. So those countries in Northern Africa, any of them is free to front a candidate for deputy chairperson, or they can agree on one. They can develop a consensus, like something that now Mudavadi wants East Africa to agree on. Because still, they said it is Eastern African. We're having 14 countries. So any of the 14 countries can front. Uganda can do so. Tanzania, Rwanda, Burundi, countries like Somalia can also do so. Then they also agreed that Central, Southern, and Western will now compete for the 6 positions of commissioners. The commissioners are 6. So Eastern Africa will not compete for that, and the Northern Africa will not compete for that. So that one is left open for Central, Southern, and Western. So they're the ones who will have to a bid for those ones. I hope that one is clear and good year. Maybe you can just update yourself with that. So those in the comment section, let me also know your views. And if you want to join the studio, I've shared the link there, so you can use the link and join us in studio, so you can be part of this conversation. So Mudavadi, sorry, not Mudavadi, but Zalendo, you've seen how passionate the Kenyan president have been when it comes to this thing of AU. I want to say that all heads of state have always shown some interest. You saw the last elections when we had the former president Uhuru Muigai Kenyatta, who bidded, and they really spent a lot of taxpayers' money to campaign for Amina Mohammed, who unluckily lost it to the current AU chair, that is Musa Faki Mahamad. So it was a spirited fight, even though Amina lost, but she lost with, I think, 2 votes. And that is how this gentleman that you can see on my screen managed to become the current the current AU chair. And in fact, he's serving, I think, his 2nd term. He served, you're allowed to serve for maximum of 2 terms. The president is really passionate, and the president have been sending people. He tried to meet different people, trying to woo them so that they can support Kenya. Why do you think that the president is so passionate about this? That does it mean that the president wants Kenya to show that Kenya is full of leadership, or is doing it for his personal or some political gains?
Well, personally, I think the president wants to make sure that one of our own occupies that that position, and he looked around. He looked around and saw that it is time for Raila Odinga, and I believe he made a phone call, because this is something that AU, they don't inform. They inform the heads of states. They are answerable to the heads of states. Raila Odinga will be answerable to the head of state in the Republic of Kenya. William Ruto has to append his signature first, as this is our candidate. So, being the commissioner, he'll be answerable to all the heads of states. Remember, all the heads of these countries are the ones that fund AU. So it is answerable to the funds, and to any treaties that is going to sign. He will have to consult with most of the heads of states in Africa, and any bilateral trade that he is going to append his signature. Then he has to also consult with all the countries. So the president, being somebody who has positioned himself globally as someone who is ready to fight for Africa in the international stage, I think he's not taking anything that is left on the ground, or anything that he comes across. He grabs it up and runs away with it. It's a plus for him. For his political career, it will be a plus. So you look at it in so many ways. For his career as William Ruto, it will be a plus. When history will be written at the end of the day, he will say that that is part of his achievement as the president of the Republic of Kenya. So he's also looking at his career. He's also looking at his he's also looking at himself as being a Pan-Africanist, and he's also looking at himself like somebody who is able to reconcile with a political opponent that they fought so bitterly to the last minute, and they've been insulting each other. So that is politics, and he has shown maturity, especially when he fronted Raila Odinga for this position. Not that Kenyans lacked anybody for this position. We had people like PLO Lumumba, we had the former president Uhuru Kenyatta. There are many Kenyans who were qualified for that particular position, and perhaps even more qualified than Raila Odinga. But President William Ruto saw it fit for Raila Odinga to to take up the particular position.
Thank you for that. I think Hillary, I just have the same question. No, not same, but a similar one. Huh? This is somebody who competed with you. This is somebody who competed with you. It was hotly contested in somebody who is believed to be your political enemy. Then when you see something good ahead of you, then the first person you think of is this person who competed you. There are so many Kenyans, even the former president was at a position to bid for the said position, because Uhuru Kenyatta also made he made some inroads in Africa when he was the president, and several occasions, even when he was retiring, he was appointed to lead a peace mission in DRC Congo. So that tells you that he was also capable. But William Ruto decided to throw the weight behind his fierce political opponent. What can you say about that?
Thank you so much, Leo, for the beautiful question. I think, one, it shows the maturity of politics. The competition doesn't mean that you are your enemies, but it's just a matter of politics, and we know how politics run. So one thing I want to say that Ruto is in this issue of Raila Odinga, I think is showing a good and a maturity of politics in our country, and also it shows that he is one of the people, or one of the candidates, that was ready for any outcome. He won the seat, but as much as he won the seat, it doesn't mean that when the guy lose it means that he loses all. No, he can also get the seat or get something, because this thing is not only good for Ruto, but also it's good for our country, because Ruto doing a president, Raila being in there, that is a good thing for us. So, and also Raila has been in this game for a while. I think with this experience, as much as we might have many other people, candidates who have qualified, but Raila has been in this game for a while, and he knows what is happening, what is needed. And remember, even Ruto himself was his student. So I think also this is a reward from the President Ruto, Davadi, saying that Raila is now, his name can be submitted to the committee. That's a good thing. I think that Ruto did a good job, and is lobbying even the East African presidents to support the same. We have seen Museveni the other day. They were there with Raila Odinga. It means that something is cooking well. I've seen him with Samia. I think he's lobbying the same. Kagame is lobbying the same. I think East Africa, Ruto is doing a good job. And now West Africa also, if they support Raila, then the truth is we'll have the seat. If we get like maybe 30 countries that is supporting Raila, then we are okay to go. So congratulations to President Ruto, and that one shows a good picture in our country.
Okay, all right, thank you. There's this concern. Goodyear is telling me that Ruto has got no passion in this. He is a ruthless politician. He is working towards a plain sailing in 2027. Before you guys respond to that, I just want to play for you what Moses Kuria had to say about 2027. Then I'll allow you to respond to that concern that Ruto is just working towards 2027.
Prophecy. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Prophesy. Where do you see our politics going?
I have seen a lot of people misapply themselves, particularly on this issue of now that my good friend Raila Odinga is headed to the AU. And I'm supporting Raila Odinga to the AU because East Africans are not doing very well in terms of global Pan-African leadership. Not at AU, not at our Pan-African financial institutions, African Development Bank, my good friend Adesina, Nigeria, Afriq Bank, the big money people who get money at very concessional rates. Professor Olama, my friend from Nigeria, Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Sumeira from Nigeria. So, by the way, two things we have to get this year is East Africa. We must get AUC, and we must get African Development Bank, because Dr. Adesina's term come to an end in May, in 2025. In May, they have an AGM here in Kenya, and Kenya, we are preparing to put a bid. So to have representation of people of the caliber of Raila Odinga in AU is paramount. Good for us, good for our politics, good for the place of East Africa, and we will do everything possible to ensure he gets that position. The only problem is that people who have got no bearing of history, they think that Baba is going anywhere. Baba is coming back.
What do you mean?
He will do 2 years.
2027, he'll be on
yes.
the ballot.
Yes.
Why?
In fact, I think the t-shirts are ready.
Why do you think so?
Baba is feeding time. These medias are not very easy. So for him to get something productive to do, it's good instead of wasting a good brain.
Why would he want to come back?
Who?
Baba.
Why?
Why would he want to come back?
Because he was not born to be chairman of AUC. He was born to be a politician in national politics. It's like you make me. It's like you make
Do you
me
think
now.
Ruto is aware?
Who?
Ruto, the president.
I think the president is doing something from the genuineness of his heart, and I don't think he's tying this to whatever I want to do with his life. You know, I don't think he's asking what do you want to do with your life. I think he's doing it genuinely. But I've just seen some other, let me call it amateurs, trying to think that Baba is going anywhere. Baba will be on the ballot. And if this time, he's going to call it short and maybe give it to another East African to finish for him, Kikwete, as he takes care of some urgent business.
Does he stand a chance of beating you in 2027?
Well, let's say there's going to be a contest. Baba has always his constituencies. He always has his constituency. And it's not the first time he's having a rematch. He had a rematch with Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me just say that a contest with Baba is always a very interesting contest, and a contest you cannot write away and wish away. Put it down somewhere.
Moses Kuria, Cabinet Secretary, Public Service, Performance and Delivery Management, has been our guest 4 minutes after 8. Good morning.
All right. I'll start with you, Mzalendo. Good year. I hope your question has been partly, and your worries have been partly answered by Moses Kuria. Moses Kuria, I've told you, number one, William Ruto is doing this out of heart. He's not pegging it on the 2027 politics. Number two, your worries and worries of many is that Baba is not going anywhere. He might leave it to Kikwete or somebody else, but he's coming back to compete. And Baba will be on the ballot in 2027. Muzalendo, what is your take on that? The worry of Goodyear was that this thing is not out of heart and the president just needs an easy sailing when it comes to 2027.
You know, Kuria is talking like a politician, just like myself. Baba is a politician. You know, you could be saying you can rule him out, that he might not be on the ballot. But let me tell you, politicians are very interesting. It's like you. What do you enjoy doing? Listening to Prince Inda songs or any release? Yeah, that is what Leo you like listening to.
No, I listen to Rumba.
You listen to Rumba. So you know,
Yes.
a politician. Once you are a politician, you'll always be a politician. It just comes naturally that he has to contest. Baba will resign from his position. Whether people like it or not, he will resign from that particular position and come to contest. And the main reason is that he has got he has got a lot of he has got a political family in Kenya. a political family that need him. They're like his children. They're like they're people that need him all the times. He has got people who, I mean, are like his lapdogs. He carries them along with him. So these politicians cannot survive without him. They cannot survive without him. So they need him. They're part of they're the ones who are saying, you know, you can't go to the AU and leave us here. Or unatuachia nani. You've had that kind of talks and whispers. Although they come out in the camera bravely saying that Kina Sifuna, that see, we can do it without Baba. They can't do it without Baba. They cannot. They cannot. They don't have. People don't follow the likes of Azimio supporters just because of who they are. But people follow Raila Odinga or the political party called ODM. You don't follow ODM. You follow a personality called Raila Odinga. So if he's not there, then that is the deathbed of that particular political party. So that is a fact. It's not a lie. These political parties are built on quicksand. I've said it before. People follow personality, and the personality is Raila Odinga. Today, if he says that he is joining UDA, the next moment, Leo, you'll be coming to this studio with a yellow T-shirt and a wheelbarrow on your head. It's like a cult, you know. It is a cult, just like those who followed Kim Mackenzie. People who love Raila Odinga follow him to the grave. They follow him to the sea. They follow him to wherever. If there was a chance for them to go to AU, they would go with him to AU. But now, that's why they beg him to come back. They say, and he knows it. He tells you that AU is just 2 hours away from Nairobi. I will be having breakfast in Nairobi and lunch in Addis Ababa. I'll come to sleep back in Kenya and listen to where your politics are. So he's not leaving the political scene. He has made it very, very clear. He has shown the hints that he's not leaving anytime soon. But age is also catching up with him. He knows that this is his last circle in the political arena. And will he achieve much with it? I don't know. I leave it to some of his supporters to tell me that whether he'll achieve anything with him being on the ballot. Otherwise, thank you.
Yeah, it's true. I think from history, there are people who've been in that position who've had to resign to go and contest back in their countries. So I think Raila won't be an exception. That is, if maybe he wishes. Because right now, from him, actually, I agree with what you've said, that you've been telling people that I even heard some of the politicians say that, you see, in AU, Baba, when he likes, he can take breakfast in Homa Bay, he takes lunch in Addis Ababa, then comes back and takes supper in Bondo. So that tells you, he's not yet said that he's going forever. From the words of Moses Kuria, and anybody who is closer to him, we heard James Orengo hinting at Raila, possibility of Raila coming back. Remember, he will go there. That is 2025. That is next year. And that is something that he's supposed to serve for 4 terms, for 4 years, I mean, for him to complete a term. And his term is supposed to end, I think, some few months before the 2027 general elections. So Baba might pull a surprise. I don't know your take, Mr. Hillary, if you also believe that, okay, this thing, I also wanted to respond to this question that people are saying that, you know, the president is not doing this thing out of goodwill, but the president wants a softer landing in 2027. So Hillary, maybe make us understand, why do you think that the president will want a softer landing in 2027, yet he brags that he won and he managed to beat Raila with the system, and now he's the system himself? Why would this system himself need a softer landing? Why would you want to eliminate Raila so that he have a softer landing?
I think as we wait for Hillary to come back, I think.
Okay, all right.
Yes, wait. Maybe I can attempt to answer that question.
All right. It's okay. You can proceed.
Leo.
Yes.
I don't think that one William Ruto wants Raila out of his way. Remember, William Ruto beat Raila Odinga in the last general election, and without being in what they were calling the system. So beating Raila while he's here is not something so hard for one William Ruto if he gets his policies right in 2027. I have been telling you that William Ruto is a strategist. He's not your usual politician. He's shrewd, he's smart, and he's a strategist. So he knows what to do at the right time. Do you think that he has not anticipated that Raila is going to come back? He has already anticipated all that. But by the time Raila comes back, do you think that he will be able to ignite his base? The answer is no, because William Ruto already is working in Raila's backyard, and Raila has given him the full authority to work in his backyard. The development projects that are being initiated by William Ruto is what he will be talking about in 2027. Now, for Raila Odinga, this is the thinking of a politician, like myself. For him, this is what he thinks, that in 2027, he will have a Raila while you're away moment.
I get you.
Raila while you're away, this is what happened. Raila while you're away, this is what. Baba, where have you been? You see that moment, that euphoric kind of following. That is also what is waiting for. How will we ignite the base, ignite the base when he comes back? So most likely, is going to ignite his political base, because
so he wants to obey the Greens 48 laws of power, which says that you can use absence to increase maybe your demand.
He will. You know, so long as things are going wrong in Ruto's government, then Raila gains while he's away. So he wants Kalonzo. Is finishing Kalonzo politically indirectly. So if Kalonzo will not be able to handle Baba, will be able not to be able to handle William Ruto, meaning the checks and balances in government and putting the government in tows, then Raila, people will start demanding for one Raila Odinga. So is finishing Kalonzo technically by leaving him the space to campaign, because with him still on the scene, going to rallies with Kalonzo, then Kalonzo does not gain that momentum. You understand? Yeah,
I get you.
Kalonzo does not gain any momentum when they are working with Raila in each and every political rally. He wants Kalonzo to be a man of his own in Azimio, but when he fails to do that, then he comes and takes over and says, nilikuachia ufanye hivi na hivi, did you manage? No. Watu watakuwa na chia, hapana, baba ni wewe ndio tunakutaka. You see, things like that. So those moments are the political moments that each and every politician is looking for.
Get you. I can see Hillary is back. Hillary, we wanted to get it from you. Your view on this issue that you see Raila is going, and again is likely to come back and contest. Let me say is likely. I don't want to be a prophet like Moses Kuria. Hillary is having some slight challenges, but he'll be back. So I want you to get, somebody was asking, Raila is not coming, Raila is coming. So I just want us to get it from Raila himself. what he had to say in his bedroom, so you can be able to be the judge
to ensure that it is completed. So mimi nina furaha sana. Mimi siwezi kusema mambo mengi zaidi. Watu wamesikia ati mimi nataka kwenda kuwa rais wa Afrika nini Jamii ya Afrika. Lakini baba yuko hapa. I'll be around here. I'll be around here. I'm not going to be away. I will continue to ensure that things are working in my own country. I will work for the continent of Africa, but at the same time work for Kenya. I can be able to scale the stairs and chew the gum at the same time. Kwa hivyo watu ambao wanasema ati baba anatoka, sijui baba nani, wanahangaika, anasema ng'oo, baba yuko tu hapa. Na wakati ikifika, mkinitaka baba, na mkiniita, mtaitika. So alisema, zamani tulikuwa tumeimba, naimba nikitwa nitaitika, nikitwa nitaitika, nikitwa nitaitika, kutumikia wana Kenya, oh, kutumikia wana Kenya, oh, kutumikia wana Kenya. Vijana hoi, Kibira hoi. Sasa baba amekuja, na baba akikuja,
I think you've heard him from the horse's mouth, eh?
Mm-hmm.
He's saying akiitwa ataitika kutumikia wa Kenya. So I tend to agree with Moses Kuria's prophecy. But somebody is also asking on the comment section, Margaret Waithera, that, so you mean Raila will only vie to resign? What can you say about that? You mean Raila will only vie to resign?
Well, let me tell Maggie that Margaret, that it's to me it's a political strategy. It's a political strategy. It is something to wink the masses that, you know, I am gone, but I'm not really gone. That's what he's saying. If it was somebody who really wanted this job but leave the local politics, he would be saying, he would be talking a family that, you know, I have now left the local politics. I am going to serve Africa in this capacity, and Kenya is included in my service. But nikiitika, mukiniita ndaitika, it means that when you people of Kenya call me, I will come back. That is what he's saying. It is just a political ploy. It is just using the one of the 48 rules of power, absence, and then you come back and reignite your base. So that is what Baba is doing, because if he's going to be here for the next so many years before the election, what will he be doing? The issues of maandamano is already taken care of by the NADCO report. There's been no demonstrations in the streets. What will Baba doing? Again, when the report is being implemented, the NADCO report, there are positions that have been created there. So some people in Azimio, he also wants to give them room and space for them to serve the country. in those various capacities. So that is what is happening with Raila Odinga.
Oh, that's really interesting. Let us wait and see, and let us wish him well, as we know that when he gets that seat, when he wins, Kenya wins, East Africa wins, and Africa wins at all. So maybe the way he's going to conduct himself at the continental level will also add him some bonga points. Shall he want to come and contest back in 2027? Maybe the kind of leadership that he will show there, Kenyans will see and say, okay, we've really been ignoring this person, but he is a good leader, he is a good manager, he can do this and that. So it's, I think to Raila, it's a win on both ends, whether he goes and comes back or he goes and doesn't come back, he still stands an opportunity to win. So Hillary is having some challenges. I know he would really wanted to contribute on this, but he is really... Hillary, are you there?
Hillary's network is behaving that like someone in Migingo Island. It's behaving like somebody in Migingo Island, and he's in Canada where we have got Wi-Fi. I don't know why his network is tripping, but it should be having good
And
network.
how do you think that our neighbors, as the neighboring countries, members of the Eastern African country, are going to take us as Kenya? Are they not going to see as if we are greedy, or we want to be a big brother, we want to take almost everything? Now, you know, the position that the president is also holding in the same AU. Is this not too much aggressiveness? Is it not a negative aggressiveness?
No, you remember there was a position that Ruto declined when he came into power. I don't know which position it was, but was it the African Union chair or something? There's a position that Ruto declined. He said that, you know, I don't want that particular position. So it is not greed. We have declined as a country. We have declined a position in Africa, and this is the time for Kenya to lead. And you know, if Tanzania and this other country, Uganda, had shown some interest on maybe Somalia, that they have a serious candidate, and they start lobbying, you know, kama wamelala, then hatuwezi waamsha, Mr. Leo. Wakilala wacha walale. Kenya will still grab this particular opportunities whenever they arise. So we are not sorry about it. We are not apologetic to any country. It is something that they can as well front their candidate. It is still open. Uganda can bring a candidate if they have somebody that can beat Raila Odinga. You bring that candidate so that we contest.
As it stands, Uganda is not going to bring a candidate, because already I remember Raila saying that Museveni agreed that actually he's the one who is going to propose him, not even William Ruto. Museveni is the one who is going to propose him as a big brother.
Yeah, I say if Mudavadi, if the big brother Mudavadi is going to, is called Museveni is going to propose Raila, it is a plus. It's a plus. It's a plus. It's a plus for him. But you know, how do we benefit directly from Raila's position? That's another thing.
That's a question that we need to ask ourselves. Yeah.
How do we benefit apart from just the appointments that are within the commission? I don't think that the country benefits so much directly, or it's so indirect that sometimes we might not realize the benefit. So the treaties that are being signed, you know, this AU has been one of the most dormant bodies in the world. So
actually,
it needed somebody to revitalize the energies in AU. Yet it has got a lot of funding, and they are not felt anywhere. So with Raila's presence, we might see AU having some good road networks that connects Africa. We might see the laws and the treaties that are being signed among African countries that involve trade and a border. What is the word for when you move freely from one country to
they should be
a visa or
visa free. Yeah, we need to have a visa
free
free
Africa,
continent. Yeah,
a visa free continent where we can move from country A to country B. I remember when the president said that you can come to Kenya without a visa. Everybody was like, "What are you talking about? If you're from any African country, then you can come to Kenya and trade with Kenya." And this is something that should have been embraced with other leaders who have been there before. If you can imagine, Leo, you are working in Ghana, or you have a business, you are a Kenyan having business in Ghana, and maybe over the weekend you take a flight back to your country, or at the end of the month you take a flight back to your country, or a Ghanaian or a Somali fisherman is having his boats in Lake Victoria also fishing, and a Kenyan Luo fisherman is fishing in the Indian Ocean in the shores of Mogadishu. So this is something that can be a plus to Africa.
I get you. So you've said that those are some of the benefits that we are going to have, because for sure, moving within Africa is more expensive than moving outside Africa. And those people who travel will tell you that when you want to move from one African country to another African country, our air space is really expensive compared to moving to Europe and American countries, which is really true. Even the visas, I once shared with some people here that, if you want to work in Somalia, you're just in Kenya, you'll take a 2-hour flight, then you'll have to pay 1,500 United States dollars for you to get a visa and work permit for 1 year. So if this kind of barrier, I think, can be removed, then Africa can trade among itself. I think that is one of the things that Raila has been advocating for. In his speech, he's been talking of Africa should start trading among itself. So as you said, we hope and wish him well, so that at least we can also be able to see some of these things I know might not benefit us directly, but to the people who are doing business, they will have to trickle down to the consumers and the people who benefit from them. I can see we are joined by Jeff. So Jeff, karibu sana. We are just reacting to the news that we received today, and the decision by the AU in the meeting that they had today, whereby they decided that the position of the chairmanship is going to be reserved to Eastern Africa. It is the moment of Eastern Africa. And those people from North Africa will have to front for the deputy chairperson, while the ones from Central, Southern, and Western Africa will compete for the 6 positions of commissioners. So now the next thing that maybe is remaining is these 14 countries in Eastern Africa. What Mudavadi said that now they want to try, which it is not a must, they try to get a way of having consensus, so that the 14 countries agree that, okay, we are giving this thing to Kenya. And shall they agree on that, then it means Raila will not have any opponent. But if they don't agree, then again, these guys have to campaign among their counterparts and ensure that that candidate that is going to be produced by Eastern African country, be it Somalia or Rwanda or whichever country, they triumph over him or her. Another thing that was removed that was a burden, and people said was going to kick Raila out, was the gender parity, whereby there was a resolution earlier that the next person to replace Musa Faki should be a female. But today they rectified that and removed that gender whatever issue. So I don't know, what is your take on that? Do you believe that now Kenya and East Africa are close to clinching that seat, or there's still a lot to be done?
Yes, Mr. Rio, how are you?
Fine, thank you. We can hear you loud and clear.
Thank you so much. I was talking. I didn't know I was muted. And
Oh, sorry.
yeah, thank you so much for the opportunity. I've been driving, but I decided to be following the debate, and it is so interesting that right now all of us are behind Baba, including myself. So that tells you, starting with home, is that we might have political differences, but when it comes to something that can be all of together and support of our own. So Raila Odinga is one of us. We are praying for him to capture that position, because if he becomes the chair of AU, we have also gained as a nation. So it is something to be proud of. It is something that all of us should be motivated and have goodwill to see him succeed in that position. And it's also good to hear that there are nations that are supporting him, presidents that are supporting him, chair of AU. That's a very high position, because today the nations are talking of integration. Today people are thinking on how they work together. And I know if he becomes the chairperson, they will team up and they'll be doing the brainstorming and coming with the policies that are likely to benefit. Move this thing, the earphones. Uh, can you hear me now? Can you hear me clear? Sorry. You can hear me?
Yeah, I can hear
I
you.
can hear you. I can hear you
Oh,
clearly.
thank you. I had the earphones that I was using because I was driving then. I don't know what they were telling me. Thank you. So I was saying that Raila Odinga and William Ruto, they are likely to be brainstorming and help each other to shape the not just politics of Africa, but shape how we interrelate with one another. You can imagine there was a time it was very hard even to go to Uganda, our neighboring country, to cross border to Tanzania. It used to, I don't know how it is right now, but I remember, because I schooled in Uganda, how we used to struggle to enter Uganda, just our neighboring country. So if we can try to do away with some of those laws that hinder free movement within the same continent, I can tell you we will be in a better position. So for me, I strongly believe that Raila Odinga is in a good position to capture that seat. And I hear that he was approved. My big worry is whether he was going to be approved. But the good news is that I read somewhere that he has been approved to contest for the position. Now it is upon him to campaign and his team to campaign for him until he captures the seat. So, and in Africa, what drags us behind is how much disintegrated we are. You can imagine how hard it is to move from one African country to the other. Reason why this America is a very great nation is because they used to be disintegrated the way you see Africa. But all these states decided we will come together and form one nation, such that you are able to move from St. Louis to Washington, D.C. Take your goods from here. I mean, there is that movement of goods and services from one state to the other without disturbance. If we can do that in Africa, I am telling you, we will not need these aids that we have been getting from outside, because you become a very strong economy. So it's a matter of our leaders coming together, put aside their differences, put aside their selfishness, and we see that we are one people. I happened to go to Malawi, I think in the year 2007. And we have so many things in common with Malawi people. And when I was there, I was feeling like I was still in Kenya, because the first president of Malawi and the president of Kenya, they used to be very good friends. So the way they laid the foundation, the way they laid the governmental foundation, you see it's almost the same. Their money, the way the Malawi kwacha looks, is almost like our Kenyan money, the notes. And Vicky, I'll chapa you. You are making noise. So, but when it comes now moving from Kenya to Malawi, you find there are so many obstacles. So if we can try to remove those, especially trade obstacles, movement of people from one nation to the other, people looking for opportunities, I am telling you for sure, we will be in a better position to grow economically, and we will be in a position to have good relationship with one another. And the person who can help is when we have Baba, because we haven't given Baba a chance to see what he can do. And it is the high time for Baba to prove himself that really he has been studying for something. What he wanted to do for Kenya, can he do it at the international level? Can he try to bring Africans together such that we can embrace one another? That when we see Tanzanians, we see our brothers. When we see Ugandans and other people from Africa, we see brothers. There is one person that I love so much called Malema of South Africa. He talks of Africa integration, how we can become one unified state of Africa. I'm telling you, we can be very strong. We can be very, very strong. I wish Baba can take that line and try to bring us together, remove all those trade barriers, and you'll be in a better position, Leo. Back to you.
Thank you so much. Hilary, I can see you're back. Test the microphone. Mzalendo said that your internet is as if you are somewhere in a certain village. I don't want to describe. Can you get us? Hilary, can you hear me?
Yeah, I'm coming. I can hear you now. Wachana Mzalendo.
Good. So you went missing when it was your turn to weigh on this. Why the president would want maybe to eliminate Raila, yet he won when Raila was purportedly supported by the government. Now the president is the government himself. Do you think that is possible? Do you think that the president can be scared of Raila, that he might want Raila out of the way so that he can have some easy or some safer landing? Did you get that? Hilary? It seemed people are having problem here with the
Hello, yes, Leo.
All right, proceed now.
Leo, what was your question? I thought Hilary was coming in.
No, that is what he was to weigh on it. You gave your opinion on that. So I think I'll wait for him maybe to get connected. Then we'll have to give him some chance later on, maybe as he works on his connection. So guys, we are all in agreement that, okay, we as Eastern Africa are really nearing this, and shall we clinch it, then we are going to benefit as a Eastern African region and as a country. It is not about whoever supports which political party, but it's something that is likely to benefit the entire country. So for the viewers, once again want to take this opportunity to welcome you to this show. This is a sober discussion whereby we're just trying to weigh in on matters of Kenyan politics and of course matters of African politics. That is why at Afriq, we normally say that we are connecting you with African stories. So if you've not subscribed to our channels, it is good that you subscribe to our channel, because that is the only way that you can support these kind of debates, and that is the only way that we can also engage. So we only want you to subscribe. It takes only 30 seconds to hit on the subscribe button, and you turn on the notification button, so that whenever we are live, you don't miss any of our shows. It doesn't benefit us when you just watch without subscribing. You know, when you subscribe, we count you as one of our member. So anytime that you watch this show, at least you watch it as a member. So thank you so much, and welcome once again. So in studio, as I told you earlier, I'm having Mzalendo, Jeff Mburu, I'm joined by Engineer, and I'm also having Hilary Gondi. So these are gentlemen who are passionate about Kenya. They're passionate about Kenyan politics, and they would not hesitate to discuss anything that relates to Kenya. So Engineer, karibu sana. As you're getting in, we are looking at the possibility of Raila getting the AU Commission chairperson, now that we are saying that he moved closer to it after deliberation has been made to ensure that it's time for Eastern Africa. So as we take maybe a short break, I think the rest who are having some challenges with the internet cannot understand. All right. Leo. All right, it's okay.
Somebody want to say hi here.
Hi.
Hello, how are you?
My dad.
Okay.
I'm a new guest in the show today.
Okay.
Welcome to Afriq 24.
Oh, that's wonderful. Oh my God, that is wonderful. That is wonderful. I need you. That is a wonderful intro. I am so impressed. I am so impressed. Huh? Oh my God. Oh my God.
Where are you going at night, Mburu?
I am so impressed. I'm so impressed. I need to bring Nathan to an intro like that. I don't know whether my son can do an intro like that. That's so impressive. That's a challenge.
Mburu, where are you traveling at night?
No, we are going to do shopping. We are going to the shop.
At night? What is your time now?
No, it's not at night, actually. It's at 6. We are 6 p.m.
All right, say hi to her.
Evening.
Say hi to her as Baba going to Addis Ababa. So, Leo, Leo, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you now. I think now you are back.
No, yeah, I was having challenges, but also I was connecting guys to the Twitter handle because there was a conversation going on. So that's why I took my time. But can you remind me the question, or we just continue with the AU thing?
No, you can just continue. You can continue. It's okay. I know you got some of the things that we are saying. So just proceed.
Yeah. So we have said that it is good for Kenyan to, if Baba can clinch the seat, that we are okay. Number two, I want to say that is now a candidate. I think that's a key.
Yeah.
And number three, I don't see any candidate at the moment. I think that the northern guys were just proposing the deputy or the vice chair.
Yeah, they're only proposing the deputy.
So those are the indications shows us that I think this seat is already almost clinched by Baba. I want to challenge Mzalendo today that Baba will not come back 2027, and we can bet on this seat today. This one, let us bet. I know that the people who are in most DM, most of the people, there are few have been fighting. They are to clinch the seat, but most of them have been using Baba's name to get the seat, which is so unfortunate. It is so unfortunate. But the truth is, I think Baba leaving ODM at the moment, and we are seeing the other guys want to come up. That is a good thing. Then you remember when Jaramogi died. I think I was so young, but remember what happened with Ford Kenya. When Jaramogi died, there was no proper leadership. Wamalwa start fighting with Raila. Raila break the Ford Kenya. Up to date, Ford Kenya is not the Ford Kenya that was there. But I think the same thing might happen to ODM. But the good thing is, Raila is seeing these things when he's still alive. So what is happening in ODM is that I think what Raila is saying to do also is trying to organize his party so that even if he leaves, there was no that vacuum. And there was also, I think it's a good thing for him leaving now, going to AU, the ODM, other leaders to have that chance. But I want to say that what Kuria was saying, being that Raila is a politician, if he will be alive by 2027, even if we will be alive, I don't think Baba is coming back. I think these are set for him to just go slowly and retire from the politics, and also to rest, because there is just to offer leadership and to make sure that things are running. The African countries, their plea is heard by other world leaders, and also to see the development of African country. So Leo, I don't see Baba coming back to 2027, but I'm seeing the positive thing that is offering a leadership in ODM, whereby we don't see the breakage in ODM 2027, but ODM will remain as a solid party that want also again to be one of the parties that will claim the bigger position in the next government.
I get you, and in view of that discussion, I've heard so many people say it. If you hear the running mate to Safina Party, Safina, I know most of you know Safina Party. The previous candidate of Safina Party came from ODM, that is Jimmy Wanjigi. And if you look at, there might be some signs that Jimmy Wanjigi is not only, if he's not trying to come back to ODM, but he is trying to be a close associate. That is after they met with the deputy party leader, former governor of Kakamega, Wycliffe Ombatsa Oparanya. And the running mate happens to be Willis Otieno. I think you know Willis. He was supposed to contest, of which had the Safina Party been allowed to participate, and maybe fortunately they win, Willis would have been the deputy president. And after that, you know, he became famous. Most people knew him when they saw him in court with the Pacamielo disco kind of argument. So they call it the Piki Piki Ponki. So recently he spoke and said that moving forward, yes, it is true, Raila will not be on the scene. But anybody who wants to engage the Luo community should have to adhere to the irreducible minimums. And he said that the irreducible minimum is that for you to engage the Luo community, you must promise them a position of a deputy president, nothing less than that. That is when people will have to engage. Do you think that the people who are currently in ODM, is there anybody who maybe is thinking in that line that, okay, I can deputize so and so, I can do this and this, I can make some coalition?
Do you want me? No. Is it for past?
All of you. So maybe Mzalendo, you can go first, then I'll go to Hillary.
I think Hillary has been hiding somewhere, taking his nice cup of tea. He needs to come out and answer that before I get into his neck. I know. Right.
I think Mzalendo. The truth is, ODM need the power, but the truth is, Luos will not go that low. They need somebody who will lead them. That's what I think they need. As much as maybe they are eyeing for the position, Paka Melody score, that is Willis Otieno. Willis Otieno is categorical. Unajua, that has given power because you see how he's moving. Even Juzi, he was down there in Suba South. They're saying that Mimi, what the seat that I want is just the deputy president. You know, that is very clever, as a clever way of moving to get to the politics.
He contested last time, and immediately we lost elections under the court cases. In most of his conversations, he've always been maintaining, even forget about before this AU thing came up, he've always maintained that, okay, what we need is this. And even if Raila will make another trial in 2027, me as Willis, I'll go for the deputy. So if Raila will get it, is okay. If Raila will not get it, if we will get, that is what he's been doing so. And today I also happened to engage this gentleman, the leader of Linda Katiba Professor Fred Ogola, and I asked him, we come from the same constituency, that Fred, last time you tried vying in Ugenya, but you didn't make it in nomination. Are you trying to come back next time? He told me, no, I'm not going back. I'm not interested in Ugenya anymore. Next, I want to go for the presidency. That is what he told me.
Yeah. I talked to the prof. Prof is now trying to align with the political parties, and they want to come as also a president. But with him, that is just a story of another day. Some people, you don't talk about them at this moment. Because if you cannot get a parliamentary seat, in nomination means that there's a lot of things that we need to fix around. But we don't dispute him, because he's a Kenyan and he's allowed him to be a president. So those are people making. We have seen Juma, we have seen several. Some are called Ruben Kigami. It's okay, let them come. But what I want to say is this: that Willis Otieno is so categorical, and that what he's trying to say is really marketing himself. And you see his move is so calculative, and he knows what he's doing. That one for sure will give him a position, if not even the VP. He will have something in future, which is a very good move. To me, it's a very good move, and to stick on your ideologies and everything. Coming back to ODM, I think ODM, one thing we said here in this platform, ODM is not Luo's party. Is a national party. So what ODM wants, or what Luos want, as much as maybe we can see that nothing less like a deputy president, I think they need somebody who can lead them. What they need there after Raila, who can lead them? Because we have not been having a DP position in so many years, and since Odinga, but we've been surviving. So what we need, or what the Luos need now, they need somebody who can lead them, a leader that can take them position. So Willis, is he able to lead them? That's the question. And whoever will be maybe taking ODM, because that's where most Luos are, will be able to win the Luos voter. The Luos will come is behind and make rally on him. So I think there's so many calculations, and Wanjigi also is making some steps to come back maybe, but we are still seeing is promoting is Safina through Willis Otieno. But all these things will line up maybe from end of next year, 2026, when we can see what is going on. But there's what I know, there's a lot of consultation going on. There's a lot of alignment is taking place. But I want to assure you, nobody will be a president with one party. Several parties must come together to have a coalition to make one presidency. But to me, I want to say this categorically, that and mark my words, on 15th March, maybe some of you, maybe it is COD might come back. COD might come back, and COD might realign, and then we can see William Ruto taking the seat, which is very true. Ruto will rule for 10 years. Whoever will be coming there will just try something. But what Luos want is somebody who can lead them, like Baba. Thank you, Leo.
Thank you. Mzalendo, you are to go on that. You are to respond to that. I think you heard the question, and you also have your personal view.
My personal view is very, very simple. Baba supporters cannot do away with him. So long as he is breathing and is in the surface of the earth, they will never do away with him. If he's under the ground, 6 feet buried, that is the time that they will do away with him. You hear it from Hillary, you hear it from his diehards, that they still want him on the scene. What is he offering to them that is so special that they can't take another leader? So this is a kind of discussions that we have been talking about. What I had said earlier on, I think I predicted this. I wrote one of the articles so many years, I think 2 years or 3 years ago, that the Luo community's position, the only position that they can get so easily is the deputy president. And that is the only time they will win the trust of other community. We have reached a point where nobody is trusting the community. They don't know it. They think that everybody is with them. But when you go to the maandamanos, when you realize that nobody is with you, you are there all alone. The things that you believe in, other people don't believe in. Even in the ballot, if you want to know what happens in the ballot secretly, is what you see in the demonstrations. What happens in the ballot secretly is what you see in the demonstration. You are there alone, and maybe with a pocket of people who support you. Because our politics has been very, very aggressive, and that is our nature. That is our nature. The politics of the country has changed. It has changed from the tyranny of numbers to now statistics. People are using the statistics and the data in the elections. The numeric strength of the tribe is what is being used in each and every election. So if the numeric strength of the tribe, we cannot, as a tribe, you cannot contest for the presidency as a tribe and win. You need another region or another block of votes to win the presidency of Kenya. The Kalenjins and the Kikuyus have mastered the art, but we have not mastered this art. Perhaps it is high time that you master the art. The only people that the Luo community can unite with and ascend to power are the people from the Rift Valley. And that is a fact. They don't want to believe it. That's a fact that they don't want to believe it. The only people that they can unite with and trust me, that will pass on the baton are the people from the Rift Valley. If you don't unite with the people from Rift Valley, the Luo community has created a lot of enemies everywhere. If we are the other time they are abusing Kalonzo, that Kalonzo is a watermelon, Kalonzo kawezi fanya sijui nini. When you come to Ruto, they are abusing Ruto here. When you come to Gachagua, they are now on Gashagua's case, and they don't want Gachagua. So this is a community that is so confused that they don't know who is their ally. And the politics of today, we are so open in our politics. The Luo community are open in our politics. They show all ammunitions, what they have, all the arsenals when they're going to war. You don't hear such insults or such aggressive politics among the Kikuyu youth. If they're doing it, they are whispering on the background. And what they tell you is not what they'll do at the end of the day. What a Luo tells you today on your face is exactly what he's going to do. I will not vote for you. That is exactly what he's going to do. A Kikuyu will tell you, I'll vote for you, and they will not vote for you. And they will not vote for you. A Luo will tell you.
So you say you are suffering because of being sincere, yeah?
Yeah, they don't know how to play their cards in politics. They don't know. They get everything else right. I wrote the other time, they'll get every particular discussions in every classroom right, score highly in maths, score highly in physics, score highly in literature, score highly in all the science subjects. But when it comes to politics, practical politics, they have no idea of what to do. They have no idea. They have created enemies all over. They're throwing stones to the Kalenjin. They're throwing stones to the Kikuyu. They're throwing stones to the Kambas, and that leaves you in isolation. And that is why the Piki Bonki has already studied the Luo. Something that I studied a long time ago, that this community, the only seat that they can get is to get the deputy and get a strong community that has got numbers who can trust them, who can trust you, who can trust you. So when they trust you with the numbers, they can give you the baton. Because our politics has been very aggressive, and they know that we will vote in block, and our block numbers are very few. We are number 4 as it is right now. Even if we are bargaining, we cannot, even if we are bargaining for position, You saw it when Raila was negotiating with Kibaki. If you're bargaining for position, you don't have that numerical strength to bargain. You don't have it. So if you are looking for a community, you need to look for a community that will gel with you. And that community is the Kalenjin. You will be shouting that Coastarians are with you. Because today, yes, you are getting the majority, but they are divided. They're divided. They are also voting for UDA. When you go to cosmopolitan areas like Nairobi, not that you're getting 100% of Nairobians voting for you. You are splitting the assembly into two. You find that the county assembly of Nairobi, probably Azimio or ODM are leading by only two seats or something like that. So that tells you a lot about the demographies and the patterns of how people vote, the patterns of how people vote. But look, this is what the Luo mentality is, and I'm glad Eli is there saying a lot of lies.
I'm sending him the link. I'm sending him the link to
no,
join.
he's scared. He can't come to the studio.
No, Eli will come. Eli, kindly use the link. I'm sending it even in your WhatsApp.
You see, those are the numbers. Those are the numbers that people are talking about, and that is the reality. And we have said the people who oppose Baba. Let me tell you, Leo, today, the people who oppose Baba are the people who love him more than anybody else. The people who are with Baba, they don't tell him the truth. Nobody tells him the truth. They are just psychophants. We go. But they need to tell him the truth. Baba would have been the president in the last general election had he just joined Ruto. He had got the chance to join Ruto so easily because Ruto had been pushed to the wall.
How was it, Mr. Lendo? Eli is asking a question. Maybe I'll read it, and maybe you've also said something so interesting that Raila would have joined Ruto. He had got a chance of joining Ruto. So how was this one going to be possible? Yet Ruto was also a candidate. He'd already declared 10 years before that he was going to contest, and Raila was a candidate. So how do you join a? How do you? Yeah.
You see, you know, in politics you have an enemy. You have to create an enemy, and the enemy that Ruto had is one Uhuru Kenyatta.
And Uhuru was retiring, and Ruto knew that one very well.
And Uhuru had a candidate of his choice, and his candidate was Raila Odinga. What was so difficult with Raila Odinga, and Ruto was being frustrated in government. At one point, his security guards were withdrawn, and they gave him APs to guard him. You know what he did? The next morning, he had a breakfast party with the APs that were guarding him. He was frustrated to that level that he was being seen like, he's not part of the system. He's not part of government. So when he was frustrated to that, he was desperate. He was desperate to find an ally. And who was this ally? Who was this ally going to be? The ally that was going to be was Raila Odinga stabbing Uhuru on the back. Simple. It was just simple, just like that. And then it would have been a landslide. It would have been that easy. But do you read the politics? You don't read. You go to politics with emotions. Like what Eli is showing me now,
Oh, Eli is telling you this. Eli is telling you this.
You're wrong.
Before I give Hillary, I'm giving you. Eli is saying this. Kenyan census data is cooked to deal with electoral hegemony. Population data in Kenya is fake. Mzalendo, do you think this is right?
Eli is absolutely wrong. He's absolutely
like, okay, there's this argument that has been going out that all along what has been happening in this Kenya, that Department of Census has been doing some disservice. They are not accurate because somebody tells you, for example, there are areas in Central that when you go, they'll tell you that the nursery schools and the ECD classes are being closed. You see women demonstrating. There's some things that I don't know how I can say it, but when I think you're getting me, demonstrating out there because the men are lost in some alcohol and such kind of things. They don't have time to make babies and such kind of things until the ECD classes are being closed. Meaning there's no reproduction, save for the people who are in town and urban centers who can do some crossbreeding and cross-pollination. But when census is done, the same regions are leading in population. So where is this population coming from? You go to places like maybe there are places where people practice polygamy. Of course, they are so fertile, they give birth to many children. But there's an area whereby those children are not there. People are paid to give birth. But when they are doing census, the people who are paid to give birth are counted to be more. Doesn't that one explain what Eli is trying to say?
No, Eli, you know, Eli, what Eli is saying is the same thing that we block our minds to. The population, this is how the population is. From time immemorial, nothing has changed. The Luo have never been the majority. If you lived in Nairobi in the 80s, who are the most popular, who are the majority in that particular area? The Kisis have probably increased their number, but they still remain the same. They still remain the same. Luya, look at the Luya population. The Luya population is being said, and they are saying, and they use this argument that, you know, these things are doctored. Nobody is doctoring these things. And if they are doctored, there are Luos who work even there, who do the physical counting of these people. There are people who work there are from their tribe. And why would the government want to doctor such an important thing? Because the census informs the government of the budget projections and things like that. Why would people want? These are just the lazy arguments that, you know, and these things are doctored. When Kikuyus realized that, you know, our numbers are decreasing because of alcohol, what did they? They went back to their backyard and said, wewe ukizaa mimi ndakulipia maternity, or ukipatia mwanamke mimba kila mimba ile umepeana nalipa 10,000 ama 1,000. What were they doing? They were telling you directly that our population is decreasing, and it's true. They were in the 70s and in the 80s walikuwa huko juu. Now they have been overtaken by the Kalenjin. What are you talking about? They have already been overtaken. They use the same data. They use the same data. Why can't they claim? Why can't the Kikuyu claim that sisi ndio tuko mbele ya hizi kabila zingine? Why is it that the Luo hao tu ndio kila saa wanasema hao ndio wanaonewa kwa kila kitu, even in the counting of people? It doesn't make sense.
It's arguable that lawyers are the majority. Okay, Hillary wanted to interject some point. Let me give him that chance.
Yeah, the data, the Kenyan data, man, I think maybe earlier might be factual in some sense, because what Mzalendo is saying, Nairobi, if you see Nairobi, the population we know very well. Luyas and Luos are the majority in Nairobi, and it remains so, and that's why you see even now our DM is clinching the city Nairobi. But that has been done said. But we want to say that Luo are not abusing people. Luos embrace their leader. Doesn't mean that they abuse other people. When Ruto was with Raila, they embraced Ruto. But when you defile their leader, they will not. That's what Luos are showing in Kenya. That nobody, no any tribe will show that. We are not divided mind. Only Mzalendo, who is half caste, can do that. So
I like that.
Luos are they know that when they have a leader, this leader must be respected, no matter who is coming. They don't care about the number, because what I'm saying, if when Raila came with Kibaki, all Luos, even Zalendo, vote for Kibaki, and we ask him he voted if he was in Kenya that time. What does it mean? Because our leader shows us where to go, and came to Uhuru, we saw what happened. When things went bad, they came together with Uhuru. Everybody was embracing Uhuru. So even the thing that Mzalendo said before, when we're talking about the AU position, that now the president is trying to go to the backyard of Raila Odinga, so he's gonna break those things. Man, cannot happen, because even Uhuru himself came there. He tried to bring the development and trying to do things there, and we didn't see. At the end of the day, I want to assure Mzalendo today that Luos only need a leader that can lead them can show them direction. And when they decided to support that person, they will don't care who is the president. So if that leader will join together with the president, then they will join that person. So they're not causing enemies. They are just showing how politics should be done. They are showing the way. Other tribes should not be wavering. They should stand firm and follow their leader. And this is what the Luos has been doing, most of Luos in Kenya. And this one has been making, actually, nobody can be the president in Kenya without making Luos to work with them. And that has been there since Jaramogi Oginga Odinga up to date. Nobody can be the president in Kenya, must rule in peace, or will rule in peace without Luos. Well, that shows you that we are the people who knows how this thing should be. We don't care about the number. But also the data, if you check it well, man, I don't think we're number 4. According to what they're giving is okay. But I think we are number 2 or number 3 there. We are still leading.
I get you.
I like that.
I get you. Actually, but it's not coming from early. This is an argument that it is not. I've never heard Luos complaining of the numbers, because Luos, they normally say, even if they are few, their voices will always override those numbers. You can come with numbers, but with them, they will raise their voice. And that is normally, I think it's an argument that even Hillary has agreed with, that however much Luos are considered to be minority, let's say they are number 4, number 5, but whenever any political decision is being made, they must always be in the on the table. So you have to fight them, or you have to have them on your side. So it means they don't really, it doesn't matter to them about the numbers. But I've heard some leaders from Western, that is the lawyer community, claiming that they are the majority. They've been claiming they're the majority, but the census has always been done or conducted against them in a perceptive way, so that a perception can be solved that, certain people are majority. But I think there's something that can be done, Mzalendo, because, I know in Kenya, if today we tell you that Mzalendo, your family, you are the majority, it causes a problem. If you look at history, what happened in Somalia, that is the civil war in 1991 that led to the separation of the Sharks, the ones who formed the Somaliland and the former British Somaliland, when they left this federal that was formerly colonized by Italians. It was because of this kind of census. And since that date in Somalia, they don't do census. Like, there's a tribe that were told that, you see, you people are the majority. And that is what brought all these kind of balu that started by then. So do you think that Kenya should also go that way, whereby things like census are not put in public domain? It is just for the government, and the government, they're the ones who know, okay, for their purposes of planning, but they don't make it maybe a public document that somebody can go out there and brag with. I don't know if Jeff is able to speak, but if he's not able to speak, I think, Mzalendo, you can just give your opinion. Do you think this census thing, we just make it something private and confidential, so that we don't put it in public domain? Because it's what leads to this kind of discussion, that politicians misuse it. They say, okay, because my tribe, we are majority, if we take the other tribe and we convince them to vote as a block, then we are done. Like somebody said, if you want to become a president in Kenya, once you see a Kikuyu and Kalenjin ticket, that is a done deal. Or you take a Kikuyu and a Luo and look for some other small tribes, or you take a Kalenjin and the Luo, the way you are saying, that's a done deal. So will this politics be about this big 2, big 3, or big 4? When will a Turkana be on the table? When will a Maasai, Somali, Mdigo, these other small tribes like Kuria, when will they also reach at a point whereby they can say, we can produce a deputy president?
Thank you, Leo. Can you hear me?
Yes.
This is a very important discussion. This is the most important discussion that we needed to have. That first, I am against tribalism. I'm against tribalism, in that tribalism when we practice tribalism, we don't get the best out of us. Yeah. And when you talk about the Digos and those other small tribes, it tells you that they will never ascend to power if they don't have the numbers. We have a tribe in Kenya called Wakauma. They live in the coast. They are the smallest tribal unit in Kenya. So look at a son of Wakauma who can ascend to power will not be able to ascend to power because first, it comes from the Mijikenda community who are the minority, in Kenya. So why do we have this tribal conversation? We have this tribal conversation because the politicians makes you believe that without tribe you are nowhere. So when you look at, for me, Leo, you see me as an outcast, same as Hillary. They look at me as an outcast. They look at me and who's this crazy person who is going against the grain, against the community. It is not about the community. It is about what you believe in. When I was growing up, I told you, my second name, Odhiambo or Okello, was one of the names that you could not mention in class. You will feel offended by that. We will feel so offended. Whether you mention somebody or Njoroge, their second name Kamau, we will feel offended by that because we wanted to be identified as Kenyans at that age. And remember what Nyerere said. If Nyerere was so stupid to tell you that, Kenya ile kitu inaofanya musiendelee ni mambo ya ukabila. Ni mambo ya ukabila. And, it is so much in our nerves, ingrained in our hearts that we believe that, somebody of my tribe is always telling me the truth. If you ask Leo or you ask Hillary, does Raila Odinga make mistakes? They'll tell you, no, he doesn't. He has never made mistakes. Has he ever lost any elections? No, he has not ever lost any elections. He hasn't. In fact, he has been winning all the elections since 1997. We know the elections that he has won. We know the elections that he has been beaten. So that kind of thing. And when we lose as a community. We lose as a community. Then we go back to our drawing board. Like now we have gone back out to our drawing board, waiting for Raila to give us direction. I mean, Hillary, you went to school, you have a brain, you can think for yourself. You know what is good for you, and you know how to cast a vote. Nobody needs to give you that kind of direction. If somebody of my tribe is giving me the policies that are not tribal or are good for the country, then why not? But I will not look at him as somebody from my tribe. I will look at him as a Kenyan leader. And that is where we want to move as a Kenyan leader. If we go that direction, then we will get very, very good leaders. And you know it really, Hillary, where you come from. If Baba does not carry your hands, and you are the most incompetent guy in the village, you will not get that seat. Does that disenfranchise the whole community? Yes, it does. I tell that to Hillary. When he lifts your hands up and there is somebody like Hillary who is good and who is not chosen in that particular party, that gives a disservice to that particular community. It is that simple. If you can't understand that, if you cannot understand that politics, then go back to your region and see how underdeveloped they are.
Mzalendo, before even as you continue, I'm not interrupting you, but I just want to ask. Here we are all Africans. We are having some African leadership setup, and if you look at most African countries, even if in the African setup, even when people wanted to go to war, there are people who are called elders. And I know currently, because of mixed up between the Western civilization, it somehow neutralized our African tradition, whereby you will get some blessings from the elders of people, elders in your village, even before you marry a lady or before you do anything. That is, I think, the origination of lifting of the hand. So the elder will lift your hand and say, this one is fit for the task. So maybe I think for the community where they still have elders or people they believe to have taken the responsibility of the elders to be giving such kind of blessings, so they still believe that such kind of people should be asked for blessings. Even before you went to marry somebody's daughter, at least somebody was supposed to lift your hand. You know, this thing are, yeah.
Leo.
Yes.
There are things that we used to practice,
yeah,
that you cannot practice in the 21st century.
I get you.
You understand? There are so many things that have changed. That we have intermarried from other communities. We have gone to school. During that time, very few people, the people who could give you directions are people who went to school. And that is why Kenyatta was able to give us direction, because that's what Jaramogi saw. That this is somebody who has gone to school. This is somebody who has interacted with a white man. He is above me in terms of everything, and he has suffered enough. Why can't I give him at this position so that he can be the president of the Republic of Kenya? So tribalism is a mental state that politicians use, to propagate their agenda. But does it help the community? Tell me today, and be honest enough. How has tribalism helped you, Mr. Leo, the moderator, or Hillary? How has tribalism helped you in your life?
No, there is a way me.
This is a simple question.
I
Leo.
want to answer you. I
need you to answer me. How
that is what I want to tell you.
Me being a Luo, this is how tribalism has helped me.
I once went for a certain interview when I was still teaching. And you know, after introducing myself, of course, in my I don't have the zero name, though my father is having a zero name, Ochieng. But me, I'm just have an English name, that is Nicholas and Nyabaya. So after that, you know, the person wanted, oh, you're from Kenya. Okay, so which tribe? Okay, I'm a Luo. Are you a Luo? Hey, Luos, you from the same tribe with Obama. So I'm told Luos are the best teachers, and that is how I managed to win the trust. I said, oh, if you are a Luo, then I don't even need to ask so many questions. Luos are the best. I'm told the Luos are giving the best services. That was in a foreign land. So the only thing they told me I know, if you are a Luo, I don't want to say the other thing that he said because it is so demeaning. So I'm not saying that I'm proud that, okay, that one helped me to benefit. But what I know, tribes doesn't benefit. What benefit is what you have as an individual, what is you've cultivated in yourself. You can be a Luo, and they say Luo ni fundi mzuri wa kushona nguo, na ukipewa nguo kushona, unashona vibaya. So tribe doesn't benefit, though it is part of our culture, it is part of our social life, so we can embrace it positively.
So in politics, if I don't
in politics, and that is what I want to say. There are so many places that we can maybe make use of the tribes. Actually, when it comes to these, like Maasais. Maasais are earning Kenya a lot of foreign exchange. There are people who just come, they want to see Maasai. That is positive tribalism. When it comes to things like football, there are countries that football have been tribal based, and with that it brings a lot of funds, and it's a business opportunity and such kind of things. But when it comes to politics, I don't think tribes can work in politics. It has never worked, and I don't think it will work in politics.
Exactly. You've answered in the best way. Tribe can never work in politics because, one, there's an electoral college that you're not mentioning. Where do people like Zalendo fall in tribe? People who don't agree with your political ideology? How are they represented in your leadership?
People who don't agree with the ideology, each and every community, it's not, each and every community, I believe, has got a place for them. Like if you go to the Central, they'll be called to Gege. If you go to the Luo, they'll be called Joluo Mawar, the same to Luos. In the Kalenjin, no, they have different, we have different versions of such kind of people, actually. Like right now, if you go to Central, people who don't believe, they'll be called to Gege. And we've heard them.
That's so interesting.
There's a comment over there by Inspire Women. She's telling you Raila won all elections. I'm not a Luo. I'm from Mount Kenya, but I believe you, we are the most tribalist, and that is why Raila loses every time.
Yeah, so you see, tribe is always used against him. So again, he's telling you Raila won, but again, he tells you that is why Raila loses all the time. So he's saying a bit of nothing. Yeah. So look at I wanted you to look at the populations. Look, number one. Unaziona vile ziko?
This according to which census? Huh?
This is which 1919 at 2019 2018 thereabout. This is the population.
And in 2019 I was in Nairobi and I wasn't counted. Those guys came to my house several hours at work.
Yeah, if you are not counted, then somebody else must have told them that there's Leo who lives here and is at work.
No, they came and those questions we will meet.
Yeah, you see, when you're doing a census, you don't get it accurately, but you get it approximately. That's why you are seeing approximately, my friend. Read there. Kikuyu tribe is approximately. Luya is approximately. Kalenjin is approximately. They don't get it like accurately, but approximately. Now look at this tribe called Somali. Yeah. And look at in the 80s. Do you know how many Somalians were in Kenya? Google and find out how many Somalians and their population in the 80s. In the Kisii community in Nairobi, I grew up in Nairobi. We had, where I used to live, we used to live in Isili. There were 3-4 Kisii families only in Isili, the entire Isili. There were only 4 families were Kisii then. But now look at how our politics plays. Our politics plays around these numbers. These numbers is what how our politics plays. If you don't get it right today, you'll never get it right tomorrow. This is how our politics plays. So even kama mnapiga kelele sana as the Luo tribe, know that you are 4 million. And what are your leaders doing to ensure that your numbers come up? They are doing nothing about it.
I can respond to that. There is nothing that a leader can do to raise numbers. Let me tell, there's one thing that I want to tell people that people have never known, and you'll agree. The Somalis, number one, I think you know how their population has grown actually. Number one, you know, these are people who have big families. As Somali, you marry up to 4 wives and they don't family plan and such kind of things. Apart from the borders that have been opened, you know, initially these borders were closed. We've been having some progressive governments that have ensured the borders have been opened. So you cannot differentiate a Somali from Somalia, a Somali from Ethiopia, or a Somali from Kenya. They are same people, same clan. Come to Kisii. There's one thing that you people, for the Kisiis who are listening to me, you'll have to forgive me. Kisii rarely do intermarriage. They do they marry within their community. So when their number is rising as Kisii. Come to Luos. Mzalendo, I believe you are a Luo. There is no community in this country. The communities that marries among themselves, number one is Kalenjin. You'll rarely find a Kalenjin lady or a Kalenjin guy marrying outside. Only few, a smaller percentage. The community that has intermarried almost everything and everybody is the Luo community. Go to your village, count how many ladies have been married from outside. That is why. And that is why when you want to count somebody as a Luo, it's really hard. And somebody told me, when you marry from Central, those people from Central, both sides, ukioa msichana Mkikuyu atazaa Mkikuyu, wewe ukiolewa na Mkikuyu utazaa Mkikuyu.
So
they
Ebu Nikulize, Ebu just stop there.
So what your community can do, your Luo community can do. Yes.
I have a question for you, Mr. Leo.
Yes.
If you marry a Kikuyu,
yes,
Anjeri from wherever, Kiambu,
yeah,
hao watoto ni watakuwa watoto, will they, when the census people come, wanawahesabu namna gani?
Case study, Wamboi Otieno is a best case study.
Will they be counted? I am asking you, will they be counted as Kikuyus or as Luos?
I think I have to answer depending. If it is a marriage, you people are staying together and such kind of things, which normally doesn't happen nowadays. We have so many single mothers. You marry, you give birth, the kids go with their moms or whatever. Chances are high they're going to be counted as Kikuyus, not Luos. I've had experience.
No, if I'm a man of the house, married to a Kikuyu lady, so those children are Kikuyus, not Luos.
Those children are, that's according to Luo culture, but that one doesn't happen.
So when
in Kikuyu, the child belongs to the tribe of the mother. Mburu will explain that one is here.
Okay, let's throw this question up there because we can't answer it. It seems
this question, there's one thing I wanted you to address.
Hillary, let me throw it to Hillary. Okay. Hillary, if you are married, if you are married to a Kisi, and the census people come to count your children, are those children counted as Kisis or they are counted as Luos?
Luo.
Thank you. So you've been answered, Mr. Leo.
So to wind up what I was telling you in the numbers, the Luo, I think the Luos need to, there is no single day Luo numbers is just going to grow as a whole the way it should grow, because Luos have borrowed so much from the Western culture, something that is really affecting them and negatively, even when it comes even to voting. There are so many people, that they've maintained their culture. When they grow as a community, people like Kalenjins, and you will really admire their culture compared to the Luos. Nowadays, I think other communities are also trying to follow the Luo culture, whereby unapata Mburu akona mtoto wake pale anaongea naye Kizungu. Initially, during the time of Ngugi wa Thiong'o, that one wasn't possible. Lakini Mzalendo, I'm sure when you are staying in Isili, maybe you are lucky. You had some connections back at the village. That is why you are lucky to have learned some Luo. Most of them get lost. So as a community, I don't know how the community can increase their population, but number one, I want to remind the Luo community who are here that Kaluma told you that Uhuru gave you a certain good bill that was put into law so that you can be polygamous, marry more wives. That is why Somalis are coming faster. Actually, all these communities that you see that Somalis are ahead, Somalis were below. They were not even reaching top 10. Mzalendo, is that one true?
Yeah, you see, when Somalis came, they found me in Isli. That was in 1982 when they had their civil war. General Aidid came with a whole battalion of Somali family. They settled in Isli, and they settled in a street called 5th Street, Isli. That was that whole street was theirs. And you see, they had got family ties with the Somalis who are in Kenya. So when they settled in Isli, they were given a leeway by Moi to come, and they were never. Due to a lot of border insecurity, they were able to come into Kenya, just like their sister country. So they settled. They settled so freely in Mandera, in Garissa, in Isili. But Isili the rich Somalis settled in Isili. When they settled in Isili, they started buying property and they started moving to South Sea and they settled in South Sea. Now today, the population of Somalis in South Sea is more than I would call them the Kenyan Somalis. Yeah, because they are Wamezaana, Wakazaana.
And do you know the secret? Do you know the secret behind that? In Somali culture, most of the ladies, they get married as early as 16. Most of them. By the time she's reaching 25, you'll find she's having 4 or 5 kids. She divorces. When they divorce, they still allow you to remarry, and they give up to a minimum of 8, 9 children. But here, back in your community, the low community valued education. You want to finish Form 4. By the time you're finishing Form 4, that Somali girl is having 2 kids. You go to tertiary or university, you take some 3, 4, 5 years. After your 4, 5 years, that Somali kid's already having 4. You still want to date. You want to get married when you are stable and financially stable. You are wasting some other 2 years. So a normal Luo lady will get married at 30 when a Somali girl is retiring at 30. Some get married at 35. So I think when it comes to population management, that is what has been undoing for Luos. They valued education. And in my mother tongue, we say "gitweo igi." They tied their stomachs compared to our central ladies, who being a single mother or something like that is not a problem to them. But a Luo nowadays, the wanachanuka, initially, Nick, you will not allow your sister to have a baby in your homestead without getting married. So that is why your numbers are down. And you need to do some sensitization and tell these girls that they are they are active at their 20s and 30s. So they should start giving birth as early as possible, so that when they reach their 30s, washamaliza mambo ya kuzaa. Sasa wanalea. That is when you will reach the Giku, but very, very soon. And these are discussions we need to have. In the next 20 years, we are going to have a Somali president if you people are not careful.
No.
Leo. Oh, Mzalendo is coming.
No. Just go ahead.
Just go ahead.
I think one thing about the census is just a very calculative thing, a very stupid thing in our country. And that one will bring, the will never end. It will never end, because we know, because you give a census there, you'll say that, oh, we win because of our when I was I started in Kabo MP of not Kiambu. It was called at that time Juja. The thing is, the truth is, this census doesn't work. And people who made Kabogo win that time was just Luos and Kambas. Those people who were living in industrial area in Theka. And when he came, the governor, first Kiambu governor, I was there also. And I noticed that the people who made win was not even Kuyus. It was just, again, these other tribes. It shows you a lot of things. The census, to me, should not even be posted anywhere, because as long as it's still there, we will be talking of what Mr. Lendo is talking about. And that's why you see, Luos, if you go to Muranga, you see those Kuyus ladies. It is only Luos who are giving birth there. But being that they are in Muranga, they cannot count it as Luos and other tribes, because I was there in Muranga when Michuki was complaining.
How many did you live there?
How many?
Anapanda mbegu.
When Michuki was complaining about their people are very, very drunk, and very, 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 very true. Even ladies were complaining about their men. But that is not the point. The point here is, we as a people, we as Kenyans, we don't need a tribal president. We don't need a Kenyan president, a low president. We need a leader who can lead us. And the way you've said it, if we go with the population, in 10 years to come, 20 years to come, a Somali guy will be the president. Because because they have money, number one. So they will just need only one community, even lawyers or laws, to come together. Then they will clinch the seat with this thing called census. So this census.
So that is why Ebu usually nataka tukuuliza Mburu. Is it not possible, Mzalendo na Mburu, that when, yes, the government needs the census so that they can be able to plan and program and budget everything. Is it not possible for the government just to count people as Kenyans? They delete your party, your tribe, party, religion. They count people as Kenyans. Initially, when I was young, when we were doing CV, you'll write your religion. Nowadays, in your CV, you even don't write your religion. And in some countries, ata wandiki your gender, because such sentiments are considered to be discriminatory. So, is there a way government inaweza sema tunafanya census? Watu wa Kiambu tumewahesabu ni 200,000. We don't care. What we need to know their sex or their gender, but we don't care whether they are Luos, they are Kikuyus, they are Somalis. Tunasema Kiambu wako 200,000. Hapa wako hivi na hivi. I think this one will do away with the mambo na census na mtu kusema yeye. And since we speak Swahili, nobody, you don't need to know Amaluo. Jeff, when do umeingia sasa hivi?
Wow, thank you so much, Mr. Leo. I wasn't settled when I was trying to give my views, but now I'm in the house. Now you can ask me any question. Now, it is good that Mr. Hillary has brought up a very good aspect, and that is actually in line of how I see things. Of what benefit is tribe? Myself, I don't know how being a Kikuyu helps me. So I tend not to think much of whether, I don't even remember if I'm a Kikuyu, because I don't see the benefit of belonging to a Kikuyu or belonging to a Luo or a Kaba. Tribe can only be beneficial if we use it to further or to preserve positive culture. But anything else beyond that, it is detrimental to the nation of Kenya. And instead of thinking on how we can increase our tribal numbers in order to feel secure, we should think on how can we increase love as a nation, on how can we try to add a negative ethnicity, on how we can start valuing good virtues like honesty, good virtues like being loyal and being people who love their nation, good virtues of embracing one another. Those are the things that can help a nation to grow. We should think more of how we can start seeing each other as brothers and sisters. It is only that because this has been the norm or the culture of our nation, that most of the time we have to see each other basing on which part of the region they come from, which tribe they come from. But I can tell you for sure, there is nothing that can help you when it comes to tribe. Nothing. What can help you is the values that you hold as a person. What can help you is your principles. What can help you is how we can work together and help each other. Like now, for instance, here we are three. I think we are 3 Luos and 1 Kikuyu. How does that help us? I think we are the same people. We reason together. We reason the same. We look the same. And I have gotten a benefit of interacting with almost each and every tribe in Kenya. And that has helped me so much to come out of the trap of being a Kikuyu. Because when we were growing up, I thought being a Kikuyu is something very special, is something that is very important. But I can tell you, there is nothing important when you think of your tribe. There is nothing. There is totally nothing to be proud of, that I am from this tribe, I'm from that tribe. Such kind of things might not help us. So what will help us is what, Leo, you are talking about. Let us, before you see me as a Kikuyu, before you see me basing on the region I come from, think of me as a Kenyan. Think of me as a brother whom you can rely on when you are in need, whom you can consult or who can help you somewhere. Because like now when we are outside the nation, like now when we are here in America, can we imagine even when we are outside, we still see ourselves basing on the tribes where we come from? Instead of thinking, how can we as people of the same nation come together and elevate one another, come together and support one another, come together and build our economy, our nation. I mean, those are the most important things. And that is why Nyerere told Tanzanians that there is nothing beneficial or there is no benefit of belonging to any tribe. And he worked very hard to build Ujamaa in Tanzania. And if there is a nation in Africa which will grow tremendously because of the foundation they laid, foundation of brotherhood, it is the nation of Tanzania. If Kenyans, we are not careful with a tribal card which can destroy us completely, Tanzania will overtake us slowly by slowly. Slowly by slowly, because in Tanzania they have so many tribes, but nobody thinks of which tribe do you come from. Today it is very hard for a Turkana, a Maasai, or someone from these small tribes to become a president, no matter how educated that person can be, no matter how competent that person can be, no matter how many good ideas that person has. We have to ask ourselves, which tribe does he come from? So when we continue like that, we risk even being led by an idiot as a president, so long as he comes from the largest tribe of Kenya. So what are we supposed to be doing as the young generation? Though we are not very young, but also we are somewhere there. What are we supposed to be doing? It is to educate our people and tell our people that there is nothing special belonging to any tribe. We start seeing ourselves as the people of Kenya. When I see Mzalendo, I see a brother. When I see Leo, I see my younger brother. When I see Hillary, I see my brother. And I think on how can we embrace one another. Let me just now go back to the tribal cards where we are mostly used to. People have cultures, and culture sometimes, or let me not just call them cultures, because culture is formed by people's habits, and let me just say habits. People form habits basing on where they have grown up, and where they come from, and how they were brought up. Mzalendo said something very important in Kenyan politics, that the Luo people, they don't hide any card. If they tell you we are not voting for you, they mean it. If they tell you we are going to support you, they mean it. That is a habit of honesty. It is a habit of trustworthiness. It is a habit of truthfulness. And I have witnessed that. So the statement of Mzalendo can be seen basing on so many aspects of the Luo community. I don't know, maybe in Luo, people don't have these hidden cards. People don't have this destructive business competition, because we as Kikuyus, we compete so much. You see a brother competing with a brother on who is richer in the family, who is smart, who is listened more than who. Those competitions have made our community people to be somehow not transparent. Not transparent, because we care much of, we have a lot of competition, business competition, wealth competition, and has made people to be somehow opaque. That what I know, I want to keep it by myself. I won't tell you the truth. I won't tell you the truth, because if I tell you, you are likely to do what I do and you become like me, or even you become better than me. So in the process, because of the competition and business competition, we have become people who are not very open, people who are not very honest. And you can see that when Raila Odinga was told by Mwai Kibaki that he was going to be made an executive prime minister, he jumped outside there and told people, Kibaki tosha. But when Kibaki became the president, Kibaki asked, ati anasema, wanasema kuna MOU, walisikia wapi? Sijui kama mnakumbuka hayo maneno. And when I look at Raila Odinga, he believed it. Kwa sababu wamesema mimi nitakuwa prime minister, ni sawa, tumekubaliana. And it also happened with William Ruto and Uhuru Kenyatta. They had a deal, how they gonna work together. But along the way, it was very easy for Uhuru to change the direction. So you see that we have those habits that sometimes they are not so helpful, and it doesn't mean that that such things cannot change. We have I'm saying that because I come from now the Kikuyu community. Even here in America, people will know what you can do so that you can thrive, so that you can get papers, so that you don't enter in bad books. But they won't tell you. They won't tell you. Most people will not tell you. But they know exactly what you're supposed to do. They will keep their information. That is not a good habit. That is not a good habit. So I have also interacted with the Kikuyu lawyers. And I'm not saying that because I hate my community. I'm saying that because I come from that community and I have made so many observations. And you know, I'm a defender of my community when it is being attacked in a bad way. I try to balance. And I have interacted with Kikuyu lawyers. If you can make a mistake, the greatest mistake you can make in Kenya is to hire a Kikuyu as your lawyer. Why am I saying this? I had a case which has lasted in the courts of Kenya for almost 30 years. And I used to think, because these people are from my community, I used to think that a lawyer who can help me is a lawyer from my community. So if I am to mention the names of all the lawyers we had and we were paying them a lot of money, let me tell you, you won't believe it. People who are very popular. But do you know a lawyer from my community can easily be bribed, take money and pretend like he is still on your side? But he has been bought very easily. What happened? One person listened to our case, looked at our case, and told us, your case is very good. Can you try to get a lawyer outside the Kikuyus? I'm just giving you an honest observation. Can you try to get a lawyer outside the Kikuyus? Because this person was asking us, a very senior person in the court, how come this case has lasted all these years? And I can say you have good proof, you have all the documents that you require. What has been going on? He told us, the lawyers you have been employing are not honest. They have been taking money and pretend that they are still on your side. He told us, can you get a Luo lawyer? And he gave us the number of Professor Tom Ojienda. Do you know when that guy took our case, we started winning? They tried to bribe him. He refused. He said, I cannot sell my client. And the people we are casing with are very rich people. But this guy said for him to attend the case, I think we were paying around 60,000. He said, I don't want your money. I am going to represent my client. He fought for our case to the end, a case which had taken over almost 30 years. So what am I saying? We had tried so many Kikuyu lawyers. All of them were taking bribes. So am I saying this because I hate people from my tribe? What I'm saying, sometimes we love money so much, more than good values, more than good name. But Luos, as much as maybe you have not gotten chance to be to acquire the highest position of the land. The values that you still hold are values that can take your community very far. And I can tell you, if the Luo community continue to hold those values of being honest, of being open, people will continue trusting that community. And that community will continue rising and rising. If there are lawyers that are trusted in Kenya, call them the Luos. I'm telling you the truth. So any serious case today is given to the Luo people. Any position that requires trustworthiness, transparency, and accountability is given either to Luos. The other one is the SDA members or the Muslims. So what am I telling my people, my community people? We need to style up. Ni vizuri kupenda pesa, lakini tusipende pesa tena sana tukose maadili. Tukue ya kwamba unaweza chukua pesa ya mtu alafu tena uende umuuze the other side na bado tunasema kuna mahali tunaenda. So when we start dealing with those habits ambazo zimekuwa katikati yake, tuanze kuona ya kwamba there are even other people that we used to think that they are not as important as we are. We start seeing the values that they hold in their habits, in their ways of doing things, and we start embracing them. Kwa sababu ninajiuliza hivi, kwa nini unakuta ya kwamba sisi tu kama vile mzalendo amesema ati tunaweza abia mtu kama Raila venye alikuwa ameabiwa na watu wengi, tunakuchagua na wanajua kabisa kwa ground ni uongo. Wewe Raila ndiye uko mbele kabisa, lakini nini wanafanya? Wanamkula pesa yake. I came in mzalendo TV na nikawaambia ni uongo. Nikawaambia kulingana na vile mimi napima ground na vile naongea na watu, bado sioni kama tutapigia Raila kura. Wakaniambia hapana, wazee wamesema ni Raila Odinga, Uhuru wamesema ni Raila Odinga, kina sijui nani wamesema. Nikawaambia hawa watu ni pesa wanawakura na mtakuja kuprove, mgoje, just wait for the general election. What happened? It happened exactly as I said it, because I have observed our people and we are very complex, very hard people to understand. Kuna kadi nyingi sana huwa tunaficha. Is it good for the community? I can say it is not good. Tuache hiyo unafiki ya kudanganya wale watu wengine, na at least saa hii watu vizuri walisimama na Ruto mpaka mwisho, maana tulikuwa tumeahidi Ruto miaka Uhuru 10, Ruto 10. At least I can see some changes, but mimi hiyo kitu huwa inaniudhi sana. Ati inaweza kuwa kwa sababu ya vile tumekuwa na hali ya mashindano, competition. I can know what can help somebody from my community na ninyamaze na hiyo kitu. Naona huyu mtu anateseka, but I know exactly the information that I have can help this person, lakini sitaki anifikie. That is what we have become. So msiangalie Wakikuyu mudhari ati kila kitu kwetu it is to be admired. Some things can cause us to lag behind miaka nyingi sana na tupitwe hata na wale watu wengine ambao tunafikiria hawako kiwango yetu. I don't know where that has come from, and I'm not preaching, but it's just an observation and just an honest conversation. Yes.
Thank you. I know Jeff can talk till morning.
I just want to, Leo, before you come in, I just want to answer Eli. Eli, okay. I've got one sentence for you. A tree that stands tall in the forest is never swayed by the wind. It will always stand tall. The fact that you are from a tribe and you're moving towards one direction, there is one tree that is always saying the truth. That is why we are different. We are different because I stand tall to say the truth, but I don't go with the masses who are lying and not saying the truth. But when you say the truth, you will find me siding with you. But anytime you say something that I don't agree with, that is my position, because I want to stand tall. I want to be different from the tribal thinking. So tribal thinking is what makes the difference between me and you.
All right. I can see there some good year. This is Chef Gachie. Chef Gachie, kindly subscribe to Afriq if you've not done so. Yegon, you told me that day you subscribed. I'm yet to see your comment. Inspire women that I know subscribed. Who else do I need to remind to subscribe? Havil, subscribe to Afriq. Eli, subscribe to Afriq if you've not done so. So kindly, if you've not subscribed to Afriq, ensure you do so. Sharon, subscribe to Afriq. I know Richard Relay is a subscriber there. Ruth Apondi has subscribed. Esther Mbatia. If you've not subscribed, kindly check and ensure that your subscription is active. Margaret Waidera, I think, was watching us from Mutembei. Kindly subscribe to Afriq so that you don't miss this. So that next time usiseme ulienda ukakosa. So even if you subscribe to Mtembei, you can subscribe to as many channels as your hands can click. So there is no harm in subscribing. So ladies and gentlemen, we are just glad that you people are watching us. So just maybe a short break, then we continue. A short break, then we continue. All right, thank you and welcome back. So, Mzalendo, there's also some news that happened here, something happening in our schools. I don't know if I have it. Let me check if I have it with me. Something is happening in our schools that before we embrace the e-citizen payment, the government is yet to release
disbursement of
money.
free primary education and free secondary education funds for this year. The union is demanding the immediate disbursement of capitation funds to avert a crisis in learning institutions. The demand by NAT officials comes at a time when several school heads have decried the funding crisis, which they say hampers smooth operations in the learning institutions. Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu has, in the meantime, given an assurance that the monies will be in school accounts within the next 2 weeks. Safina Chiengoma reports.
We shall never be divided. The Kenyan National Union of Teachers has flagged the delayed disbursement of capitation from the government, which the union says is threatening to shut down activities at learning institutions across the country.
Heads are crying. Principals are crying. The situation is pathetic. I don't want to go into nitty-gritties of explaining pathetic. It is simply pathetic.
The government had committed to allocate 22,244 shillings annually per learner, which was to be disbursed in installments of 50% in the first term, 30% in the second term, and 20% in the third term. However, only half of the allocation for first term has been disbursed, less than a month to the closure of schools.
50% of 22,224 is 11,122. But so far, what we have received is 3,877.
Tuko na changamoto bado na tunaomba kwamba tuweze kupata hiyo capitation nyingine, the second tranche, ndio tuweze kuendelea kwa sababu madeni yana.
In January this year, the National Treasury announced the release of 31.34 billion shillings. At the time, the government owed schools more than 87 billion shillings for the 2022-2023 and 2023-2024 financial years. Schools have been under pressure from suppliers for defaulting on payments, sparking concerns among stakeholders that the delayed disbursement may compromise the quality of education in the country, with day secondary schools, which fully depend on capitation, bearing the biggest brunt.
Maybe apart from lunch, which is the parents pay, everything else is this capitation. There's the salaries of non-teaching staff, there's the salaries of the BUM teachers, And this is a time for activities, the co-curricular activities.
They say that under the current circumstances, the directive by the Ministry of Education not to send learners home over school fee arrears is impractical.
97% of our students have reported back to school, but the parents are really pushing for us to have the student back without them paying.
We want to appeal to the government. Can we check on timely capitation to our schools so that learners remain in school, so that heads are not seen as being biased to learners, so that heads are not seen to be going against the government policy. At times we are pushed to the wall.
School heads are further urging the government to review the capitation upwards to factor the inflation rates.
The prices skyrocketed by more than 50%. For example, a bag of maize we are buying at 600. By close of the year, it was running at 8,000. A bag of sugar was going for 4,500. By close of the year, it was roughly 11,000 or 10,500.
Education Cabinet Secretary Ezekiel Machogu has in the meantime given an assurance that the monies will hit the school accounts within 2 weeks.
I know the secondary schools and our primary schools are eagerly waiting for this, and in 1 or 2 weeks, we should be able to give capitation.
Safin Achieng Oma, Citizen.
Our schools, Mzalendo.
It's a sad state there. I can imagine that, the schools are struggling to keep the students in school because they have to feed them and they have to do a lot of things. This is something that the government should really look very keenly. One, I'm not one of those people who are pro boarding schools. I am not one of those people. I don't think boarding schools are necessary. It brings unnecessary expenditure to the parents. If the government could look into this very, very keenly, these were a colonial kind of ways to manage Africans. It should be abolished. Boarding schools are not necessary. They are not correction facilities for our children. Children should go to school and go back home. They should go to school. They should not even learn up to 5 o'clock. What are they? Or 6 o'clock in the evening. What are they learning? There is nothing to learn in high school that should take you all the way up to 6 o'clock. School should end by 3 p.m. so that everybody else can go home and reach home in good time. These are some of the things that should be changed in our system. If we get a good leader who understands the issues of education, I am not saying that Ruto is a bad leader. If we get a good leader in this particular sector of education, they can bring in some of these recommendations. Because even if we allow boarding schools to continue, then the fees will definitely go very, very high. Very, very, very high. Even if the government is giving, is doing its capitation, the money that it's providing for the schools is not enough. With the current inflation and things going up, which are unpredictable, the government cannot keep up with the pace. You budget this year, you have budgeted for maize at this much. And next year, there is a drought. The price of maize, the price of the grains have gone up. So it's a bit tiring. It's a bit expensive to run these schools, and the teachers also. The teachers also cannot give a recommendation that this school should go. That school should go today's kind of day school system, because if appear, they are the guys who are supplying. They are the suppliers of this grain. They are the suppliers of the schools, of the stationaries and things like that. So kuna biashara, kuna ufisadi inaendelea pale that is encouraged by the principals of the schools together with the NAT and the board.
I get you. I get you. I get you. It's good. We are joined by Julia. Hii mambo education anaijua sana. Maybe she can also share with us the feeling that the state of the school, the money that was supposed to be disbursed, forget about the debt that is there. First time they were supposed to disburse 50%. First time is ending only less than a month. They've only disbursed 20% or 25% of it. And remember, this is the money that's like in day school, you know, they normally say it has been, there's a capitation of around 22,000, meaning parents are only paying for lunch and maybe any extra cost come with those activities. So imagine parents have paid for lunch, the school need to pay those BOG teachers, the school need to buy stationery, the school buses and everything needs to be fueled, electricity bill, water bill. This is the money that the government is supposed to pay. So someone will also try to relate. The government proposed that the school fee to be paid through e-citizen. I think this one would have been worse, because now imagine even this fee for lunch has been paid through e-citizen and the government has failed to remit it. Like right now, it has not been remitted. So at least schools are still depending on the one that parents have paid. So if all this is paid there, are we not breaking our schools? Karibu sana Julia, I don't know where you'll start. I know you'll get a way of starting somewhere. We've done some part of the AU politics with Baba being given a clear pass and things are set to be nice. I don't know your opinion on that. And then secondly, we are also looking at the state of our schools. So karibu sana.
Asante Leo, good to see you. Good to see Mzalendo, Mr. Jeff Mburu. I've missed Jeff Mburu. Kuna kipindi kingine Jeff Mburu nilikuonanga kwa ya wapenda nao. Hata nikapata ka surprise, nikasema kumbe Mburu has another side of himself.
Na hicho kipindi kilikuwa leo kuanzia iliisha ndio tukaanza hii. Mbona huku kitazama? That all means Julia, you have not subscribed to Afriq. Kama ulikuwa subscribe to Afriq, then ungeiona leo. Okay.
Likuwa job. I get the notifications. Likuwa job. Lakini nikasema wow, Mburu ako kwa kumbe hata huku Mburu anatomboa. That's a nice thing. Oh Lord, I think I'll join you one of these fine days. Now, about Baba, I don't know. I will preach to Azimio. There's nothing to celebrate there. Baba going to AU. I think Ida should celebrate, and the children. And now because we are not Ida and the children, so I think we are not celebrating. Kama vile Leo ukipata kibarua wewe na bibi yako ndio mna celebrate, lakini other people, I mean, that's
the colleagues and I get you. And the neighbors wale wataona umehama. Yeah, I get you.
So but other people are celebrating. The ones in the ones who won't vie for political seats, even the ones in ODM are celebrating. Unajua, is a blessing in disguise for them. Usifikiria ati wanalalamika ati baba umetuacha. Sisi uko chini ndio tunalalamika baba umetuacha, baba sasa tutakuaje. Lakini nakwambia ukweli, hey, hao wengine hata akina Babu Owino, akina Sifuna, akina Oparanya, oh my God, they are so happy. This is the moment they have been waiting for, because now they have an opportune moment to grow politically and to get to where they may have wanted, because previously it may have been seeming like disrespecting Baba. You know, imagine trying to say that you are vying for presidency. I'm a leader of ODM when Baba is there. You know, it would have looked so disrespectful. But now they have room to do so. Now, on the other side of the political divide, I think they're also happy, Ruto side, and they must have been saying good riddance. So everybody's celebrating, apart from the Azimio followers on the ground. So I can tell you, everyone is celebrating, is happy. And they are saying, at least ametuachia nafasi. Mimi, I can't call it celebration. But I can also just say I think it is time to let Baba do something different from what he has been doing. So I think I want to wish him well, and I hope that he gets that seat. And now let us wait and see who takes. Maybe later in this debate or in another debate, we may want to wade into the matters like what next for our political parties, what next for Azimio, what next for ODM. I mean, what do you expect in the forthcoming elections? Whom do you think, which leaders do you think will come up and take the platform? From which side, which political divide, which party? Who among all those politicians we know all those Baboinos, Sifunas, Oparanya, Joho, Simba Rati. We also know, like I said, we have the Kalonzos, we have the Wamalwas, we have Mother Karua. I mean, we have Jeremiah Kioni, we have Jaguars. I mean, in 2027, who will be like, if Ruto will be vying, who will be like, I'm the person to beat this man? Or who will be like, I want to give this man a run for his money? So we need to really look into that and see what comes. Now, I think you are talking about capitation on schools. And Muzalendo, I give up on convincing you that Ruto is a bad leader. Because if by now you have not seen that Ruto is a bad leader, even if I write a book, you will not still understand that Ruto is a bad leader. Because I don't need to write a book, because you have seen with your eyes, you've heard with your ears that Ruto is ineffective in running Kenya. He's been disrespected. Juicy, he was disrespected in Kericho. You know, if people shout down your soldiers in your presence, Leo, that is disrespect to you. That is very disrespectful. That is what those people in Kericho are doing. Yeah, that is very disrespectful. They just shied away from shouting down Ruto. And I think Ruto had gone to Kericho to test the waters. That thing has happened twice or thrice in Mount Kenya region. Now, unajua uko ndio alijipronounce kingpin of the Kikuyus. But now, apparently, the Kikuyus are not dance the tune so much. They are shouting down every people here and there. I mean, I find it disrespectful, but it's not. They are just trying to air their complaints. So they are free. They're in a free Kenya. They are free to do that. Now, that's why he goes to his own home ground, and guess what? They were shouting, and that governor was shouting and saying, "Itabia mutawacha." You cannot force people to love you. If they don't love you, they don't love you. Just keep quiet. That is what he should have done. So, what is happening? It is no longer whether people belong to UDA or Azimio. It's just that people are going under too much. The purchasing power has gone down and down, despite the fact that in the recent past we saw the drop of I think gas. I mean, when I mean gas, I mean petrol and all that, petroleum products. And then I think the Kenya shilling is about at 134. That is not so bad now. You see, still what makes people feel direct impact on their lives is things that affect them directly.
Okay, on the Kenyan dollar, somebody I heard was asking, it has dropped without an explanation. Like somebody will say, our shilling has gained because we've exported more, or our shilling have gained because we've reduced the things that we are importing. So like there is no economic explanation on why the shilling have gained. And some people are saying that no, this one is what is called manipulation of the shilling, and this manipulation cannot take you can't manipulate it for long. Maybe you can manipulate it shortly, but after a while, or maybe after some 2 months, then it will go back. It will actually be a full blown. So do you think that there's something that we've done economically that warranted that sudden drop that we experienced in our dollar?
I'm not good in the financial, that forex exchange thing, but I think what controls the price of anything is the forces of demand and supply. So maybe we have pumped more dollars, especially in our forex exchange reserves and all that, and that also now You see, that the price of the dollar will come all the way from Kenya. So if we have more dollars circulating, then I mean they're like the price of that dollar is likely to go down. So maybe the government has a way of pumping up the amount of dollars in circulation. Also, I see that other move in the long run that could, if the Kenyan government is committed to that, they could maybe, I like sometimes to be a lot of time to be objective. Maybe they realized that a lot of measures that they took discouraged investors, and one of the measures that can discourage investors, the cost of electricity, the cost of power, the cost of production. And the cost of production is highly influenced by the cost of power. Cost of electricity, cost of fuel, that is gas, petroleum products, will directly affect production, and therefore is likely to discourage investors. Maybe that is a one long-term move that the government has made. We hope they are not playing around with people's mind, like pandisha bei mpaka hapa, irudisha chini mpaka hapa, to gain some temporary reprieve. Now, so I am saying this, that we want to see that happen in the long run. We don't want this kind of flip-flops, changes in the economy and instability. Now, if you're an investor, Mzalendo, Leo, and Buru, if you're watching Kenyan investment from far, and you see the flip-flops of those kind of prices, I think you will still take your time before thinking on where to invest. Now, a sincere thing I would like to say, a lot of time I was thinking about property in Kenya and all that, and maybe a lot of people in the diaspora had come close to come buy property. I don't blame them. I also try to do a lot of stuff. But in the last 12 months, I cannot do that, and I will not do that until further notice, for many reasons. Issues of land prices, land cases, and all that, and the skyrocketing inflation, and the fear that I may not have nothing much to do with my property in future. So if me, a simple Kenyan who doesn't have a lot of money and who may not make massive investments, maybe I only want simple property like any other person. What about those people who want to invest to make incomes in foreign countries? What are they thinking about the possibility of making profits in Kenya with the current cost of production? So if the government decides to lower the cost of power, electricity, they should also look at the bureaucracy that underlies things like importation, taxes, licensing, and all that, and see how they encourage foreign capital investment. Now, that being said, what about these are people with huge income, huge capital, and all that in billions of dollars? But what about the common man? What does the common man want? The common man want measures that directly affect their disposable income. So I am talking about measures that help them access education without much struggle, measures that help them access health services. Now, right now, we are talking about I watched some news. I was watching some debate, I think in KTN and Citizen, about the crisis in the health sector. For real, the health sector is collapsing, and the common man can no longer walk into the hospital to receive treatment. Now, not just because of the doctor's strike, but because of this new NHIF, I don't know what, that Ruto's government has created that is not effective. The hospitals, 400 hospitals shut down NHIF services because they are no longer receive reimbursement. All that, those kind of things, the ineffectiveness. And whenever somebody tells me that Ruto was walking around saying at Ukiripa 300, you can access cancer treatment. We don't want street side declarations. We want structured things that, I am paying 300 and I'm entitled to this kind of services, 1, 2, 3, and it is documented. We don't want street side things and street side declarations. So the common man's life is not changing, it's changing for the worse. Now I'm going to what you talked about, capitation. So if the schools have not received capitation, it means that this school fee will continue increasing and increasing and increasing. So who is paying for the mistakes of our government? It is the common man again. So by the end of these 5 years, Kenyans will be more illiterate. When Kibaki left, he began the universal primary school education. And for once, even the chiefs walked around to arrest people who did not take their children to school. Now, when the Uhuru government came in and Uhuru Ruto government came in, is when they progressed and they began making sure that kids were also going to high school. And I think for around 7-10 years, or close to 15 years, we had a very high, Kenya was one of African countries that had the most number of children that went to primary school and even high school. Now, because a lot of kids could access day school without much struggle, and then for a long time, the government has been doing capitation effectively, let's say almost effectively, without much complaints, until last year, when this government came in, until last year. So
now they did it. I remember 2019, they managed this 100 transition, and even students, I was in primary, and the chief would come to schools and ask you in school that, do you have students who sat for KCP and they've not joined Form 1, until they ensured that all of them were transitioned to Form 1. It was successfully done in 2019. 2020, I was not there, but I think they also did it. So I don't know what happened, what changed this year. I haven't seen that there are so many who've gone to repeat, and I don't know what is wrong.
Yes,
maybe we got the wrong person in the ministry. I have to give it to Matiang'i and Magoha.
It is not the
who managed.
ministry. It is the bulk stops at you. Skiza Leo, kwako. Kama watoto wako ni wachafu, bibi yako tutamlaumu, lakini wewe tutakulaumu zaidi. Kwa sababu even the Bible says the man is the head of the family. Period. So the bulk stops at the presidency. Period. If the cabinet scale is not working, fire him, sack him, kick him out of the cabinet. That is it's very simple to kick him out because you are the appointing authority. So it is not even, it is just Ruto is a one-man show, and he's running all these ministries through his small kitchen cabinet. The Sudi, I think Sudi is one of the most senior person in the kitchen cabinet. So Sudi is one deciding.
That is engineer, not Sudi. Add engineer,
yes,
a prefix before his name.
He's one deciding tutume pesa kwa shule lini, tutume, tusitume. So until last year, Mzalendo, the capitation was effective. And until last year, Kenyan children were receiving supply of textbooks and notebooks of the ratio of 1:1 until last year. What are the priorities of a society? The priorities, even when we acquired independence, the priorities was to fight ignorance and disease. Fight ignorance and disease. The priorities of any government is to provide education and to provide health services and to invest on infrastructure. Hii mambo ingine yote ati affordable housing, that is high class rubbish and nonsense. How many people will live? We are about 50-something million. How many people will live in those affordable houses? They will not even be affordable. The priority, let all Kenyan children go to school. Let every sick person be treated. Unaona, the American health service is kind of very expensive, and you need to have all those insurances. But one other thing I discovered in this country, you can be treated, Leo, without money. You can pay whenever you want. I mean, you cannot walk to a hospital and people chase you because you didn't have money. I don't think that one ever happens in America, even if they need all those insurance covers. Okay, it is not the best. I think Europe has better insurance than America by far, and Canada has a very good one. But what I'm trying to say is that Kenyans, their life has deteriorated, their purchasing power has gone down, and if they cannot take their children to school, that is the worst disaster that is going to happen in the country. But I think I want to conclude by saying that I think Ruto's agenda is to make people ignorant and illiterate so that he can govern more effectively. But my question is, kwani nani anaishi forever? First and foremost, the constitution says 10 years. which means he can only rule to a maximum of 10 years. Secondly, who is going to live forever? Come on. So I want to say like Pastor Ng'ang'a, kuna serikali inakuja. Hatujui ni serikali ya nani that may reverse all these things that they are doing to people. I understand Gachagua won a case of Jomo Kenyatta International, see some land in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Then Ruto is fighting with some people in Naivasha that is his land. Can you believe that? The president is fighting with some people in Naivasha that is his land. So I promise Gachagua and Ruto, the good thing, they will not be there forever. Another president is coming to do the reverse of what they are doing, whether good or bad. Things vitu vichenjanga. Asanteni sana. Wacha nifikishe hapo.
Asante. Naona umerudisha Hillary. I don't know why Hillary is smiling. Though kabla nilete Mzalendo, nilete Jeff na Hillary, there is a concern you've had and you are worried of Baba going, you not celebrating. I just want you to listen to this. I think most Korea responded to that and I assured you people that Baba will still be there. So I'll just play this one shortly, then I'll bring in Mzalendo and the rest will come.
Minutes.
2 minutes.
Professor, go. You said you have a prophecy. You have 2 minutes.
2 minutes.
Prophesy. Where do you see our politics going?
You know, I've seen a lot of people misapply themselves, particularly on this issue of now that my good friend Raila Odinga is headed to the AU. And I'm supporting Raila Odinga to the AU because East Africans, we are not doing very well in terms of global Pan-African leadership. Not at AU, not at our Pan-African financial institutions, African Development Bank, my good friend Adesina, Nigeria. Afriq Bank, the big money people who get money at very concessional rates. Professor Olama, my friend, from Nigeria. Africa Finance Corporation, Mr. Sumeira from Nigeria. So, by the way, 2 things we have to get this year is East Africa. We must get AUC and we must get African Development Bank because Dr. Adesina's term come to an end in May, in 2025. In May, they have an AGM here in Kenya, and Kenya, we are preparing to put a bid. So to have representation of people of the caliber of Raila Odinga in AU is paramount, good for us, good for our politics, good for the place of East Africa. And we will do everything possible to ensure he gets that position. The only problem is that people who have got no bearing of history, they think that Baba is going anywhere. Baba is coming back.
What do you mean?
He will do 2 years.
2027, he'll be there on the ballot.
Yes.
Why?
In fact, I think the t-shirts are ready.
Why do you think so?
Baba is feeding time. These medias are not very easy. So for him to get something productive to do, it's good instead of wasting a good brain.
Why would he want to come back?
Who?
Baba.
Why?
Why would he want to come back?
Because he was not born to be chairman of AUC. He was born to be a politician in national politics.
Okay.
It's like you make me. It's like you make
Do you
me
think
now.
Ruto is aware?
Who?
Ruto, the president.
I think the president is doing something from the genuineness of his heart, and I don't think he's tying this to whatever I want to do with his life. You know, I don't think he's asking what do you want to do with your life. I think he's doing it genuinely. But I've just seen some other, let me call it amateurs, trying to think that Baba is going anywhere. Baba will be on the ballot. And if this time he's going to call it short and maybe give it to another East African to finish for him, Kikwete, as he takes care of some urgent business.
Does he stand a chance of beating you in 2027?
Well, let's say there's going to be a contest. Baba has always his constituencies. He always has his constituency. And it's not the first time he's having a rematch. He had a rematch with Uhuru Kenyatta. Let me just say that a contest with Baba is always a very interesting contest, and a contest you cannot write away and wish away. Put it down somewhere.
Moses Kuria.
Yeah, I think, Julia, that will give you some information. So
Yes,
maybe if you have to respond, then after that, I'll give it to
yes,
Mzalendo to
yes,
proceed.
yes, I will respond. Yeah, Kuria is right. Baba may come back to vie for presidency in 2027, especially because I don't know how Azimio is going to hold without him, and there's going to be a lot of squabbles in ODM for that. That his comeback will complicate the situation because he will be confusing his following. He will have confused his following, and I'm not sure how ODM is going to receive him wholeheartedly. Alafu ati wamweke ati chairman sijui leader of what. Hiyo itakuwa kazi ngumu kwake. Yeah, itakuwa, I don't know, you discuss that later. You tell me how that scenario would unfold. Asante, wacha nifikishe hapo.
All right. Mzalendo, you can proceed. Hillary pia atafute internet.
I think maybe to start from just to mention it, because we had touched on that particular subject. I have listened to the clip again, and what Kuria almost said that Baba was born to be a presidential candidate. Yeah, he didn't say that Baba is likely to win. He said that Baba has got his constituencies. Those constituencies will always vote for him, and they will always beat him. That's what he was trying to say. But in short, but I think the contest will be interesting, just as Julia says. The confusion already is there in Azimio. They don't know who to follow. They don't know what instruction to follow. They are criticizing Ruto's government. Baba is supporting Ruto. He has since then ceased to criticize the government. And very soon, all the Azimio troops will not be criticizing Ruto, especially when he clinches the AU seat. Yeah, that will be a thing of the past. But let me go a bit to what we are discussing on the education sector. You know, education is the most funded sector in Kenya, almost to a tune of 500 billion that goes to the education sector. What most people who don't like Ruto's government keep on putting a blame game on Ruto. When they started the CBC, this was a new system and a new adjustment to the education sector. And remember, there's a lot of politics also that goes on with the education sector. You find a leader coming to your region and starting a secondary school without proper structures. I've seen leaders in where I come from saying that today I've given you as primary school. Then the next day you are seeing structures of a primary school going on and all that. I don't know whether those schools receive funding from the Ministry of Education, but there's a lot of improper planning in the Ministry of Education, and somebody needs to streamline that sector. But I'm glad the minister said that by next week, schools will be receiving those particular funds. What is important is that we are not borrowing any money to fund the education sector. The money is coming from KRA, from us to fund that education. It would be delaying because of collection, but at the end of the day, we are not borrowing from the international community. We are not borrowing from any local bank to fund our education, but we are taking it from the taxes that we pay. That is very important. On the issue of the economy and the way things are played out, I remember in the beginning of the year, Julia would be jumping up and down on the rate of the dollar and how it reached that particular point. When we tried to explain to them that this dollar will come down, they could not get it. Just the same way, they don't get how the fuel has come down by 7 shillings. I am telling you, this president, you're playing to his game. you're playing to his game. The more you criticize him on particular issues, those issues he implements them. By the end of his term, you'll have nothing to talk about. And that is exactly what Baba has realized, and he has taken off to the AU and left it for Kalonzo. If I can go back a bit to what Baba is planning, Baba is planning a Baba while you're away time. So when it comes to the airport, his supporters, enthusiastic supporters, Leo will be lining up at the airport with twigs and all that to clean the road for the next president of the Republic of Kenya. But is Ruto really disturbed by that, or the government of the day is disturbed by that? No, they are not. What they are focused on is service delivery. And I think we've seen it. You have seen it. I called it the other day Rutonomics. It's working so well, and that guy called Kamau Thuge, in charge of central bank, is doing a really good job. When the government is doing a good job, say it is doing a good job. So let us not always come to criticize, especially when things are working. The other day we were criticizing that the dollar imefika 160. Today, when you're being told that the dollar imefika 130, you're busy saying, oh, maybe they did something funny about it. If they did something funny, this is an international exchange rate. International exchange rate, unatuma pesa kutoka Marekani inabadilishwa pande ile, ukituma kutoka Kenya inabadilishwa hivyo na hiyo rate ukikuwa hapa Marekani. So let us not play politics with things that we know very well.
There's a question that somebody might be asking. When the dollar was rising, the president said that the government doesn't have control over that. But now when the shilling is gaining, will the government still say they don't have control over that, or they'll say they've done something?
Now, when the dollar rising has got so many factors that make the dollar rise. Maybe it's because of the war. Maybe it's because of the instability of some or in some particular area. Maybe it's the fall of the market, the dollar market. There are so many things that bring the dollar down, like fuel.
So does the government have control over it? Because I just asked.
Like fuel, you don't have control over the fuel market. You don't really have.
But you've just told them. You've said right now that the president has done something with the fuel, that it has reduced by 7, forgetting that it rose by over 70.
When the president was telling you that this is a product that is controlled by OPEC, he was telling you, don't control it, but we have put measures that will not see it go beyond a certain rate. When they are telling you the dollar, we will bring it down because we have pushed measures that will not make it go beyond a certain rate. Today, the central bank governor is telling you the dollar by the end of the year will be trading at 115. We will not still believe it. Yeah, will you believe it? No, you won't believe it. But he has said it himself that, with the measures that we have put, the dollar will be trading at 115. So sometimes it's about the policies that the guy who is there is putting that ensures that we have stability in our currency. So we can bring a lot of politics in it to maybe gain something, but at the end of the day, when the government is doing well in some areas, let us give it credit.
Muzarani,
Yes.
I would like you to go back to your Google and look up the price of gas before Ruto took over and after he took over. And then you see we shot up and then went down. So we experienced a high level of inflation when Ruto took over. And now he's kind of going back to not exactly where we were. So we cannot give him much credit because he's one. It is in his time that we experience these prices. Yeah, it is in his time. It is not that he found the prices high and brought them down. He's the same. It is during his time that we have experienced these skyrocket prices of fuel. Now, the other thing that you are talking about, that politics in education, first I want to correct you. The fact that an MP pronounces a school does not mean the school is registered by the Ministry of Education. So they never do that unless it is registered by the Ministry of Education. Secondly, the current system of education is not demanding capitation because the children joined the same schools as they were. So the capitation was not increased. The children did not go to secondary schools. The children joined the same primary school where they were going. So that, and then you have also said, yeah, it is true. The government of Kenya budgets, makes a very big budget for education, but the problem is not the budgeting. The problem is the meeting the demands of the budget. So they budget and they do not provide the finances. That budget has always been there. But the previous government have successfully succeeded to provide capitation without the schools complaining. So what the people of Kenya may be asking themselves, why this government is not able to do so, and why we cannot put our priorities right. If our children cannot go to school, that is a failing government, period. If the people cannot access health services, that is a failing government, period. If we do not have proper look at the infrastructure, the roads that Uhuru started, they have stopped. Niliona Ruto juzi akisema, akirudi huko Mount Kenya akisema ati hata hii barabara ya Mau Mau tutaanza kuiendeleza. Why did they stop in the first place? What I'm trying to say is that charity begins at home. However much ukienda huko kwako useme mnaniona kwangu uchumi imenikalia sijui nini, if your children are not eating, if your children do not have a good shelter, and the others can do the same, can provide for their families, then nobody will care. They just call you the failure. So if 1 year ago the schools were getting their capitation in time, 1 year ago the price of fuel was not where it was 2 days ago. Okay, so we don't care whether it was Uhuru or it was Moi or whoever it was. By the way, for your information, the presidency, whoever is the president, people really never care whoever is the president, the common man. After election, they just go on to their own business. They only care whether they can take their children to school, whether they can feed their children. So if for instance, Ruto made education affordable, and we don't have this thing of university students not going to school because they could not afford to go, because help has been changed, mara waende kwa chief, mara sijui kuna scholarship sijui ni ya nani. Let me tell you, even if he maintained just the status quo, I'm telling you, nobody will care whether it is Ruto or Baba the president, if people can access to begin with, what they were accessing before. Then later they can say, make it better than the previous person. But now to begin with, their life is worse off than Uhuru's time. So whether Uhuru was good or bad or corrupt or what, they will say, when Uhuru was there, our children could go to school. You know, they'll say, when Uhuru was the president, NHIF could pay for 1, 2, 3. So it doesn't matter who Uhuru was, whether Uhuru was a dummy or what, ama mlevi. In fact, squeeze watu wameanza kusema afadhali kumlevi kuliko mtu wa God. Wacha nifikishie hapo.
Well, asante sana. I think I'm in a political rally.
Asante sana is okay.
Are you practicing that?
Yeah, I'm thinking that I'm in a political rally, so nasema asante sana mheshimiwa. Hebu tuendelee na na ile hayo umesema. And maybe Jeff Mburu can say something. Jeff, if you're there.
Thank you, Mr. Mzalendo. I don't know where to start. We have spoken so many things. But nipe dakika moja nipunguze nini iko hapa. Kuna mashini hapa inanipiga upepo kali sana.
I can see Jeff is already enjoying summer. Ameweka mafan hapo, anapigwa na upepo.
So, Mr. Mzalendo, yes, I am back. So, I was listening to my good friend, Julia, and Julia has said that people are disrespecting the president. That is why they are shouting down their leaders in the presence of the president. But I haven't seen anyone directing the shouting to the president himself. And the president has no control over the local politics. So I want to let Julia and other people who think that people have any problem with the president. Those are normal things that we see all the time. And now there is supremacy battles of people trying to show who is who and who is having popularity in their regions. So I don't think there is any problem that people are sending message to the president that they are not happy with the president. I don't think so. And if it is so, I am yet to see it that way. And Julia has talked of the president and has said that President William Ruto is not competent enough to handle the government. And I was asking myself, my sister, if William Ruto is not competent, then who is competent? Because when we are comparing, we need to compare with the relevant other. Who is the better option that we have as the nation of Kenya? Do we have another person who could have been better than William Ruto? Because William was competing with Raila Odinga. Is Raila more competent than Ruto? Because when we talk of competence, we talk of professionalism. I think President William Ruto is a professional. We think of efficiency. We think of organization. We think on punctuality. Competence is a component of so many factors combined together, the ability to do things the way they are supposed to be done. And I want to remind Kenyans that governing a nation is not easy. And most especially, if you have received leadership from a disorganized, let me not say disorganized president, but if you receive a dilapidated economy, like the one William Ruto received, it is not easy to govern. If you have ever gotten an opportunity to rise to any position of leadership, even at the organizational level, maybe at the workplace, and you go and you be told this is your office, now start working. My friend, I can tell you it is not easy. If it is very hard to start working in a company, how hard or how more harder is it to organize a government? And already we can start seeing the fruits. I'm wondering if we never got somebody like William Ruto, if it were other people receiving an economy of 9 trillion shillings debt, I don't know where they would have started. An economy where people were given subsidies that were not paid for. I don't know where some people would have started. So let us give credit where credit is due. I see it is not even 2 years, but William Ruto has been in a position to put down the required human resource structures, the required offices. He has already put down foundation of what he wants to do. And I know very soon people will come to understand that William Ruto is a gift that we have as the nation of Kenya. So I want to touch on an aspect of education because Julia has said, I'm just responding to some things that Julia has said. Julia has said that a good government educates its people, provides health, and therefore houses are not important. And I want to agree with you. Education is very important. Health is very important. Just as houses are very, very important. You cannot do one thing while neglecting the other. When we are talking of the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, we talk of clothing, we talk of houses, and other things. So house is one of the basic needs of human beings. So you cannot neglect how people live and where people live, what kind of standard. When people live in slums, you put them in risk of being unhealthy people. That is why most of them get sick, because of the environment they live, because of drainage, stagnation of water, and so many other factors. But when you uplift the standard of living, you see that if people live in a clean environment, you reduce sicknesses and such kind of other things. So the moment you solve the housing problem, you are solving also the health problem and many other things. It also means if you have affordable housing, the money you are taking to houses, many people will also divert that money to schools. So you see, one thing leads to the other. So as much as we want to say education is important, of which I agree, and I continue to request the government to continue putting more effort on education, let us also agree that affordable housing is also very, very important. I have heard something which was touched on Ruto, that there is a battle of a lad, I don't know where, in Naivasha, and Gachagua is also having a case of a lad in Kenya. I want to say this: nobody is above the law in Kenya today. And it is very hard today for anybody to think that he can just take someone's land. We have courts that are working, the judicial system is working, and today Kenyans are more enlightened. So let us see, because also the president can be, and I am not trying to defend anything, the president has been a citizen of Kenya. He can also be conned just like other people. The deputy president the same. Many people in Kenya today, they're having land cases, including myself, because of how things used to happen previously. I'm just hoping maybe things have changed. So most people, if you don't have a land case in Kenya, then you must be very, very, very lucky. And the president and the deputy president are part of that society which has been so corrupt. So we can only say, or what I normally tell people, don't put your leaders into the court of public opinion, that because you are a leader, you should not have a case. Because you are a leader, you should not have a dispute. Does it mean if somebody claims what is mine, I should not say it's mine so that I'm not called corrupt? We have seen land cases even with the churches, nano-evangelism, Jesus is a life ministry. So Kenya has a big problem when it comes to land, and therefore we give people equal chances to be heard. Ruto is not a judge. They will appear before the court, and the court will determine through the documentation who owns what in Kenya. Yeah, let me touch on the issue of Baba. The Moses Kuria clip which was put by Leo. Moses Kuria has said what we have been saying here, that there is a very high possibility that Baba might come back after 2 years and contest for the position of the presidency in Kenya. There is that possibility. But as for me, the advice I can give to Baba, there is no need. We normally say that a good leader knows, not a good leader, but a good dancer knows when to exit the stage. The most dignified way of exiting active politics for Raila Odinga is by going for that position, embrace that position, and do work, just work very hard and show what you hold dearly as a leader. If you wanted to unite Kenya, unite Africa. If you wanted to develop Kenya, develop Africa. I mean, this is a chance for Baba to show really who he is. So I would not support him to come back and run for the president, because even the Bible says that a wise person is able to number his days. Baba is 80 years, or he's something like that. So why should he be competing with Babu Owino? I mean, he should now exit the stage, prepare the younger generation to take from him. And that's how I see it. But in the event that he decides that he is going to run, remember, he won't have enough time to campaign. And he'll be humiliated again. He is likely to enter in the Guinness Book of Records as someone who tried many times to become the president, and he failed, because that is going to be the 7th time. Do we want that humiliation for the president? I know many people would wish Baba to exit politics in the most dignified way, and the most dignified way is by going for the position and working without turning back to say, I must become the president of Kenya. He has tried, and remember, Baba has achieved. He rose even to the position of becoming the prime minister of Kenya. Baba has achieved. He has been running the most organized party in Kenya, which has existed for many, many years. So to a larger extent, he has achieved what many people have not achieved. And therefore, I would advise that he don't come back and run for the position of the presidency. And if really he want to compete with William Ruto, let him not go to AU, so that he can start organizing himself now. Otherwise, if he goes to AU and come back to run, he's gonna be humiliated again. That is what I can say for now.
I think Leo has stepped out for a cup of coffee. I'll be your moderator for the time being. I'll try as much as I can not to be biased. I will start with you, Julia. What would be your priorities what would be Azimio's priorities if they got government?
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Before I answer, you want to ask Mburu maybe one or two questions, some questions that can just answer me.
Yes.
How many houses do you think this affordable house is going to construct? Do you have some kind of data?
The projection is 250,000 houses per unit per year.
Per year. Okay. What is the cost of one unit?
I remember there was a time we were trying to put down the figures, and we did that.
Mm-hmm.
I may not have the numbers right now, unless you want me to start putting them down again.
Maybe an approximate value, like kind of, if I was to buy that house, how much do you think I would spend? Just not something that is very accurate.
You know, if you have any information, I can't remember those figures.
Okay,
maybe you can give us. You can go ahead and give us your figures, maybe as I pull down the information again.
But I'm just wondering how Kenyans will benefit from that housing, and then
Yes.
I'm just wondering. This is the question. Maybe you could figure out the explanation. And where is the source of funding? The same Kenyans are funding these houses. and therefore they are disposable. If the government was building houses using finances from other sources, not taxing Kenyans from me or asking Kenyans to fund that, then I think that is a project inaweza kuwa ya bashishi, kwamba hii serikali hata baada ya kutupelekea watoto shule walijenga hizi nyumba na kuna watu wamesaidika, and then I would expect that they would possibly give out those houses at very subsidized rates, because they are meant to help those who cannot afford. But one, I don't think the rates will be subsidized. Secondly, it's the same people funding this, so the government is using their disposable income to build houses. In fact, the government is doing business with the money of the people. Now, we are about 51 million Kenyans, so I don't know whether even half of those millions would benefit from those houses. Where else, education, if made accessible, will benefit all the 51 million Kenyans. So if we are to place housing and education, then from my own point of view, now to answer Mzalendo, I am now calling you Mgatana, I'm very sorry, I apologize. Mzalendo, education is a first priority, especially in an economy like Kenya. You know, the countries, I think you are in the US, unajua hizi nyumba zinaitwa wanaizitanga section 8 or something. I think the rent is paid by the government. I stand to be corrected, or part of the rent. I don't know how that works. But I know that people who live in those houses are people who are struggling with their income, so the government supports them. Those kind of projects are awesome. They are kind of socialist projects, and it makes people live a decent life, which otherwise they could not live if the government did not come in to support them. But if you look at the American government, even before going to those socialist policies, one thing they have made sure that their children are in school, whether rich or in poor, from kindergarten to high school. They have made sure, whether you have to pick them with buses or do whatever you want to do, they have made sure their children are in school, they give them breakfast and they give them lunch. So before even deciding that who cannot afford the house, who is sleeping under the bridge, who is doing what, the first thing the Americans have done, and I think any serious government will do, is to make sure that their children are in school. But the government of Kenya is doing things upside down. Mara, Ruto ndiye huyo tunajenga affordable. On the other side, the doctors are on strike. We don't have doctors in the hospital. The other side, head teachers complain that tuna pesa ya kuran shule. You people, you are the ones feeling this government is rightfully there and should be. Don't we have some technocrats that can sit with the boss and write down priorities and find out how to meet these priorities? Let me tell you, Mburu and Mzalendo, I promise you, if Ruto was meeting the Kenyan priorities like education and health, nobody even care about that Baba. Baba is not, people really, common man is not affected directly by whoever the president is. Even when people come here saying that Wakikuyu akuwe president, mimi na Mzalendo, we are just the same. Because Gachagua doesn't know me, Gachagua doesn't know Mzalendo, unless Gachagua is your friend Mzalendo. But I want to assume that Gachagua doesn't know you Mzalendo, just the way he doesn't know me. So whether Gachagua keeps saying ati serikali ni yetu, sisi ni shareholders, me and Buru, unless Buru is Gachagua's relative, we are the same. We have to pay children for education for our children. We have to do what Mzalendo is doing, make ends meet. So what I'm trying to say is this, that if Ruto and Gachagua looked at things the way some of us look at them and decide that now I hope I'm answering Mzalendo, let us put our priority right. A good government, should say these are our priorities. Eradicate ignorance. That is education. Now, think about how our people can walk into the hospital. Any person, rich or poor, chokora, can walk into the hospital and provide and get treatment. Now, what are the steps towards that? Number one step is equipping our hospitals. with medicine and with enough human resources, and then having the right structures and facilities for our hospitals. Number 3 is to find out, do we need an insurance cover that everybody can afford? Do we do like pooling? Previously, NHIF was doing pooling of resources. Pooling of resources is such that those who are not employed were paying $500, 500 shillings, but those who are employed were paying more according to their income. But these people, I think, I am not sure, I stand to be corrected, would access the same kind of services. Because I know somebody who was only paying $500 and could afford to use the same card in Kijabe Mission Hospital, which means the card was covering a lot of things for people. And that person, when it was a very close relative, I don't know, discuss who, but when she had to go for things like MRI in places like German hospital, the same card was used and paid for that person over 50,000 Kenya shillings. That was more 2 years ago. So what I would like to say is that NHIF, even if people are paying 500, was working effectively. Okay. Now, right now, we don't seem to have a clear direction what is working effectively. We need to hear that. And then we need to hear who to take steps. We want him. You cannot be in status quo and keep telling us that in Ripata Serikali Mesota. For how long he's going to tell us that nonsense? That is high-class nonsense. We want him. And remember, the government depends on recurrent, works with income and recurrent income and recurrent expenditure. So we are expecting the taxes is correcting to be used effectively. We will not keep on saying, ati tulipata hakuna pesa kwa treasury. Which government keeps money in treasury? I don't think any government keeps money in treasury to be used. They work on income coming, income going out. So we want him to see how he's using the available tax, if that's what Mzalendo you are saying. Now, and you want him and his people to sit down and lay down our needs. Our needs are our children going to school, are all our high school graduates who qualify to join the university, have they all joined the university? Have they been funded? Now, status quo, the children were going to school by help. Government-sponsored students were paying 16,000 for school fees. Right now, how much are they paying? How much are they paying? You people look up. They are students paying to the tune of 500,000. Who will afford 500,000? How much? Just 1 year ago, Kenyans were paying 16,000 shillings for their university education, and they had help for their loan to cover their boarding allowances and all that, their boarding demands and all that, because the government had put structures on how to meet that education. Now, somebody said there was waste in the university. If there was waste, curtail the waste. Fight the corruption in the universities. The corruption is such as the fact that the government was funding students in private universities that they didn't need to fund, and the students could have been put in public universities. So that is the kind of corruption this government needs to curtail. Now, do you think the head teachers are misusing the resources? If the answer is yes, curtail the corruption in our high schools. Let the Minister of Education work and has his people work. Curtail that corruption in our schools. So that at the end of these 3, 4, 5 years, we can say our children can go to school without us struggling to take them to school. We can access health services. Our roads are good. They may not be the best, but we can drive from Kinangop to Marikiti to sell our products. If we can say that, I tell you, Mkatana and Buru, nobody will care whether it is Ruto or Baba Vine. Because the common man really never benefits directly from a president. We only benefit when he puts the right priority. So the priorities should be education, and then should make sure Kenyans can have enough food. How do we do that? Kenya is an agricultural economy. Create agricultural projects such as, they had good projects. The Uhuru Ruto projects were awesome, which were never implemented. The dams that they were supposed to construct, the Kimorel Arol dam they were supposed to construct. Now, if you go to Mwea, I happened to have visited Mwea some time back, and I was mesmerized to see that Mwea has canals, those created rivers that they use for irrigation. And I kept asking myself that suppose we harvest water in these places where we don't have enough water, and then create irrigation schemes and just make sure we can feed our people. That could be a second priority. I mean, first or second priority. Feed our people, take our children to school, and make sure people can access good education. And then we can talk about infrastructure, good roads. And then we talk about, do they have electricity? Do people have electricity? And do people have clean water? Period. That will be enough. Then after talking about those things, then we can say, now we need better houses. So if we decide, do people have enough food? Do we create enough irrigation projects? Are we feeding our people? Okay, number one. Number two, are our children going to school without struggle? Can people access health services? Now, do we have roads to access our homes, to access hospitals, to access markets? Okay. Do we have electricity in our homes, and do we have clean water? Now we can now say, okay, let us now build good houses, affordable houses. So that is the kind of a government, Mzalendo, I would like to see, that puts down priorities. But as long as these priorities look upside down, however much nyinyi watu mkituimbia ati Ruto anajenga nyumba, ni nyumba atanipatia ama nyumba nitaishi. But if I'm here and my relatives are telling me, hey, Julia, itama tu kulipa fee, nakwambia I'll be singing Ruto. I won't even care Ruto is what. I'll be saying Ruto is a president. My relatives called me, children can go to school. Our children, they can, without much struggle. But now here tumeka hapa mimi Mzalendo na wewe na bro tunalipa fee. Hata we are paying fee left and right. For this person. Juu unakaa hapo kwa nyumba yako, unaona uko na nyumba mzuri, unafikiria kuna mtoto hataenda shule Monday na niko hapa. Hey Julia, do something. So when I think I need to do something, I remember that we have a government that is not doing its work. That is my response, Mzalendo.
Well, thank you very much, Julia. I think we'll just get into the debate, and your understanding of this housing is quite skewed. That you are looking at it like not a necessity, and education is more important. The government cannot neglect one sector and work on another sector. And you are comparing the Biden American housing sector. If you watched the Biden speech when he was addressing what was it, the town hall? Was it a town? No, it was not a town hall. He was addressing some congregation of congressmen, and housing was a priority. And he said it very, very clearly. We need to bring the cost of housing down, and the cost of housing down can only be brought up by government constructing more houses and lowering the deposit that you pay, the deposit that you pay when you want to buy a home in America. So he's offering $10,000 for middle-income earners to get a tax reprieve or to get some kind of money when they're paying taxes. To get maybe $10,000 to buy homes, to put in as you call it what, the closing. Mburu, help me here. The closing cost.
Closing costs, yeah.
Yeah, the closing cost when you're buying a home. So he has already put up those measures. It is going to in front of Congress, and they will be debating about it. What Ruto is doing is exactly what the first world is doing. And is he going?
Alendo, I ask you and Buru, can you tell me two things about those houses? First, tell me what is the cost of one unit of house, and how many Kenyans do you expect benefit from that? That is
I was getting there. The houses are costed this way. They are costed in meters. Per meter, is about 42,000 Kenyan shillings. 42,000 Kenyan shillings. That is per meter. That's how those houses are being costed. It's 42,000 Kenyan shillings. How many Kenyans are going to afford them? These houses are in so many units. There are bed sitters, there are studios, there are 3-bedroom houses. I would not expect you, Julia, to live in a studio house. So who is expected to live in a studio house that is costing 800,000 shillings? 800,000 shillings if you pay.
Just stop
What?
there. How many Kenyans afford 800,000 Kenya shillings?
Many Kenyans can afford 800,000 shillings.
In which heaven are you living? How many common man? I'm talking a common man mwenye mshahara yake anajipita 10,000. Who can afford 800,000 Kenya shillings? Even a teacher who's in Nagusari cannot afford that. That's what I'm trying to say. You people, you and your government think upside down. I'm sorry to say this. It is very few Kenyans who can afford that 800,000 Kenya shillings. Not even 800,000, even your 42,000 shillings unasema. Talk about giving them free. Akisema ni free, hiyo
Hakuna, you see, you want free things and you don't want to pay taxes. Free things only come when you pay
Why
taxes.
is he asking us to pay for that?
Yeah, well, you only have to pay taxes so that you get the services for free.
He's asking for the house levy.
Yeah, he's asking for the house levy so that you finance these houses.
Apana. Mzalendo,
yeah, which government will give you a house for free? Niambie nchi gani?
Very good. There's no house for free. Very few Kenyans can afford. Then now we disqualify it for being a priority, period. In a place where people are going hungry and not going to school and dying of sicknesses, that is foolishness. Talk about houses. I'm sorry, Mzalendo, it's utter foolishness to talk about houses. In a country where people are going hungry,
did Kenyans start going hungry during Ruto's tenure, or houses? Did they start? Did the government start building them just yesterday?
No.
Did Kenyatta build affordable housing?
Yes, he was not asking us for money. That's the difference.
How?
He was not asking for money. He was not. And
okay.
He was not. And
how are houses in Umoja built? Do you know? Do you know how? Do you know how? Okay, can you tell me the houses that you know in Nairobi or anywhere that were built by government?
Let me say, I don't know. I'll be lying if I know how the number of houses that were built.
No. The areas, not the areas. They're common. You'd know them.
But what I'm sure of, they were not asking for money from Kenyans.
That is where you go wrong.
No.
That is where you know it is important when you don't know something, then you are told this is what happened.
Because tell me how the money was asked. Go ahead.
You see, civil servants, like houses in Buruburu. You see those houses in Buruburu and those houses in Umoja, they were nearly built at the same time. Buruburu phase 1, phase 2. And then the houses that you see in Umoja Estate, they were nearly built at the same time. What was the target? The target were the middle class earners then who work in the civil servants. What were the options? You were deducted money from your salaries. But the only difference, and this is where maybe we only agree, is that it was optional. It was optional if you were working in the civil service. It was optional. And how much were they paying? They were paying between 200 Kenyan shillings to 80 Kenyan shillings. Was it affordable? It was not. Was it a priority to my father? It was not, because he said, listen, he said, Nairobi walikuja kufanya kazi. They have got rural homes. The same argument that some of you are peddling, that people don't need these houses. Do I need a house in the rural area? It is the same argument, but you are not looking at the population growth, and urbanization. So some of these towns that you think that are going to be small in the next 5 years, just like the same way, Julia, in your village where you come from, that small center, it is never the same from the time you were growing up as a small girl. So much has changed. So much has changed in it. Are there demands even in your small village center for houses? Yes, there are demands. Why? Because there are teachers who have come to teach in those local schools and they need housing. And what have the locals done? They have built houses for them so that they can rent. They have built houses for those teachers who are teaching in the primary schools in your village. They live in the center and they have built those houses. But during the time of my mother, who was a teacher, you used to have teachers' quarters. They used to have primary schools used to have teachers living in the schools used to have houses for teachers. Mwalimu akipata transfer anapata akona nyumba. Even in the secondary schools, why do you think that there are those houses in boarding schools for teachers, principals, na nani zimejengwa? But are they enough? They are not enough, because the population is increasing and the teachers are now going to live in with the locals in whatever center that they can live in. So this issue of saying that we don't need houses, we don't need what, but what are the ripple effect of housing? The ripple effect is that when these centers, like for example, Yugi's town, when these centers are built, when these houses are built, the teacher who was renting a house for 5,000 shillings can go and rent a bed sitter for 800 or for 2,000 bob that he or she pays monthly from the government. You don't look at the mathematics.
Before you got to that, those who paid the house for the house, those like your days of your parents are the ones who are given the houses. Silvio, now why is it everybody to pay the houses for the houses? Why is he making a group thing? No, that is not fair. So what I'm saying, okay, I want maybe to soften my stand and say houses, having the issue of houses is a good thing. But if you're talking about the issue of houses and you're making everybody pay for that, reducing their purchasing power, at the same time, you're not making other services available for them, then they will not see any good thing with that houses. You see, like if you talk about other governments that afford to do those things, the taxation thing, high ratings, those countries is very high. Even in America, I think the tax is very, very high, extremely high. But if you look around, you see the benefits of that tax. So usually Americans may say their tax is high, but really the benefits are there.
Yeah, exactly. The benefits are there, but you see, each and every time we are comparing American system with the Kenyan system, like you go to the education sector, the education sector is funded by the local authority and the federal government.
Yes.
They fund. Plus, they look at the health budget. The health budget is also funds education because students are treated in schools. So it is a whole funding of coming from different sectors. When they can't meet it, they push the taxes up. So if Biden was in a country like Kenya, he would not be electable. Never.
No, I think the main thing is, like in Kenya, Zalendo, is first the fridge, the waste of public resources is very high. So if a person came in and wants to succeed in Kenya, should just address that is number one, the wastage of public resources. Maybe just to proceed with this debate so that we are not stuck to the debate thing. You know, it's like debating father is better than mother. I want to suggest this. I want to suggest what you are saying. A good government that prioritizes is education, the education of the people. Now, if I'm looking at Ruto's government trying to give him the benefit of doubt, I would like to conclude this, that the baggage on him is too big. Alafu kwanza ameingia serikali and he didn't come in to change the status quo of waste of public resources. I think at first time, Ruto, Gachagua, and team had the wrong notion of running a government. They had this notion that kwamba kuna pesa mingi. That is why even before we finished praying for them, when they were sworn in, Gachagua was already saying that hakuna pesa. They had this notion kwamba tumeangukia pesa, tumeangukia. Sasa ni wakati wa kujilipa, tulitumia pesa nyingi kwa campaign, bra 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 bra. And then when he was having his cabinet, he was appointing his cabinet, he didn't look at, he didn't sit to think, okay, I have won through whichever means, all right? And I've been sworn by the Chief Justice as the President of the Republic of Kenya, period. Now I'm the head of state. Now, nimepewa, sijui kama waliangalia waka, I don't know whether they looked at it and so, or did they wake up the next morning and found that they had such a huge responsibility. If they woke up the next morning and found they had a such responsibility, they should have sat down to decide who will give me results. And I want results. They should have looked at Uhuru's government. Ruto amefanya kazi na Uhuru. Na ukweli anajua why they didn't succeed here, why they didn't succeed there. Okay? So, because he knows all that, then he could have come in to do better. He could have come in to decide, hey, na uko tulitupa mbao. So that now I have to do something better. Now, he could have said, Ministry of Education, we didn't do this right. Ministry of this, we didn't do this right. Ministry of, we didn't do this right. We can do better. Okay, we did it right, but we can do better. So, angekaa chini, afikirie kabisa, even those sycophants, hata kama wanataka, they want rewards, he would have put them, give them some rewards elsewhere. I don't think Ruto has shortage of people with brains. I think he knows many people that have brains, and he knows people that could perform. Those are the kind of people he'd have opted to work with. But instead, and Yeuyo akona Aisha Juma. Today I saw people attacking Aisha Juma. I don't know why they're attacking Aisha Juma only. She's not the only one. Is this because she's a woman? And Yeuyo Kuria spends his time. Kuria can perform, but Kuria spends too much time fighting foolish fights. He could have just sat down to decide who to work with. And I'm sure he would have found the right people to work with. He could even have swallowed his pride to work with people that he thought performed in Ruto government. You know, sincerely, you can look at people and you decide, hata kama hakunipenda, this guy was performing. And then he could have sat down to decide. So I don't want wastage of public resources, because I think seriously what this government is going through is that pesa haitoshi kabisa, and hata saa zingine si ati serikali haitaki, pengine I'm trying to give them the benefit of doubt. Some people will come here and tell me, no, Julia, stop that. Ruto has all the money to fly left and right. He has flown over so many countries since he became president. I think that was excitement. That was why he was flying all over the country. Ni kama aliangukia wakaambia na Rachel, hey, tuingie ndege tuingie fulani. That is, maybe the excitement is down now. So now that the excitement is down, and I think he's done enough with traveling, he can decide and say, now, I need to do the right thing. I don't want waste of public resources. Now, Kai aweke priorities, but seemingly, I think even he doesn't have enough resources. That is why he has to keep throwing money left and right. That is why pesa ya capitation haitoshi. That is why saa zingine anataka kujenga nyumba kufurahisha wananchi. Maybe he even wants to make money out of those houses. You know, we can imagine all sorts of things about him. So he starts in them. Then he remembers, I need to do this. End of month ikifika, Ruto pengine akona stress kwa sababu sijiona anamwambia hakuna pesa, anaambiwa hatuna mshahara ya kulipa fulani watagoma, na kuna mshahara ya kulipa fulani watagoma, madaktari ndio hao wamegoma. So this guy is operating, I think, in a crisis. That is what I think. But he should call himself a meeting and call another meeting with Gachagua, and then call another meeting with the cabinet and decide the end of wastage of public resources has come. Let us now work for the next 3 years. If he doesn't do that, Mzalendo and Buru, this guy will run into crisis every now and then, and we shall not stop saying, when Uhuru was there, our children went to school. When the drunk was there, we shall start saying, better drunk, badala ya mtu wa God.
Sawa, better the drunkard Uhuru badala ya mtu wa God. Better tukuwe na madeni za Uhuru na tukose kulipa na tuendelee, serikali iendelee. That's what you're
Yes.
saying.
Is that then in my bank account? My children were going to, okay, I won't say my children directly. The children of the people I help were going to school. So who cares?
Yeah,
Do you think that then?
yeah, you see, at the end of the day, you'll still pay. Mburu, come in.
Yes. Thank you, Mzalendo and Julia. Sometimes the politics around almost everything in Kenya becomes very hard. But I want to say this: there is no better time to do what is right. We are all in agreement that housing is a big problem in Kenya. And the fact that the president, and not just this president, President Uhuru Kenyatta and William Ruto, they had sat down and they identified this as a huge challenge to the people of Kenya. The cost of living starts with housing. How much do you pay every month for the house that you live in? That makes everything very difficult in Kenya. And they identified this as a huge challenge to the people of Kenya. And they started a plan on how to resolve this one issue. For me, I'm saying there is no better time to do what is right. There is no time we will say that now we have enough, now we can now start taxing people to build houses. I want to take you back, Julia, to the time of Mwai Kibaki. You have said that doctors are going to strike, teachers are striking. I want to tell you, because you were still there, just reflect back and see where we are coming from. We had never witnessed many strikes than we witnessed during the time of Mwai Kibaki. Doctors were striking. Teachers were striking. Even during Uhuru's time, we still had the same challenge. But as a president, you have to remain focused and know what you promise to the people. If William Ruto does not perform as he promised in his manifesto, we will be the first people in 2027 to say he is a liar, just like we have been singing how he lied during Jubilee's time. That he made so many promises, we call him the promise man, because he made so many promises during Uhuru's time, and the promises, some of them were not fulfilled. And now we want to say how bad this project is, so that we can continue to say that Ruto is a liar. Amidst challenges, a good leader remains focused to what he wants to achieve. And that is what the president is doing. We had a challenge with the bill, and to a greater extent, the bill has succeeded. Many people had said that the houses will be stopped, and we see that this is a dream that will come true in Kenya. Already under the government of William Ruto, new fresh houses, 36 million, not that 6 million, but that 36 units, that 6,000 units have already been initiated. And many houses that Uhuru left incomplete, they are still ongoing. Those houses that are being built under William Ruto's government, right now we are talking of over 100,000 young people or Kenyans working in the site directly, and so many other people supplying materials. So, Julia, as we talk about the affordable housing, we are talking of job employment, job of our people, of our young people, who will be assured of work. For if God will be gracious enough to William Ruto and he rules for 10 years, these people will at least have hope for 10 years that they will be having food on the table every day because of this project. So as much as we are trying to resolve the housing problem, we are also trying to give hope to our young people before the economy can stabilize. The economy right now, not just the economy of Kenya, globally, because of what we went through, the pandemic process and the wars, the world wars that are continuing, the economy of the world is stagnating. The economy is staggering. Even here in America, we feel the pinch. I was telling somebody today, people don't know how many taxes we pay in America. Today I went to pay my property tax. And when they did the calculation, I felt like falling down. After paying the property tax, then you go, you pay for if you are registering a car, you pay for the tags, and then you know, we always pay when we are doing the tax returns, especially for the people who are not in W-2. We pay so many taxes, and that's why even people are so Americans are complaining about the hardship that are going through. So it is not Kenya, it is not just Kenya which is having this problem. But does it mean because we are in this problem, so nothing should continue? We should stop everything and just focus on education and health. Then after 5 years, we will not be telling people have been educating your children and have been paying your health. People will ask, what can we see? What did you do? Did you build our roads? Show us the hospital that you built. People want to see things physically. Where are the houses you promised? So remember, when we are talking of this housing project, it is not only Ruto that is contemplating about it. This has been brainstorming in the entire government, from the executive to the parliamentarians, to the judiciary. Everyone has been involved to discuss and to ensure that this project is done in a manner that is right. So I want to say, at no time shall we say that we have enough money to do this housing project. And the fact that William Ruto has stood his ground and has said we must do it, that is what a leader is supposed to do. We complained so much during the time of Kibaki. We even sang the song of Unga. I wish I am a good singer. But I remember Muigai and Kiheko sang to Kibaki, a Kikuyu song, where they were saying they want Uga, they don't want anything else. And they were showing how corrupt and how uncaring the president was. But today, every leader, including those in opposition, when they start, they praise Kibaki. They say how good he was, because Mwai Kibaki remained focused to do what he intended to do as per his manifesto or his government manifesto. And let nobody deceive you that any government you come and resolve all people's problems. It is you come, you do what you had intended to do or what you planned to do, then you leave the stage, and then Julia will come, form her government, do what she can do. Time comes, she leaves the stage to the next person. That is how governments operate. So we have seen previously that amidst challenges, things are supposed to continue because the right things must be done. So you said that we should not complain about Uhuru and how he left the economy. We are not saying that there was no money in the treasury. That is not the point the government is raising. The big problem is, as much as there is no money saved in the treasury of Kenya, the debt that was left was uncontrollable, was very high. And you remember, even the parliament had tried to tell the government of Uhuru Kenyatta, this is now too much. IMF talked about it and told Kenya, now you are going, too far in as far as borrowing is concerned. Not only that, you can borrow, but did Kenya get the value of their money? We borrowed the debt, which, remember, we are still paying the debt. So he borrowed some debts within these 10 years, and the government was paying, but the balance which he left for the now William Ruto to pay is 9 trillion. How much did he inherit from Kibaki? Kibaki did a lot during his tenure, but when he was leaving, the debt of Kenya was not even 2 trillion. It was 1.9, around 1.9. You can imagine from 1.9 to 9 trillion. Yes, we built the SGR, the experts, the analysts, the economists, the statisticians. They did the study. They said that the price was highly inflated. Yes, we built roads. They did the study, and they said that the prices were highly inflated. So it is not about just borrowing, but was Uhuru government having prudent use of money? Or we are paying for the money that went into the pockets of people? And that is where the problem is. The problem is not that Mzalendo, Kenya has debt. The problem is, where did the money go? Because the experts are saying we were paying up to 3 times more than we were supposed to pay for the same houses. That is the big problem that Kenya is having. So, and I keep on saying this. William Ruto, if the government of William Ruto want to help Kenyans, they are supposed to hold the bull by its horn and say, we want to know what happened. Yes, we overborrowed. Where is the money? Even the controller of budget said that she was being forced to release the money. Now the big problem I'm having with the government of William Ruto, why are they quiet? Why is it that no investigation has been launched to make the follow-up to ensure? I don't know anyway, but Mzalendo, I don't know who will help Kenya, because there has been a complaint. Yes, the debt is very high. We did get the value of our money, but nobody is being put to account. Where is the money for Kenya? Yes, Kenya is broke. People must pay high taxes to pay, but are we paying for the money that maybe that money is lying in individuals' banks? That is the problem I'm having. So, just to conclude on the issue of housing, Mzalendo, maybe the Afriq should give us a day, just one day, to come and break down the merits and demerits of this affordable housing, so that Kenyans can have a wider picture of what is this, what is the government trying to do? Because what we do, we bring this issue amidst so many other things, and then we give people shallow information where people don't understand. And I want Kenyans to know, apart from them being taxed, the affordable housing is attracting outsiders, well-wishers, who are giving money to support the government to build houses. Already, an organization under USA, United States IFC, has promised to give 3 billion to the government because of that project. Why? Because the outsiders are seeing what the government is trying to do. And we'll get so many people coming on board, giving money to support so that Kenyans may have decent houses. Thank you, Mzalendo.
So, Julia left, and she has apologized. Thank you, Julia, for coming to the studio. We wanted you to come here, and then we have a debate on the side about this summer. What are we doing this summer, Mburu? What are your plans for this summer? We only talk about politics all the time. What are your plans for this summer?
When we talk of summer, you know, many of our viewers, I don't know whether they're able to understand what you're talking about.
Yeah, you need to tell them what summer is, and so that they get to know.
Yeah, we are already entering in the season of summer, where in most cases this is the most favorable season for people in America. They are able to go out and tour to places, because most of the time we are indoors, or whether if we are not in the house, we are in the car. So because of the weather, especially in some states like St. Louis, where during winter it's very cold, we experience snow. So we move from the house to the car to the workplace, then to the house. So during this time, this is when now you can start seeing people walking around, going to the parks. It's the most favorable season for people to go to the beach and enjoy themselves. So this is a season that many people wait for it, because it's gonna be, the weather will be favorable for people to be outside. But sometimes also it becomes extremely hot in some places. So this is the time that the cars must have ACs. Sometimes we are even warned by the government not to go outside, because sometimes the temperatures go beyond 100% degrees Celsius. So you can imagine in some places, like in some places, you see the temperatures goes very high that you park the car in the parking lot, and when you come out, you find every plastic in your car has melted down. Especially California, some parts of California, unakuta mataa zote, all the lights are down, but the bumper is burned. You know, so it's a very interesting season. You can even bake. Sometimes you can even bake cake outside through the sun. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's, oh my God, that's serious.
Yeah,
huh?
yeah.
I've never heard of that.
You can
I've
check
never
the
heard of
videos.
that.
You can check the videos. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the time, like we are on spring break right now.
Yes.
To our viewers, we are on spring break, and spring break is ushers in the summer season. So this is the summer season when you hear people called summer bunnies. They come for holidays in the summer. So this is the only time that you get to get out there, enjoy the sun, ile jua. Juu huku Marekani ni kazi tu. And if you didn't know about spring, this is the time when the leaves are sprouting, and it's a very, very beautiful kind of scene during the spring. So this is what spring is all about. So you see this kind of beauty in
very
the very, very beautiful. And if you get to drive around the states, like I was doing when I was doing tracking, is that you get to see these beautiful bridges, beautiful scenes all over the U.S. And Mburu, this country is so beautiful. In most places, it's extremely.
Oh yes.
It's extremely.
Not actually. The most amazing thing about America is that almost everywhere you go, it's amazing. It's beautiful. Not just beautiful, it's so clean. You know, these people know how to maintain their environment. They cut the grass around their houses, on the parks, besides the roads.
Oh, Americans are clean, man. Americans are so clean.
Is extremely clean. And I was just thinking, okay, also Nairobi, some parts of Nairobi are very, very beautiful. But now, the only challenge I see when I compare our cities and American cities, we have very beautiful cities, by the way, but we don't have very good disposable system to dispose our trash, you know? So I think there is a gap there. That's the only area we need to improve. How do we have a good system to dispose our trash, to ensure we don't have trash scattered in some places? Some places you can't go, our markets, you know, those are just minor things that I think we can handle, but the government doesn't prioritize disposing our trash, which is very important aspect.
Oh yeah. The government will not prioritize trash. I remember I did a very good proposal for the county government about trash disposal. When we were growing up in the city in Nairobi, there used to be trash bins. In each and every house, there was a trash can. Whether you lived in a flat, they were all, and remember, they were made of aluminum or steel, something like that. And they used to be assembled. If you're living in a flat, all the houses would have their trash outside the flat. If you're living in a main house, maybe a bungalow, those days there were bungalow and mansionettes, then you'd be putting your trash outside. And you see, the garbage collection vehicle would be coming to collect your trash. You wouldn't believe that in Nairobi in the 80s, we had a garbage collection truck collecting trash in specific estates in Nairobi.
Yes.
Even in the slum areas were never that busy. So we used to have these trucks coming all over.
Yes,
and
yes.
and disposing trash. So it's an interesting
You see,
development.
this is something, Mzalendo, we are supposed to really discuss and think about it. And because for the time I have stayed in America, I have checked how they do things. And some things they take very seriously. For instance, the oil spillage. We have what we call in Kenya the Juakali sector. Mzalendo, if you make a mistake of pouring oil on the ground and you are caught in America, you enter into a very serious trouble. It's a very serious offense because these oil products, they are said to be containing some elements that cause cancer, so, and other diseases. So they make sure if you have a garage, you have a way of ensuring that the spillage is all contained and it is disposed in the right way. So I was thinking about it, about our Juakali sector. Like now, if you go to where I come from, in Thika, you go to the Juakali areas. Oil is everywhere on the ground. And on that ground, people are also selling matunda, nini, huko kwa magari kama kule Kenyatta Market. Kuna watu wanauza matunda huko na oil huku chini ukiona the ground, the whole of it is black because of oil. So at the end of the day, some elements will end up in people's stomach. And also because of the air pollution and contamination. So we will find that we are likely to be having so many people with cancer, but they don't know where it is coming from. It should start by ensuring that we are disposing all our products, oil, everything, even the vehicle spare parts and all those kind of things. How do we handle them? Then it's not just disposing. Like now here, do we have enclosed areas where when the government collect all this garbage in Nairobi, unajua kuna mahali huwa zinaenda zinamwagwa in an open place. Mzalendo, kule unakuta machokora wamejaa huko kwa nini ya takataka. I mean, it's not supposed to be like that. Here you will never see trash being exposed. Ati ma trucks zinaenda kumwaga takataka mahali, outside. They ensure ya kwamba this garbage where they put it is a whole system. It's a whole system, and we can start somewhere. We can start somewhere. It is not that if we can borrow billions for other things. I think it is we can focus on disposing our waste, because that is the only way we can be seen to be dignified people. In our country, we breathe a lot of polluted air, and that is why we have many people getting sick, and they don't know why we have all these sicknesses. We can avoid them. We also don't cut grasses the way we are supposed to cut grasses within our homes. Not some of these things are not supposed even to be done by the government. It is an individual initiative, because right now here we are not told by anyone to cut grasses, but because everybody is doing it, you must do it also. But what happens in our homes? You find our homes, they have
this lady has left. I don't know why she left. I wanted to give her a chance to say something.
Yeah. When she comes, give her a chance. So Mzalendo was saying, It should start with us as people. You as an individual, how do you handle your trash? Je, wewe ukikunywa hiyo soda ama hiyo juice ama hiyo maji, are you the kind of a person who throws the bottle through the window without knowing where it will go? You know, so those containers that we throw out there, they become the habitat of insects and mosquitoes and all that. At the end of the day, we have so many people getting sick, but we are the ones who are contributing towards that. So it should start with individual discipline. Ya kwamba mimi siwezi nikatupa takataka. I mean, right now, hii hata ukikula kaswiti hivi, utaona aibu kuangusha karatasi. Unaweza ishika hivi, mpaka bahali utafika uweze kuiweka. I mean, it is not very hard. In the market, how do we dispose our waste? I wish we can start there. Na sometimes hata sio sheria, it has now become a culture. Sisi hata tukiwa na lori na huku kwa barabara, hata heri ubebe kakibuyu hapa kachupa ukojolee hapo, maana utaona aibu bwana kusimama kwa barabara. I see wakati mwingine when you are traveling, basi huwa inaenda inasimama, mnaambiwa tokeni mjisaidie. Mnajisaidia wapi? Hakuna choo, hakuna nini, ni kwa kichaka.
Hapa
wengine wanakulia huko, wengine wanakojoa kwa barabara.
Ndio nakwambia hii nywele ngumu bwana. Me sometimes I look at things the way we do them, nasema this is not colonialists did not make us think like that. They never made us do the things the way we are doing. Hakuna wazungu wale wanakuambia uende ukojoe na ukunie kwa msituni. Yeah. Huu ni Mwafrika tu.
See, nobody, there is no passenger who can say there are no toilets here. There is no water here for us to wash our hands.
I can imagine.
I can't. Now, what happens here? After every few miles, there is a place, and I know you have traveled. You have maybe done even the tracking. You have seen after some miles, you find a place where you can wash your hands. There is water and there is toilet there.
They are called truck stops. They're called truck stops.
Not even truck stops. Some places there is not even.
They're called.
Something.
They're called what? Community centers or something like that. Yeah, where you go, you find the map of that area.
Where you can even go and make your dog walk around there.
Yeah, because the dog is so tired. So it can walk while you're on a long drive.
Is it too hard for our government to build toilets after some miles? Just toilets and
no, I don't think it's the work of the government. That is the work of the county where you are.
Yeah. You know, county is part of the government. I mean,
yeah. You see, those are the opportunities that maybe some of these people who are leading those counties need to understand how to raise revenue. They don't simply understand how the county government should work. I am telling you they don't, because the county government needs to look at ways of and innovative ways of tapping into resources. Yeah, a country like Eldoret, you know, Eldoret, Nakuru, those counties that are on the main highway going to Uganda, Rwanda, even Naivasha. Those should be very, very big town, and there's a lot of business opportunity that are in the highway, because there could a lot of transit goods moving to other countries.
So there is nothing, at least nowadays, because we have these people are being charged to go to for the restroom to the restrooms. People are being charged, I don't know, 10 shillings or I don't know, 20 shillings. Of which it's not supposed to be like that, but it is better than having a bad toilets, you know, But I remember there was a time I was going to Eldoret. That time I was heading to Sudan. Then I was in this bus, Eldoret Express. So we went to Nakuru, and they said, now we want to take you people to go to to the restrooms. My God, they took us to the government toilets. Even today, I have never forgotten. It's many years back. But let me tell you, people, yani mafi ilikuwa kila mahali na umekazwa. So ni lazima unakanyaga papa, unakanyaga kura ili ujisaidie. Everywhere, kutoka kwa mlango na huku kwa ukuta, watu ni kama hawana wamejipaguza na mikono, wamejipaguza huku kwa kuta. I mean, it is horrible. Hygiene, you know? So such kind of things, we need to start thinking critically. What can we do? Because we are saying, oh, we need hospitals. Je, sisi tunajizuia na magonjwa kwa sababu kama watu wamejisaidia na wamejipaguza na kuta na mirago, na wewe umekuja hakuna mahali pa kukanyaga, umekanyaga hiyo uchafu, alafu tena ukatembea nayo ukaingia kwa basi. I mean, that's how people become sick. So we should start with basics. Wacha hata kujenga mabarabara kubwa. Kama choo hatuwezi kuhakikisha kila mtu anaweza jisaidia bila kulipa. Yani chai, ukule dazi na chai, lakini ujue utalipa pesa nyingi kuenda haja kuliko ile yenye umetumia kukula. That's what is happening in our cities. I mean, people should not be paying to go to the restroom. Very basic. Who is supposed to ensure that we have those basic items or basic necessities? It is the work of the government. Lakini sahi, it has become now a booming business. Who controls the municipal council restrooms? It's a business. Yani watu wanapigania wakuwe wao ndio wanasema. Is that the best we can do? There is nowhere. I mean,
I am telling you, it is I mean, these are the opportunities that devolution offers, but they have never been tapped into. This county government should be given a target by the national government that this is the money that you need to raise. So watu waanze kufikiria njia ya kutafuta pesa hapo kwa barabara na kwa viwanda na kwingineko.
Do you have to be in Australia or Germany or UK or in America to have a clean restroom? Is that something that we cannot do? Yani huku hata ukiwa kwa choo, hata huwa ukubuki mko kwa choo, hata unaweza enda ukikula kasinaki yako because they maintain. Na unajua, and you know the cost of, you know, the payment for people to work in such places, it's very high. Not like in Kenya we have enough labor. Tunaweza ajiri watu at least per day tunamlipa 300, 400 na ako pale to make sure those toilets are clean. So the government can just be spending 1,000 to ensure that all the restrooms are clean without charging people. Building restrooms everywhere with water taps and everything. It's not very hard. So nikiona tunaenda mahali basi inasimamishwa, nasema hivyo kwa sababu ni nyumbani. Ni nyumbani and we are saying this because we would wish to see the government doing what, you know, starting with the basics, prioritizing. Okay, tumejenga barabara kutoka huku mpaka Mombasa, kutoka tumejenga barabara kutoka Nairobi mpaka Mombasa. Okay, watu watajisaidia wapi? So basi inasimama kwa kichaka mahali, mnaambia sasa kujisaidia. Ukitoka ni msitu peke yake.
That is a business opportunity.
Mama wanaenda kule wanasikula, hata watu wanasema wananyoka na huko. I mean,
it's a business opportunity for investors to tap into.
These things, they are annoying. So if today I am to get an opportunity ya kukua kwa government, the first year, hata tuseme hakuna mambo mengine, tuangalie mambo ya wale wasafiri wako comfortable. Tuko na choo za kutosha. Je, kuna maji? Kuna mahali I mean, all those things they determine who we are.
They add up. Hizo vitu zote they add up. Unaona hata hizi manyumba construction sites, hao wafundi wanaenda choo wapi? Utapata wanaenda kwa msituni.
Haya, Sasa imagine mzungu ama mtu yeyote kutoka nje, kutoka nchi yoyote ambayo iko organized, amekuja kutembea Kenya, anatafuta mahali kwa kupata choo, hakuna. Ukienda kwa gas station zote wamefunga choo zao.
Yeah, wamefunga.
Wamefunga na kufuli.
Unaenda unachukua kifuli mahali.
Lazima uende uombe.
Uombe nisaidie.
Sasa unaweza nyimbo wameandika hapo hakuna choo ya public.
No public toilet. Unajiaria.
Sasa mahali unaweza pata ni hizi kulipishwa. So kama hauna pesa utafanya nini?
You see, those stations along the highway are very, very important. Very, very, very important. And you vile tu umesema, hii nchi bila kwambia, hizi manchi za Europe, hao wazungu ni wasafi. Hey, the places I've been, I think wazungu ni wasafi sana kushinda wa Afrika. I am telling you. Hygiene, seme tu hygiene, like he wants to live in a clean place. They live in a very, very clean place, clean environment. Lawn yake amekata vizuri.
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
Let me tell you a story. I used to live in this community. Sasa mimi na hiyo Afrika yangu bwana, mimi nyasi zangu sizikati.
I was also going to give you a story, then you came up with a story. A story had come in my mind. I wanted to share.
Sikati nyasi bwana, nakana manze sikati nyasi. Oh, every time I was staying next to a pastor. Pastor ndio my neighbor. So pastor ana loan nyumba yake bwana, ana loan mpaka ameweka American flag hapo nje. Naambia huyu jamani msafi namna gani bwana. So once in a while I would he would come and mali driveway ananipigia loan mpaka hiyo pande yangu, alafu anawacha hizi manyasi za pande hii imesimama, yani so mali nyingine imepigwa vizuri, ile imepakana na yake.
Sababu hivyo ndivyo tulizelewa.
So the estate iko na committee yake, wale wana manage hizo estate. Nilikuja nikapata barua. Kwanza wamepiga picha hiyo manyasi wakaweka kubwa kwa entrance. House number so and so 672. This is how your loan looks like. Ukiingia kwa estate. Yeah. Please do something or pay $200.
Wow.
No, they didn't do that. They put that billboard. When I was driving, nikiingia kwa hao.
You saw it?
Naipata. Na kwanza watoto ndio waliipata wakapiga simu. Then kuingia napata watu wanafanya kazi bwana. Wazungu wamekuja hapo wananifanyia kazi, wameshughulika, wamefanya loan, wamefanya nasema leo na bahati aje. Do you know they gave me a bill?
Yeah,
pay us 350 for the services that you've done. Ukimaliza tu now this is good. Yeah, it's good, but you got to pay for it.
So
I had to pay for it, man.
There is a culture here. Wazungu hawananga rafiki. Ati unasema ati ni rafiki. So unajua wakati mwingine tunachofanyanga wazuri. Ati kwa sababu unaona mnasalimiana vizuri sana, akiona kitu baya kwako atakuitania.
Ile kitu tunasema ni udaku au wanaona they're doing the right thing.
Ajali utasema nini ama hutaimuongelesha. So anaona nyasi ni neighbor yako, anaona nyasi yako ni kubwa, anachukua simu, anapiga polisi, anasema my neighbor's grass is like this and like this, please come and see, come and talk to him. Na polisi akikuja na kuambia nimeitwa by your neighbor and this is the complaint, utapewa barua, ukicheza utapewa ticket. I mean, siku moja nikaenda maombi. I went somewhere for prayers. Nikakaa siku kadhaa. And somebody came to visit my house and she found we had got the entire family, and she found there was a letter on my mailbox. So she called me and told me, "Oh, I found the letter there, and they are saying you are going to be penalized if you don't cut your grass." And that it has just stayed there for like seven days, and it was during the rainy season. So I had to pay somebody to come and cut the grass. So the neighbors are the ones who will call the police because you have not done it. Lakini kwetu nikikuitania mzalendo niseme mzalendo haujakata nyasi, wacha niitane ukuje uambiwe ukate, sitawahi kuongelesha. Hata kuitania na jioni akuje akusalimie, msalimiane vizuri sana. Karibu muulize, wewe unanisalimia nani? Ulinitia polisi nikapewa ticket. They don't care about that. They care about doing what is right. Okay, I'm not saying we copy their culture, but can we start with ourselves kusema nyasi yangu kwa nyumba yangu haitawahi kuwa kubwa, na ikikuwa kubwa ninakata. Start there. Then the next thing, I will never drop a trash chini. Wacha tuongee Kiswahili, wacha kutusikia ile mambo tunaongea, wasiogope kuja. Tuseme ya kwamba sitawahi agusha makaratasi ama takataka chini. Kama uko na kioski, una make sure takataka zako zote kuna mahali unaweka. Kama uko na kibada, takataka zako zote kuna mahali unaweka, na unahakikisha ya kwamba zimetupwa in the right place. Some of these things we don't have to be told by the government. Maana it has to come from our heart that we are doing this for ourselves. Kuna mahali nilikuwa na duka mahali. Na hapo tu mbele ya duka yangu pale, takataka zenye zilikuwa huko, watu wote wa area hiyo walikuwa wanakuja kutupa takataka hapo. Ndipo hii lori ya county council inakuja kuchukua. Hiyo takataka inakaa kama wiki mzima haijachukuliwa. Inzi wako hapo wamejaa hivi. I mean, umbwa wako pale kwa hiyo takataka. Chukura! I mean, sure, is that the best we can do? Na sio kitabu mzalendo.
Mimi nakwambia kuna vitu zingine si kama huko uende upate nyumba iko na mamiti, unaishi mahali kama hapa. Hii ni season gani Mburu? Hii ni fall. Hii ni fall, ndio tunaelekea winter. So hizi mamiti zitakuja zianguke zote, the leaves zitakuja zote kwa compound. Unapata zimejaa hapo kwa compound bwana. Sasa ndio unaanza kuziokota. Each and every time zikianguka lazima uziokote. Na ni lazima uokote, na zitamwagika zote. Alafu the sad part of it, kama neighbor ameokota zake na wewe hujakota, na zile upepo inakuja zinazisukuma pande yake, inaenda kwake zinajaa huko. It is so embarrassing. It is so embarrassing. But anyway, I think today we've come almost to an end of the show. We have done almost 5 hours. I wanted us to comment on a story that imekuwa ikitrend sana. Hii story ya Joey. Hii story ya kijana kanaitwa Joey. It is a story that is in everybody's mind, or every platform. Everybody is talking about it. Joey. I want you to look at it and tell me what you think about it. Kijana alikuwa charged the other day of murder. Yeah, there's a lot of speculations, a lot of stories around your story. Maybe we can be part of the people speculating. Okay, one, to the family of the victim, or the family of Monica, that family that lost their loved one, to some extent, actually it is to a lesser extent, because there is no way we can recover life. Once you die and you go forever. That woman, that lady who died, will never come back to life. However much we try to punish Joey, so there is nothing we can do to heal their hearts, because they lost their daughter.
and they lost their daughter forever. But it is when it comes to justice, we say that we should be seen to be fair, not just fair to the suspect, but fair also to the victim. So if Joey indeed killed, and the judge has seen it prudent that he should also follow the same fate, that is law. But in Kenya, the last time I think we hanged people, or people as executed, was in 1982 coup, during the time of the coup. From that time, the president have been refusing to sign people to be executed. I don't know why. So most of those people serve a life sentence if they exhaust all the avenues of appeal. So Joey's case is not over, because he will have a chance of appealing the ruling to the Court of Appeal. And if he will not be satisfied, he will also be having a chance to appeal to the Supreme Court. So I can say maybe the Court of Appeal might uphold that judgment, or might change the judgment to life sentence. So I don't know what I can say about the fate of Joey. But if I were to be asked why did the judge made such kind of ruling, one, some of those rulings are made not because of this person who has committed the crime, but because of setting an example. That is why they say, because of you and others who would like to do things like you have done. That is why we are giving you this sentence. So it is meant to send a signal or a warning to other criminals who would like to do the same things, or to prevent others from doing such actions. Because without tough judges, people can be like animals. So for me, I am one of those people who are, I can say, merciless to those who have no mercy. If I was a judge, maybe I would have ruled the same. If for sure I am convinced that this person actually took the life of the other person intentionally. You know, there is what we call murder, and we have what we call manslaughter. But if this person intentionally went and did it, knowing that this is person, I am killing this person because maybe I want to rob from her, then I think the judge, according to me, the judge did what was right. Because that you said a warning to other people that when you kill, the state also has the authority to take your life. I know so many people look at it, oh, this guy is so handsome. How can they kill this such kind of a person? How can they, you know, people look at, people use different parameters to determine whether the case is fair or the judgment is fair or not. But if you look at it holistically, if for sure somebody has killed intentionally, somebody has ended someone's life intentionally, then why should we have mercy? So what I can say, maybe they're gonna appeal, and I don't know how it will go, but it's so unfortunate that now, that's why people should think so much. Sometimes we are, and that's what I was talking about. People don't have values. Sometimes people value money, people value wealth, riches, more than being upright, you know? Because the reason why it was said that this person was killed is because she was having some money, and they want to take, the guy wanted to take her money. So, but now you see how much it's gonna cost him. So let us not be blinded that money is everything. Money will cost him his life if the judgment is to be upheld, and his love. You can imagine now he will be in jail, and his girlfriend will remain outside with other men. other men will be I mean, that is how it is always very good for people to think twice before they do anything. So the girlfriend will be outside there enjoying life. Actually, maybe she has already been taken by another man, and that is it. So men, and maybe he was doing that to please a woman. You never know. So people should be very, very careful with every and any action that they take. Yes, Mr. Musaredo.
You know, here in Afriq, we dig deeper into the story of this lady and the connections behind it. This lady called Monica Kimani. It had been reported that he was doing some businesses in Sudan. He had some interesting biashara. Alikuwa na tu biashara twingine huko Sudan, eh? And he was dating one of the generals in Sudan. I don't know how that is true, but it is something that I saw being splashed around sometimes in 2018 when the incident just occurred. So one of the newspapers online reported that he was dating the general in Sudan. And she must have also made a lot of money. She must have made a lot of money in southern Sudan. I don't know whether it is true or not, but there is some hidden truth in this killing that is not coming out. My fear on this young man, if indeed he was an accomplice or if he did it, either way, if there are forces that are behind him going to prison, then he's likely going to die in prison. He's going to be killed in prison before the truth comes out. Because what he said that he's going to start saying the truth. This is one of the photos that emerged on social media about our relationship with one of the Sudanese generals. And it has been going around in 2018. So I don't know whether it is true or it's not true, but what business would be a young lady like that one be doing in southern Sudan? That is a big question. What business would she be doing in southern Sudan? Then you find that she probably had those kind of relationship with those people who are big up there. And who murdered this lady?
And Musarendo, before you proceed, is there any wrong or is there any problem with a young lady having a relationship with a big person somewhere?
No, there's nothing wrong. Maybe this big part, but the guilt that the guilt that you know, how can I put it? Unaona ile ukinyang'anywa msichana, or if you are old, if you're very old and you're seeing your young girlfriend, young lady mingling with young teenagers or young youth somewhere, you'll get annoyed and get agitated, especially when you have been financing a life na hizo vitu zingine. So this investigation was hurriedly done. To me, it was hurriedly done. And this young man was convicted so fast. It's a matter of life and death. If you go to the prisons today, if you go to committee, there are people who are facing, who are having similar charges of murder, who have not had their day in court. They've never, for many, many years, 6 years, 7 years, 8 years down the road, wako tu hapo, they have got appeals and appeals, but they're still there. But this one was so hurriedly done, and this guy has been convicted. That is where the suspicion is. And the interest of the people who are interested in this case.
When was the case? When did the case begin? When did the Joey's case begin? Which year?
Sometimes in 2018. Sometimes in 2018. So 2018, that is precisely about 6 years. 2018, 2020, he was out on bond and so many other things. But you see, I agree with you, Goodyear. It doesn't warrant you to kill someone. But the evidence should be beyond doubt that, you know, I have killed this particular person. But if you are still raising suspicion of whether it was a jilted lover who might have caused the thing, because Joey says he's going to speak. One of his friends, one of Joey's friends said on his social media account that he's asking him to kindly speak out, speak up, you know, say the truth. And this is the guy that, you know, when you're tracing murder, you look at this guy's lifestyle, what he's capable of doing, you know, things like that, how he has been in all his life. Unaangalia huyu jamaa ni kama kuwekelewa kanawekelewa, alafu hawana say. Hey, Julia, welcome back. We wanted to ask you what we'll be doing in summer. We are planning a hookup in summer. We people, you live just a few hours from me. We are planning a hookup.
Where are you living in Gatan? Mzalendo, where are you living?
You live a few hours from me. I think you are in North Carolina, if I'm not wrong.
I'm in South.
Oh, you are in South Carolina.
Yes, and
I am in Virginia.
Okay.
Well, you know, si mbali sana.
Si mbali, na Mburu ako wapi?
Mburu yuko Missouri, huo ndio yuko mbali kabisa.
Lakini uko si, unajua America siku hizi people just fly around. I mean,
invite me anywhere in America and I'll appear anytime.
Yeah, people just fly around. Umenikumbusha.
Yeah.
You just remembered I need to do something about my loan. Now you started causing me some troubles.
Utapewa ticket. Julia, utapewa ticket. Bye.
Julia, if you are somewhere in Raleigh, are you anywhere in? If you are living like 5 hours away from me, that's not so far.
Yeah, it's not so far. It's not so far.
Hiyo ni kama kutoka Nairobi mpaka unapita Kisumu kidogo.
5 hours. Kisumu ni
Kakamega.
Kisumu ni mbali 5 hours. Kisumu is nearer than 5 hours.
Yeah, Kisumu is about 3 hours.
Kisumu
3 hours drive.
Kisumu is
4 hours.
It's about 6 hours. Sorry, it's more than 5 hours.
Kisumu.
If you are not overspeeding.
Kisumu, mimi nikiendesha gari Kisumu, me and my dad, we used to do 3 hours, 3-4 hours tumefika. Lakini hiyo ni overspeeding.
Hiyo ni overspeeding.
Hiyo ni overspeeding, gari inapelekwa 160, 180, 140 kidogo.
The bus takes a good 6 hours, the bus.
Yeah, the bus takes about 6 hours. I remember we used to time, my dad used to time himself, tukitoka Nairobi, anajitime tunatoka saa 10, then Leonard Mbambo akianza habari yake, na hii ni taarifa ya habari ya KBC ikisemwa na Leonard Mambo Mbotela. Sasa hiyo tumeingia Kisumu.
That was too fast. Kisumu
that was too fast. That was too fast.
Yeah, so if you drive like 80 kilometers per hour, it's about 6 hours.
Yeah, it's double. You took the double time. But hata si ati ni mbali, ni karibu. So Mburu, we plan a hookup one of these fine days.
Yeah, I'm coming this summer.
Yeah, maybe I should invite you so that you come and do my loan now that
Yeah, why not? Why not? Why not? We come and do your loan. Tuchome kanyama hapo.
Yeah, sama na huwa anaendea buzi, by the way niko karibu kuendea buzi kwa Amish. Sijui kama huko kwenu kuna Amish. The Amish.
Amish, but we also buy, I also buy, there's a place I buy goat meat. Hapa.
Yeah, huwa naenda huko najichinjia, nachagua, nachinja.
No, tunanunua mali tulikuwa nanunua mbuzi bana, ilichomeka. Huyo Afghanistan, hiyo nini yake ilichomeka, hiyo butchery ilichomeka na mambuzi zote bwana. Alikuwa na mambuzi hapo kando. So that's, I don't know what they have not, I think they've never reopened since, so ni kama 2 years sahi.
Wow.
So tunaendaga mbali sana kutafuta mbuzi, but ziko
organize for goat eating and I'll come.
I always tell people we are 7,000 miles away from home. So sometimes
you know, I have driven to each and every state of America.
Even me, I've done 50, almost 50 states.
Every state, I've been everywhere.
But the most beautiful country is America in the summer. Oh my God. Oh, no.
Yes.
Haki ya Mungu huku ni kuzuri.
Wacha tuambie watu wanatamani kukuja wakuje. Na when we get, and I will start to discuss about immigration so that we can help people.
I wanted to bring up that topic that you're starting a show on immigration.
We need to wacha tuongee Kiswahili eh? Tunastahili kuanza kusaidia watu kuweza kukuja huku. We explore all the ways.
Kila njia.
Tusaidie watu wetu wenye wako na shida kutoka mahali walipo waende hiyo kiwango ingine. Mimi kama naweza kusaidia mtu mmoja huwa nafurahi. I mean, huwa nasikia nimeachieve kabisa. So I want to be bringing that show on immigration. Maana there are different ways of moving from one place to another, but what people don't have is information. Or even the people who have information, they overcharge them. Now, at the end of the day, unakuta mtu amekoniwa. That is so heartbreaking. So we should come up with a way of giving people information for free, because we say information is power. So that's why I would like to get a chance to be giving people information on immigration, what they should know, what they should do, what they should not do, the kind of applications, the kind of visas, different countries, because in most cases people don't have information, or even the information they have is wrong information. But wengine huwa wananiambia, hawezi niita huko. I mean, like it's something very easy, kwa sababu huwa nasikia watu ni kuitwa huwa wanaitwa, but they don't know the process. So we need to give people this information, because I remember when I was preparing to come to America, nilikaa hivi nikasema, nikikaa chini vizuri kabisa nifanye research na nijipange vizuri kabisa, kwani mzungu anaweza kuwa na akili ya juu kuniliko? Na nikaambia mtu nikienda huko lazima nitapewa visa. Na nikajipanga. Watu wengi huwa wanaenda kwa embassy bila kuwa na information ya kutosha. Nikiulizwa hivi, nitajibu hivi, nikiambiwa hivi, nitasema hivi. I mean, that is the kind of information we need to tell people. Kuna jibu ukijibu tu hivi. For instance, mzungu akuulize huko Amerika, uko na relative, useme ndio, kwisha. Unless yeye ndiye alikuwa amekuinvite na unaoneshana financial statement yako ni strong, lazima urudi. Ukifanya mistake, tuseme unasema unakuja na visa ya shule F1 na ulizwe kama uko na relative, useme ndio, kwisha, wewe hautapewa visa. But people don't know. Unauliza, you have a relative there? Oh yeah, my uncle is there and I know he'll be taking care of me. Wewe hautapata visa, because they know automatically when you go there, you not come back. So there are those things that people don't know. So they answer questions. I had sent an invitation to another pastor. Mambo ingine yote tukaongea, nikasahau kumwambia usijaribu kusema unajuana na mtu huko. So akaenda mambo ingine yote akajibu vizuri. Akaulizwa finally, how do you know this pastor? Oh, he's my good friend. And akapeana mambo mengi vyenye. Unajua story yake ishi hapo.
Unajua Mburu, you know, so many people don't know that some of these things we do it kama mission. Our mission here is to help and to give information and to glorify God's name. Unajua watu wajui wewe ni pastor, wajui mimi pia ni missionary.
Wasikia tukichapa siasa wanaona hawa.
Siasa tu hapa.
Unajua Kenya mtu akigusa siasa kidogo hivi wewe unaonekana wewe kitu mbaya sana. Umefanya ile dhambi mbaya sana.
So sisi tunafanya mambo mengi, like Pastor James was in Njoro just the other day. James alienda na wazungu wake, wazungu pale Njoro. We are doing a lot of work in the community in Njoro, making sure that the children are going to school. Wale tunawapatia scholarships pale pia iko kwa wako hapo through the Presbyterian Church. So apart from politicking here every day, there's a lot of charity work that we're doing on the ground to help the communities in Kenya. So that is what we want. That is how we want Afriq to grow. Na kama nyinyi pia mko pale, just partner with us. That's why we are telling Julia, come on board, jua hao watu ni waito aina gani. The things that we do, you could be very, very helpful to some of the friends that we have, some of the mission activities that we have. Your connection is most important, and most importantly is to uplift our people. Hii mambo ya wewe umefika ngambo.
You know, mtu mmoja tu hivi akipata kabisa, sio huyo mtu peke yake umesaidia, umemsaidia.
Umesaidia mama yake, umesaidia watu
wengi wenye watasaidiwa na hao. So if you can help one person, umesaidia watu wengi sana.
So shida wa Kenya hata wale wanaishi hapa Marekani ni ile uwivu tunakuja nayo huku, hatuwezi saidiana kabisa kwa sababu ya hiyo uwivu and ile competition na ujinga ile tunatoka nayo huko Afrika tunaleta hapa. Ukiona, if you look at communities like watu wanatoka
Asians, Wahindi.
Wacha nikupatie story hii. Hao watu tunaona Latino. Latino akifika hapa Marekani, mali yote atakuwa, hata akiwa huko South Carolina kwa Julia mali yuko, kuna chairman wa hiyo area. Huo chairman ndio utaenda kwake, wanakwambia kuna chairman. Huyu ndiye atakuorganizia mali ya kazi ya kwanza kwenye utaishi.
Documents utapata wapi? Kama hujui driving utaanzia wapi?
Tax number atakuonyesha, na kama hujui lugha pale vile utapata kazi. Juu watu wengi sana wanadhani, watu wengi wanakuja hapa Marekani hata wana elimu, hata lugha ya Kizungu wajui, lakini imagine and they survive. Kenya kuna watu na wamesoma, wanajua Kizungu, wanajua kufanya kazi, they are hard working fellows, but ni wivu ile tuko nayo sisi kama wa Kenya, ndio tuwezi saidiana. But tukiweza kuleta wawili watatu itakuwa ni mzuri.
Huko amesaidia wa Kenya sana, because right now we have so many people all over the world. Kama tukiweza tu kuwa na roho ya kusaidia.
Mimi nakwambia hapa Mburu, tuseme sisi kama Afrika, hii mwito wetu ni kuleta mtu mmoja. Tuseme mwito wetu uwe ni kuleta mtu kutoka pale Kenya, tumlete hapa, tuseme tumeleta mmoja. Tena baadaye tena tuseme tumeleta wawili, lakini kwa njia ya halali.
Na mimi hakuna kwanza kitu napenda kusaidia kama mtu mwenyewe ni chap. Unamwambia fanya hivi, kesho anakuambia nimeshafanya. I mean, Kuna watu ukisaidia hata wewe unafurahia to work with that person, taking that person through the process. Kuna wengine ni wale wa kusukuma.
No, kuna rafiki yetu pia anasaidia watu pale nchi ya Canada, lakini kama umefika unasaidiwa pale nchi ya Canada to settle down. Although Canada sasa imekuwa ni ngumu sana kwa immigrants kupata kazi, imekuwa ni vigumu kabisa.
Kwa sababu watu nao wameenda wengi.
Watu wameenda wengi.
We have so many people in Canada. But opportunities are out there. What we need to do is to help people do research and give them the right information. Na mimi huwa naambia watu, hata ukisaidia mtu, usitegemee huyo mtu atakusaidia. Na wewe wakati utakuwa unataka kusaidika, Mungu atatumia mtu mwingine akusaidie. Hiyo information yenye umefugia na unajua mtu unaweza saidia na hiyo information, wacha kufugia, maana haitakusaidia na haitasaidia mtu mwingine.
Juu kila mtu kwa hii dunia umesaidiwa in a way or the other.
You can't live alone.
Ulisaidiwa, hata mama yako alisaidiwa kujifungua katika maternity.
na wakati, wacha hata nisipeana hiyo example. Anyway, nilikuwa nasema hivi, nilikuwa nataka kupeana example ingine gumu. Nilikuwa nasema hivi, kama sasa just an example, kuna another lady alikuwa ameniuliza ni apply shule hapa university, and she had done very well. Amefanya CPAK na kila kitu, na akachukuliwa na akapewa barua mzuri sana na akapewa I-20, lakini kwa sababu kuna congestion kwa embassy ya Kenya, nini yake alipewa bali kidogo. Sasa kama tumesaidiana, I'm just using this as an example to show people that sio tu kusaidiwa, na wewe pia unakuwa chap kujaribu kushikanisha mambo haraka, because sometimes we are very busy. Nitakuonyesha njia, nitakuambia pitia hii njia, hii ndio nila kila kitu. And because we are not available, usidhani ati mtu atashinda hapo akikufuatilia ati kila kitu. Ni umeonyeshwa njia, na wewe pia ukuwe ni mtu unasoma dokumenti zako, unaziangalia kila kitu, umetumiwa document hii na hii inasema hivi. I mean, that's what I mean, kukua chap. Very small basic things. Kama umetumiwa barua, isome yote vizuri, rudia tena, hakikisha umeshika kila kitu. So she was sent all the documents that she needed. I sent all the questions. Wacha nitumie Kiswahili. Nikamtumia maswali yote yenye nilikuwa nafikiria naweza ulizwa kwa embassy. Nikamuuliza, unaweza ulizwa hivi, ukiseme hivi, ukiulizwa hivi sema hivi, ukiulizwa hivi sema hivi. Siku ya embassy ikafika na akaenda. Nikagojea nipigie, sikupigwa. Following day nikampigia, nikamwambia, "Hey, kwani kuliendaje?" Ananiambia, nilishindwa vile nitakwambia kwa sababu nilinyimwa. Nikamuuliza, ulinyimwa kwa nini? Ulijibu maswali venye, nikamwambia hebu niandikie maswali yote yenye uliulizwa na venye ulijibu. Akaniandikia maswali yote. Akajibu na venye alijibu. Nikamwambia this you answered the right way. Everything, wewe ulipata kila kitu. I didn't know you are this sharp. Nikamwambia sasa niambie kwa nini walikunyima, maana the way you have answered these questions haufai kunyimwa visa. Akaniambia I-20 yangu ilikuwa ime-expire, lakini sasa nilikuwa nasema kwa sababu wao ndio walinichelewesha kulitumia barua ya invitation ya embassy, ndio walinipea date ya bali ati wataelewa.
Hakuna mzungu operate like,
yani, unaona document ambayo ndio eligibility letter for you to enter America. Umepewa date yenye umepewa ya kwenda kwa embassy na I-20 hailingani. That is the main document. Na unaona itakuwa ime-expire na bado unanyamaza, unakaa nayo, na hata mtu mwenye anakusaidia umwambii, by the way I-20 yangu expiration yake ni date fulani. What do we do? Imagine. Kila kitu walipata, akaambiwa no, we are sorry, your I-20 is expired. Try another time.
We can't give you. Na mzungu akwambia tu
kumchuna, namwambia shwari.
Mzungu akikwambia
document.
I am sorry, akwambia tu I am sorry.
Sorry. Sasa, it was very easy. She was just supposed to write to the school, Awabia, please send me another I-20 because my interview will be on this date.
On email, and they will do it immediately.
So I felt so bad because she lost a very good chance.
Yep, it happens. Julia, sema masaibu yako.
Oh, sorry, you are saying good things. Yeah, that's a good thing that you are trying to help people. And yeah, I've worked with a lot of people here. And I've made a lot of strides, but I won't want to talk about them here. Maybe when you bring that session, I can talk about how I have been helping people, especially those who are in the education sector.
By the way, I want to work closely with you. I have been bringing
Julia, that's the thing that we are talking about, that, you know, we can organize a show between you and Moro. And this is a show that comes once in a week, or you can decide. Then we package it very, very nicely.
Just once in a week, tunakuja
just
hapa,
once in a week. We package it nicely, we market it properly, and we ensure that everybody is watching so that people get to learn. And that's the only way Mungu pia anataka tupeane back to society. It's important. Goody anauliza kama mmesha kula hii mbuzi inaitwa, what is this? I don't know what Goody writes.
The mountain goats. Is zile mapuzi zenye zinashidaka kule kwa milima.
Kama binadamu, zinakaa kama wanyama.
By the way, Goody, wacha nikuambie kitu. Huku wazungu hawakuragi these goats.
Huyu Goody yuko huku. The way she's talking, I'm looking at her.
Is it she or he? You see now how you are confusing us.
She's a she.
This is a he. Okay, anyway, we don't know. Let's say he, she, whoever.
I'm telling you, she's a she. From the conversation, she's a she.
Do you know most Americans, most people who are born Americans or born here in America, they don't eat goats. They perceive goats like wild animals. So every time I tell them that we eat goat, they are like, "Oh, goat? You eat goat?" It's like telling people you eat zebra or porcupine. That's how most of them perceive these goats. So mostly goats are eaten by foreigners because there are so many people who have come from other countries and they have come to America. That's what I have come to learn, that most of these goats and sheep are eaten by foreigners. But Americans, they rely on beef and pork.
Goat is a pet.
Is it?
Yeah, it's a pet here in the US.
So we eat their pets.
Imagine.
Oh, that's why they find it.
I was telling one of my attendants that I'm going to eat goat. Alice Tuka.
Ni kama kukwambia utakula kaupa yake. Ni kama like venye wanapenda upwa. Unajua sisi tukiona tunaona upwa. Na hiyo upwa ukijaribu kugonge kidogo hivi.
Then she started telling me the way the daughter akona goat, which is a pet. Yeah, is a pet. Now, the previous goat, which was a pet, died, and they felt so sorry for that goat to have died because of old age. Ikazikwa. That's how they have a new pet. Now, ikona jina. So kusikia ati goat zinakulwa, aliambia hawezi kula goat. No way, those things are so lovely, hawezi zikula.
So siku moja nikaenda, kuna hawa watu pia wametoka wazungu lakini wametoka nchi za nje. Kule kwa Amish wanauza buzi sana na buzi, kondoo. Tumeenda huko, mostly huwa wao wanangojea waende wachijiwe. Sisi kutoka Kenya tunataka mambo ya haraka haraka. Unaingia pale, unashika hii ndio unataka, unasema nionyeshe mahali pa kuchijia, sigojei kuchijiwa. Tunachukua kisu. Sasa sisi tulikuwa tunachijia huko nje, wakakuja kuangalia. Waliona tunakaa kama wanyama wa kichakani. Hawakuwa wanaamini. Tunachukua kisu, unakata shingo, mnabeba mpaka matumbo. Wanauliza, where are you taking this one? Hakuna kitu tunatupa. Tunaambia hata hii huwa tunakula. Hawa watu huwa hawakuli matumbo, hawakuli hizo chakula ya nini ya ndani.
Unajua matumbo wanafanya nini? Unajua matumbo ya ng'ombe wanafanya nini ama ya mbuzi?
ya busi
wanaipiga na rangi ndio usikule usiuzwe tena. There's a spray wanaispray hivi, ikishatoka kwa mbuzi wanaspray alafu wanaitupa.
Wanatupa. Sasa sisi tuliwaambia tunabeba kichwa, tunabeba ni ngozi tu hatukubeba, tunabeba kichwa na tunabeba matumbo yetu. Where are you taking it? We are going to eat.
So Mburu and Mzalendo, so that's a good thing. I wanted to comment about, let me take it back, what Mzalendo was saying about this Joy man. I also smell a rat. I think there's more than we can read, especially because of the way the case was rushed. And even the judge was trying to justify herself.
Yes.
People ask why I've had this case, and their cases have been here for 5-6 years. What she was really trying to justify herself, she was guilty. And it's a bad thing if she's guilty. And it's a bad thing if she made a ruling for someone to be hanged, if she had doubts about, you can make a ruling for someone to be jailed for years. If you are not sure what you are saying, because you are giving that person a chance to appeal, and you are also giving yourself a chance to think about it. But now she went ahead and made a ruling for this man to be hanged. And maybe they'll maneuver their way around for the case to be lost at the Court of Appeal. So that's a sad thing. I'm not saying Joy is innocent, because whatever he got himself involved in is what has brought him there. I don't know. I don't know whether he's guilty or not. I'm not the judge. I didn't do any investigation. But I think that there's more that needs to be than we can see. That is what I'm thinking. And like Mzalendo is saying, if this guy is not hanged, this guy will be killed in jail, so that he doesn't say anything. Because I also had that story that rafiki yake namwambia sema, alafu this lady newscaster Maribe akina Kuria na akina huyu jamaa mwingine namtetea huyu wa Kirinyaga, the Ruto social media man, what is his name?
Ruto social media man.
Itumbi was even seen. I mean, he was the one hugging that lady and all that when she was set free. I'm not saying they are guilty, but it's just bad to think that there could be more than we are seeing. Now, I also want for my take, I just pray that we take our daughters to school and we keep them away from this kind of lifestyle where they indulge with relationships that lead to their death, because a lot of these cases have happened. Like the college girls who are being killed in Nairobi. You have been watching news in the last few years. We've seen college girls being murdered. It's just those affairs that go sour and unajua our wasichana saa zingine, I mean, they are called slay queens. These slay queens see themselves more intelligent than these oldies that date them. But I'm also asking myself, these men, these oldies that go for small girls that are young enough to be called their daughters, it's just a rotten world. But the best way to keep your daughters safe, take them to school and love them. And be for them, Mburu and Mzalendo. Be when they need a daddy figure to speak to, let them speak to you. Because if you are not available, there is that big daddy there who has fleets of cars and all that. Try and provide for them and be there for them. And then we can't provide everything. We can't buy them. We may not buy them big cars, but we can talk sense to them. But young lady, you are making it. And soon you'll be able to buy for yourself all that you want. That is the sad thing that is happening. So if this girl was doing business, I was watching this other story. You remember the lady who had so much money and was said to be importing oil. Mnakumbuka hiyo story?
Ule mama not huyu mwingine
Mwenye alikuwa anang'ang'ana na serikali
the one that had a white boyfriend, or the one that
There
the
is
mama
there
ule
is
mama
she's kind of middle age there hapo, si mzee vile kuitwa mzee.
Ule mama meli yake ilipatikana na nini?
Hapana, this one was not killed. She's still there. She was arrested sometime.
No, the other one was young. I remember that one you're talking about.
Yes.
Oh, you're saying the one who had that tank, a whole ship of.
Yes.
Mm.
You see, looking at her age, really, she cannot account for that. I'm telling you, not her age. If did you see her mother's lifestyle? Alafu mama yake anasema mtoto wangu anang'ang'ana, ananisaidia. Let me say this: if somebody has good stable income, especially women, the first person they make comfortable is their mothers. Period. Whatever the source, whatever the case. Yeah. Men have challenges. I don't want to comment about men, but a lot of women, once they have a stable income, the first people they make their life better is their parents. So this lady, if you see her mama was living in, I think, a semi-permanent house, nyumba ya mbao ama something. I mean, she didn't look so okay. With that money the daughter was handling. I mean, the daughter is fighting with the government over oil imports. You see? Na nasema hiyo ni pesa yangu na hiyo ni mafuta yangu. Now, what happens? These ladies get into deals. Wanajionanga tu wamechanuka. Yani they are more thumbed. Wanasemanga mzalendo kwetu, wanasemanga walirambwa macho na paka ama na chui kuliko mbele ya wale wengine. Yani macho yao ilirambwa, ikarambwa, ikafunguka. Nyinyi bado mmefunga macho, yeye amefunguka, amechanuka. That is how they see themselves. So this lady, if you see her, I don't know what scandal was that, because definitely the government was involved. People working in the government were involved, and she was fighting with them, and she was in the oil is hers, blah 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 blah. But there was something wrong with her importation, but seemingly she had been doing that. Honor, just look at that. So me, what I'm thinking is just that we need to take our girls to school to keep them away from all these eventualities, and then just empower them. Yes.
Yeah. Before you proceed, because you have repeated that point of taking our children to school, and I agree with you 100% that school or education is very important, and education is very good. But I don't know how we are supposed to handle this, because when I was in Kenya, mostly I was doing ministry, school ministry, where I was visiting high schools, counseling the students, preaching to them, listening to them, offering my shoulder where they can lean on. And I became very close to school students. And I can confidently say that we as parents have failed big time, because we have left our children to be taken care of by the teachers. And these teachers, you as a parent, you don't know them. You don't know them. You have let your child to be shaped by their peers, their fellow students, their fellow pupils. And so our students, most of the time, they are good from primary to around class 8. But from there, you take them to boarding school. That is where they are taught other things, like things of, the rainbow, the rainbow society. They are introduced by the other, especially if it is just girls around school. That is where they start relationship, girl versus girl relationship. And they live like that. They introduce each other. Boys' school, they start that. And the parents don't care what happens in school. That is where they are introduced to other dark, secret societies, cults, and all that. I used to visit schools, and I can tell you up to date, my heart still grieves because of the things I learned that happens in secondary schools, and most especially boarding schools more than
boarding is crazy, man.
If it is possible, I would advise the government to abolish boarding school, whereby a parent sends a child to school for 3 months. That child will become strange, and you don't know why. So there are so many things I learned about boarding schools in Kenya. And myself, if I was in Kenya, I would never send my child to boarding school. Not even one. They are rotten to the core. So I would advise the parents who can listen to me, stay with your child. Take your child to the neighboring school. Support her, support him. Buy textbooks. Hire a teacher if you can, who will be coming to coach your child as you watch. But don't be letting your child several months out there without monitoring that child, without knowing what is going on, because the product you receive after 4 years is a strange thing that you don't know. Children who have entered cults, children who have entered societies, dark societies, children who are wanalala msichana na msichana na hawataki kuona mwanaume, mwanaume na mwanaume na hataki kuona mwanamke. So it's also good for wakue in a mixed school. Kwa sababu heri hata uambiwe your daughter amepata miba kuliko akuletee Jane anakuambia Jane is my husband na yeye anaitwa Shiro. I mean, inakuwa ni mambo ingine ni ngumu sana. So the other thing, for those who have gone to universities, the high level of immorality huwa iko university. Kama hamujui, maboys wa university hata huwa wanaogopa wasichana wenye wanasoma na wao, kwa sababu jioni Friday magari huwa zimepaga laini zikija kuchukua hao wasichana, because wanataka high life. Wewe mzazi uliacha msichana wako, umekodisha kanyumba hapo hohehae, umemnunulia kakiti hapo kadogo, ukikuja kumtembelea unakuta zile viti ziko kwa hiyo nyumba, fridge yenye iko hapo. One day, just an example, mzazi mmoja akaniambia ya kwamba, oh, my daughter has become so entrepreneur and she's doing a very good business. Sijui ilikuwa anafanya sijui biashara gani. Hii nilienda hata kwake nikaona venye anaishi. She is working very hard. Kamwangalia nikamwambia, mama, there is something you don't know and I would like you to find it. Nikashindwa kumwambia. Nikamwambia, and you believe it? Your daughter ni kusoma anasoma ama ni biashara anafanya? Kasema anafanya sijui nini hizi biashara za nutrition, za I don't know hizi dawa za health. Nikamwambia ni uongo. I don't believe it. So what am I trying to say? Don't believe everything you are told by your child. Monitor what is happening. Most of them, they have these sugar daddies who are maintaining them, who are paying very high rent for them, buying everything for them. But at the end of the day, unakuta mtoto wako ameuawa kwa sababu ameingia kwa in a wrong relationship. Mtu wa mwenyewe ameingia kwa level ambayo sio yake, na ndivyo unaona watu wakubwa wakiuawa kama huyu jamaa alikuwa wa KBC. I mean sio wa KBC, inaitwa the Electoral Commission ya Kenya. Wakati anauawa, aliuawa na kasichana kadogo kashule kameuawa hapo. Kwa sababu gani? Those are the people, the level of people they compete to deal with. So unakuta ya kwamba watoto, mimi naogopa shule. Ndio masomo ni mzuri na ni muhimu kabisa, lakini wazazi tumepoteza watoto wetu, hatuwajui, they are strangers and we don't know who they are. But it's our responsibilities as the parents. Sio kusema ya kwamba mimi ni mzazi mzuri sana, but I'm saying, can you try as much as possible to be very close to your child? Usijifanye very busy. Kama lazima asomee boarding, kaa ukienda shuleni unasema nataka kumuona, nataka kuongea na yeye. Akija nyumbani, be free to your child, ati Yakoba anaweza kuambia shule, akisubuliwa na wasichana wale wengine anaweza kuambia, akifanyiwa maneno anaweza kuambia, so that usipitwe na mambo. Mimi Kenya ninajua most of hawa watoto wa secondary, wengine wao wameingia kwa mambo ya ushetani na wazazi hawajui. Because I'm saying that confidently because I visited several schools and I had a chance of talking to students, na yale mambo yanaendelea kwa hizi mashule zingine, walimu wengine ni watu wa mashetani. Wakati unasikia watoto sijui wanachomana huko kwa mashule, ni mambo mazito sana yenye wazazi hawa, ni mambo ingine ya kiroho mzito, iko very deep. So kama unaweza kaa na mtoto wako, tafadhali do whatever you can do to be very close to your child if you don't want to lose your child into the society there. Ukidhani uko na mtoto. That's what I can say.
Wow, I hope teachers are not listening to Buru kusema walimu ni walimu wa mashetani.
I'm telling you. You see, mimi unajua, mimi nikienda kuogea hata wakati naenda kuhubiri mahali, sipakagi watu mafuta kwa mgongo wa chupa. Kama kitu ni mbaya ni mbaya. I went to one school.
I don't know, Buru. I think, let me say this. Because I taught in a big girls boarding school one time.
Yes. Na nimesema some, sijasema wote, nimesema kuna walimu wengine wanaigiza watoto kwa mambo mabaya sana.
Yeah, they are there. I don't dispute that. The school, a lot of schools have a very big population. Kama hiyo shule nilikuwa iko na about 1200 students.
Yes.
And I think iko na 50 plus teachers. And I think teachers and support staff could be going to almost 100. So that's a whole location. Unaona watu ni wengi. Na being a boarding school is an extra county school, which means it admits students from somebody mute. I'm being najisikiza. So it means it's an extra county school. You know, nowadays they have what we call extra county schools. So that means children from other counties. All sorts of life. Yani kuna mchanganyiko hata iko na religion ni mixture. Hata si wa Kristo peke yao. Sasa inakaa hao watu wamechanganya kabisa. So all sorts of influences are there from both teachers and students. And so I think the schools try they are very best to manage the discipline. That's one of the most disciplined schools I have come across in Kenya. Very disciplined, like super high discipline. The children are super. Yani hata wakiingia kwa matatu wanajulikana. Wasichana wa hii shule hawana matusi, hawana hii. Inajulikana. The performance is also good. It's a top 25 school in the country. So they take close to wakifanya KCSE 99+% in qualify for government sponsorship to the university. So these are good school, but still in that school, we had issues of lesbianism, and we handled a lot of cases. Msichana ananiambia tunakuwa kikesi tu kinatokea tu kama msichana ako form 4. Sasa inasemekana hiyo ni ring reader. Okay? Sasa mnaanza kushangaa katoto kalitoa wapi tabia mbaya. Then you know what she tells you? That when I came to Form 1, some girl began touching me, telling me I was beautiful. Imagine kasichana kalishikiwa Form 1 na watu nobody knew. Neither the parent nor the teacher. She just kept quiet to herself and she got deep into it. Now, so some of these children, they have been, why is this now cropping to high school, like lesbianism? Wacha niseme, I hope najaribu kuongea na Kiswahili ndio
Okay, kwa Kiswahili unajua kwenye tuko huku
niko kwa sayati ingine hapo yenye hata sijui inaenda wapi kitoka wapi. Sasa watoto hii tabia wapi? Walianza pale boarding primary. Kuna tu vitu tu wanaanza kama ni mchezo. Wamejipata wako secondary. Sasa hiyo kitu inakaa kama ni kawaida tu. Lakini uzuri bora chenye tunaweza furahia sisi wa Kenya ni kama Kenya hiyo kitu si kawaida bado. Haijakuka kabisa. Si kawaida. Sasa ukipatikana hiyo kitu kama Kenya, hiyo inakuwa discipline issue. Hapa huwezi dhubutu kuifanya kama discipline. Lakini Kenya mtoto wako ataenda nyumbani because of that. Ataenda na utaitiwa na utapewa. Uambiwe huyu mtoto wako kuna tabia hizi mbaya mbovu na hata kuna naweza kaa kwa shule. Sasa lakini tunamuuliza hii maneno ulitoa wapi? Anatuambia mwalimu nilikuwa nashikashikwa nikiwa Form 1. Sasa mimi nikaona tu kitu mzuri. Sasa mimi nilikuwa tu saa zingine nilikuwa nahurumia watoto sana. Then tulihandle watoto wengine maneno ya kuchoma shule. Na maneno ya kuchoma shule mara mingi inatokana kwa sababu watoto half of them wenye wako high school wamefosiwa kwenda shule hizo shule za boarding na wazazi wao. Na half of them wamekuwa Buruka, new imagine Our watoto wamekuwa boarding all the even from class 4. Nakwambia Kenyan parents have gone crazy. Katoto kanapelekwa boarding class 4. Katoto hata class 3. Mtoto a baby. Unapeleka a baby to class 3. Kusijui class 4. Huyu mtoto ameishi boarding, and because ameishi academy anajipata tu amepita KCP or for whatever reason amekuwa spoon fed, anajipata to into the other boarding school. Kenyan high schools ni boarding zote, the good ones zote ni boarding. Zenye si boarding ni zile days zenye watu watakupeleka watoto. Sasa huyu mtoto anajipata boarding, analetwa form 1 tena. Nakwambia amewachwa form 1, na hizo boarding si ati ziko na comfort ya nyumbani, kwa sababu hata kama shule zingine zinang'ang'ana sana mpaka ziko na maji moto. Kama hiyo shule nilikuwa nakuwa iko na maji moto ya kuoga, lakini watoto wajifurie nguo na iko na, lakini chakula haiwezi fika kiwango ya nyumbani. Sasa huyu mtoto ameteseka, Mburu ameteseka kwa form 1. Ni nini itazuia mtoto achome shule? Ni nini? Si shule inafanya afanywe akae shule. Sasa the best solution atapata nini? Ni kuichoma. So nilikuwa na one day tulihandle story ya msichana mmoja akaambia class teacher kwamba I hate my parents and I wish they were dead. Tukaona hiyo imezidi. Tukamuuliza kwa sababu gani? Akatuambia my parents, unaona mwalimu tukifunga shule wananigojea wachukue my small brother who is 7 months old. Na mwingine ako primary, wanatupeleka kwa shushu for the whole holiday. Mimi I never see my parents. Mimi from hapa shule kwa shushu back to school. Unaona? Mtoto tukaita mzazi. Kuambia mzazi akakuja mama na mwanaume. Kuambia mzazi hiyo story, mama yake anaanza kuturushia mdomo. I'm a medic. I don't have time for this. You see, I'm a medic and my work is so busy. Bra 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 bra. Aya, baba yake akasema yeye ni government civil servant, a senior one, and he keeps on getting transfers. Sijui nini. Nikawaambia asanteni sana, tumejua kazi yenu, lakini wewe baba fulani, one of these fine days you'll be very glad when mwanaume walika yako amechukua msichana wako kumpatia the love you are supposed to be giving her. I hope hiyo siku ikifika hutarusha mdomo wewe ni business civil servant. Akanyamaza akasema madam I'm sorry. Haya, huyo mama alikuwa ananiambia madokta, nikamwambia sikiza, hata mimi ni mwalimu, niko na kazi mingi sana. Na unaniambia hapa sijui house helps hawakai. Hata sisi tumelea watoto na hao house helps. Tumeng'ang'ana, anaenda unatafuta mwingine. Tunang'ang'ana, anaenda tunatafuta mwingine. Watoto bado wanakuwa. Na kama tumeng'ang'ana, hata tunakuja na watoto kwa shule hapa kama hatuna house help. Sasa wacha kuniambia hapa wewe ni ati sijui house help na kusumbua. Very soon huyu mtoto wako atakuletea mtoto, utalea, atakuzalia, utakuwa grandmother. Na utaanza kulea mtoto. Finally walinyamaza, wanaka apologize, wakatuambia to apologize to that kid. Tukaambia it's not just apologizing to your daughter, you better make changes in that home. Lakini now huyo mtoto ni a drop in the ocean mwenye alikuwa na guts ya kujiexpress. How many of them that don't have guts to express themselves? Sasa I want to agree with all of you, Buru and Mzalendo. Mzalendo had spoken about it earlier, that I personally feel that all schools in Kenya should be day schools. In fact, from starting very soon, they should be called community schools. Naenda kama pale Kirugea kuna Kirugea Boys, inaitwa Kirugea Community Schools. Kirugea Boys takes about 1,200 to 1,500 boys. That one can be a community schools for all the children in that location. It should be walk to the nearest.
Correct.
Walk to the nearest school. Na hii story tunang'ang'ana hapa tukiambiana capitation. Hatungekuwa tunasema juu ya capitation.
Haitakuwa.
Alafu hata kama kutakuwa na capitation, serikali itakuwa ikishughulikia kuna walimu. Walimu tumelipa. Watoto wako na vitabu. Yes. Watoto wako na vitu za labs. Yes. So the only problem we'll be left figuring is what will the children eat for lunch. Sindio? Either tuwapatie heavy breakfast ama tuwapatie heavy lunch. Kwisha maneno. And we tell the parents, you are not paying anything. Let the child, your daughter, walk to the nearest.
Very, very simple thing. Very,
Yes.
very, very simple.
Because Muzalendo and Buru, as we talk here, the government is meeting the biggest budget of paying teachers and buying books and stationery. The government is already doing so if they have not stopped. So, as we speak, the government of Kenya has done what the American government is doing. The only thing the government of Kenya has not done is buying lunch. So, the government of Kenya can begin by saying, tumelipa walimu, tunanunua vitabu, tunanunua stationery. Walk to the nearest school. Now, Mizando was saying about mushroom schools. That is high class nonsense. How do we have a school like hiyo shule nilifundisha iko na about 12,000 students, and the other fence kuna day school kamejengwa kona watoto 200, hawana vitabu, hawana lab, hawana anything, hata hawana walimu wa kutosha. That is waste of resources. Hao watoto wote waende kwa hiyo shule kubwa, wafundishe na hao walimu wa serikali. Tuanze kuangalia hao watoto wako na vitabu za kutosha. Now, those buildings that they have as dormitories, they should be converted to classrooms so that we have a huge community school of about 2,000 students with one principal and about 6 assistant principals. Kila mtu na klasi yake. About 6 assistant principals. So that we save those teachers when tunatafuta sijui wapeleke kwa those mushroom schools. We don't need them in those mushroom schools. We equip this our big school. This a big one school. So every location should have at least 2 schools only. We shall save on resources, on human resources. We shall save on physical resources. We shall we shall prevent our parents from paying. Everybody will access basic education up to high school without much struggle. Na wazazi watabeba mizigo yako. Kama wewe umezaa mtoto wa bangi, kaa na huyo mtoto wako wa bangi asituchome shule. Aende akuje kakachome nyumba yako. Si atuchome shule.
Unaona hapa Marekani like high schoolers you know when they come to schools, most of them when they are driving, most of them are driving to school. Do you know Mburu, when these kids come to school, wanajua wakitoka na gari yao kwa compound, wanajua wanaenda shule. They don't branch anywhere. They go to school. They are not monitored what they are going to do. They are supposed to go to school. They go into school. Wakitoka shule, akona girlfriend yake hapo. They will kiss their girlfriend in front of the teachers. It doesn't matter. They don't care. And the girlfriend will go home. Will go home. The boy will go home. Can you imagine?
There are some good values.
And you know what this helps? Should these kids grow up knowing that these things are just normal? They are available. If it is my girlfriend, she's available in school. I don't have to struggle looking for her. What. And they get to know each other. Mpaka wanachukiana. They reach an extent where they look at each other like, you're just a normal. You want him to just like, we are classmates and that's it. And that's it. Do you have a relationship? No, we can't have a relationship with you because they have been into the system. They know what is bringing them to school is learning. But even in the event, you will not miss a few bad, rotten apples in the school. But I think
that's true.
Restricting children to become, restricting them is what is causing hizi mashule kuchomo. Restricting them is what they now start adventuring and finding out. Huyu msichana na nyimo hapa na kaziwa kumuona. Wacha nitafute ni nini hiyo na kaziwa kumuona. Unaona?
Yeah, we should try to make schools be a place where our students or our children can enjoy to go. If I tell my daughter that she's not going to school, sometimes she cries. She will cry. Why? because school is like another home where they are made comfortable. They are very free with the teacher. Ukienda kumchukua unasikia akiambia mwalimu wao, hey, bye. I mean, hata nakwambia, let me go hug the teacher. Then I mean, you know.
Hey, wanna hug.
They are very free. A teacher sio mtu wa kuogopa. Wanamuuliza maswali. They are so confident. The children here, I don't know, but they will ask you every question that they have in mind. Kwetu watoto wakiuliza maswali gine, utamchapa jicho na ikiwezekana upige ngoto ya kichwa. But here it is totally different. They have taught their children to speak out, and they speak out, although sometimes they go overboard. Wakati mwingine ni vizuri kuregulate kidogo, but it's also good to let children know ya kwamba wako na uhuru wa kujiongea na venye wanafikiria kwa mawazo yao, na uwasikize. They will tell you, Dad, you have to listen to me. Lazima umsikize, na ni vizuri kukubalisha mtoto ili pia akili zake ziweze kufanya kazi. Sometimes mimi I remember when we were growing up, wakati tulikuwa tunaenda kwa shule, umechelewa, mwalimu hataki kujua hata ulichelewa kwa nini. Umechapwa viboko za mikono na umeambiwa upige magoti juu ya mawe, na ni asubuhi mapema na ile baridi iko huko. Kwani utapenda hiyo shule hata ikuwe ni nini? Hata mwalimu hajakukatisha chini ya kuulize what happened. Na labda wewe ni mtoto wa class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. Mwalimu hataki kujua unapitia nini ili ufike hayo masaa. Wewe unachapwa tu. Makosa kidogo umechapwa. Makosa kidogo sijui umeambiwa uende ukachibe shimo. Huyo mtoto ataona shule it is a place of punishment, hata waitaka shule. Na diposa unaona tulikuwa tunaogopa walimu kama kitu kingine. In fact, mwalimu angekuwa mgonjwa ndivyo mnafurahi. Hata mkisikia mwalimu wenu alikufa, unaweza sema alifanya vizuri.
Mimi nakwambia, unajua nini Mburu bwana? Hii nchi tuli inherit vitu za ukoloni sana. Like even wearing uniform. Hiyo watoto wafai kuvaa hizo uniform to create equality. Ilikuwa ni the whole idea was to create equality. Ati watu wavae uniform, but it has become so expensive. Those poor parents are forced to buy uniform. I don't know, a set ni kama 20,000, 25,000. Unabuy uniform almost 10, 15,000. Socks sijui ni pesa ngapi. Hujafikiria kulipa fee. Na hii uniform ni kama inaenda kusoma. Haiendi hata kusoma. Ni wewe ndio unaenda na akili yako pale. Uniform, I don't know even what it was meant for. Unaingia shule na uniform, ati people are smart with uniform na socks na nini. Wacha watu wavae home clothes so that people are just normal. They become just normal people in society. Yeah. If with Penny Nyagaka, oh my God, we will hata tutaki kusikia mambo yako. Where have you been, Penny? We don't want, come here, we don't want even to know where.
Mzalendo.
So nakwambia,
we need really to agitate and wazazi waanze
the most important part kabla Mburu ni sahau.
Yes.
In the school system here in America, this is what happens. Kuna wale watoto wale, they are mentally retarded, yeah? Ama they are slow learners.
Wanaitwa supposed using that wanaitwa special children.
Yeah, the kids with special needs. They're called kids with special needs. So these kids with special needs, they go to school with the kids who are normal. But they don't go to the same class, but there are some classes they share.
They got a lot of time. They got the same classes. I teach a lot of kids that
not in all the classes, but there are some classes they share.
Naitwa general education classes. Wanaitu kama nina saa zingine nakuanga na okay, the good thing, this is awesome and I love it. The good au watoto wakanakuanga hata na mwalimu wao. Kama kuna siku nilikuwa na mtoto deaf, nilikuwa na mwalimu wa sign language. Mtoto alikuwa anakuja na mwalimu wake. Wanakuja kusoma hesabu but wanakuja na mwalimu wake. Okay? And niko na, I think nimekuwa na watoto They have challenges in speaking, others have challenges.
Yes, exactly. Very different challenges.
Usually niko na saa zingine naweza kuwa na walimu 2 more extra teachers or 3 more extra teachers, na kila mtu ako na mtoto wake. Then niko na watoto au Latinos hawaongei they hawasikii English, okay, kabisa. Unajua what they have? Their computers are activated na translation, and so what they do when they start the class, we speak with her and we activate the computer to listen to me in my accent. We do the testing with her computer. Wako na apps, so we do the testing na hiyo computer sini kama, I don't know kama mko na hii kitu your phone ama kuna something called Alexia. You know, Alexia will test your voice first. Voice recognition.
Voice recognition, yeah.
So those computers have apps that have voice recognition. So we do the testing, and so we make sure that the computer gets my accent. So the computer will always translate for her when I'm teaching and type the information. So it is so magnificent. So I teach a general education class that is math, high school. And in that class, naweza kuwa na watoto in total about 26 kids, and about 10 of them are special. Now, about 5 of them are really handicapped, like mwingine hata hasikii. So huyu ako na sign language teacher, and ako na computer and I'm using captions on. Then kuna wale tu wako na shida tu hata kuandika connecting words, huyu ako na mwalimu wake. Then now I have wenye wako na ma IEPs, okay? Hawana handicapped physical kabisa, lakini wako slow kabisa. So hao ndio tunapeanga extended time. Na kuna wakati niko na mwalimu ako kwa klasi nyingine, nikishafundisha huyo mtoto anatoka kwa klasi yangu anaenda kwa huyo mwalimu. Huyo mwalimu ako na mimi, anafuata what I'm teaching. So the teacher is supposed to emphasize what I'm teaching. Na sasa huyo mtoto ako na more time ya nini? Time ya kufanya what I was teaching. Unaona? Haya. Let me now report to you something that when I came here some years back. Unajua, when you come here from wherever you need to do a certification test.
Yes.
So I was required to do a certification test to be certified as a math teacher. There are 2 tests. Kuna math na kuna teaching. Do you know I was given accommodation because English is not my first language? Ninaongezwa 1 hour 30 minutes. That is how serious Americans are with whatever they do. Because you are doing a test in English, and English is not my first language. They should not make me use the regular time of their teachers here. So wananiongezea whole 1 hour plus time.
And sometimes if you are not very understanding, you might feel like these people, they think that I don't know English because
you don't know, but it's always advantageous to say it's not your first language.
It is always advantageous because unapita haraka sana, unaona unapata hesabu umepita kabisa. So when I was telling my friend that nimepewa accommodation, tulicheka hiyo kitu sana. Akaniambia, Aki Julia, wewe seriously umewaambia uwezi ongea English? Ngambia sijawaambia. I just told them English is not my first language, so that I don't speak English. Then, so this is what happened. I passed the math paper so high, so extremely high than they were expecting. So when I was expecting my results, wakaniambia they are looking at results, I was so mad. Somebody told me it is a black woman from Africa with such a high score. Hiyo ndio imewashtia ati a black woman from Africa. Nikasema watu.
Unaona hiyo kitu Julia anasema is how would you Julia, this is a whole program for another maybe 2 hours, 3 hours, one day. You'll come and teach Kenyans. We'll come and teach Kenyans how the system works, especially with children living with disability. You can imagine you are in a school system here in America, but back at home, can you imagine how many children live in with those challenges and you've never seen them with your own eyes?
You see them. Let me tell
you see them but they don't go to school.
Okay, those extreme challenges kama kutosikia, okay, a lot of them are kuna wenye wanapelekwa Thika school for the deaf, lakini the ones that are not extreme, what happened? Wanachapwa na walimu, unaona wenye unasema slow unamwambia hajashika yote,
hajashika, wajui hiyo ni ugonjwa.
Kama tukiwa primary,
yes.
I want to give you an example. Tukiwa primary, mwalimu wa Kiswahili kile hope hani watch, mwalimu wa Kiswahili alikuwa anaingia, tunasimama sisi wote, unajibu swali ili ukae chini, anaweza kuambia useme methali, ukae chini, unaweza ama anakuuliza hapa panaitwaje, ukae chini. Wale wote watashindwa, watabaki wamesimama, wanachapwa. And that used to happen every day. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanachapwa every day. Sasa siku moja kuna jamaa mmoja mwenye alikuwa amezoea kuchapwa, na hiyo siku akasikia kama swali yenye mwalimu alikuwa anauliza swali, unasema unainua mkono juu kama wewe unasikia unajua. Huyo jamaa mwalimu akauliza swali, akauliza anataka kuonyeshwa akasema anataka kuonyeshwa paja. So mtu wa kwanza kuinua mkono ndiye alikuwa anaulizwa. Mwalimu akasema paja. Na huyo jamaa mwenye alikuwa anachapwa kila siku akasema teacher. Akaambia okay ya. Akasema hapa. That was the first time niliona mwalimu amecheka, akamwambia kwa sababu leo umejibu kaa chini tu. Lakini hata kama umeanguka. It was that tense. Na kuna watu walikuwa wanapigwa kila siku. Kwa sababu gani? Hawako na haraka ya kushika mambo, na angepewa time ya kutosha, na akuwe na mtu ambaye ni kini na yeye atashika tu kama wale watoto wengine. So hawa watu walikuwa wanashukia shule sana.
No, because even assessing students for 2 hours on a math lesson, that is unacceptable, because on this particular day unaona KCP, KCAC zinafanywa sijui 1 week, zinafanywa 1 week, ati hiyo ni special exam. Those things should not be there. Exams should be continuous. Assessment should be continuous, such that watoto wanajua every time nikienda shule I'm being monitored in attendance, I'm being monitored in performance, nikiendelea hivyo. Lakini ati main exam ati hiyo ndio sasa ina determine kama utafanya hivi na hivi.
Unajua kuna wakati mzaredo tulikuwa tunapigwa kiboko moja kwa kila point umeanguka. There was a teacher.
Wewe unasema nini? Tulikuwa na jamaa moja Mkikuyu tulikuwa namuita Mesh. Only to find out this teacher, she was the English teacher. He was from a correctional center. Alikuwa anafundisha prisons. Akaingia kwa education system ya shule. Na kuambia alikuwa anakuja na mbao, anatuchapa magoti, patella. You know this kneecap. This kneecap, that's how I knew it's called a patella when I was in class 5. The kneecap is called a patella. Kitu kanazungukaga hivi. So yeye akuchapi anywhere, anakuchapa hiyo patella. Inalia cock.
Mimi chenye ninajua watoto wengine they are very sharp, lakini waliwekwa uoga kwa sababu shule ilikuwa ni kama mahali kwa vita. Hakuna uwezi uliza mwalimu swali kwa sababu unaogopa. Ukianguka kama huyo sasa nakwambia, tulikuwa tunaambiwa mwenye ameanguka alikuwa anachagua maswali fulani. Kama amesema if you failed question number 1, come in front, unachapwa. Question number 10, yani utakuta kuna mtu amelimwa viboko hiyo siku. No, tell me.
You know, sadly, my mother was a teacher. So she was a primary school teacher in Nairobi. So every time she would get a transfer, anaenda na mimi. Unajua kitambo walimu walikuwa wanapatiwa transfer just anywhere.
Yeah,
Anywhere,
yeah.
TSC na kupatia transfer unaenda within the districts. So kulikuwa na Kiambu district, the schools had got districts. So anaenda na mimi because she used to drive, tunaenda na yeye anywhere. Na klasi yangu ndiye anafundisha. In all those classes, hata enrollment anasema I want to teach this class. Akiuliza swali ya kwanza, anytime anauliza swali mimi ndio lazima niulizwe. Na nikikosa kwanza mimi napigwa kama nyoka bwana.
Mimi nilikuwa nimesema hivi, kama nitarelea watoto wangu Kenya, mtu agoge mtoto wangu tutaonana.
But let me tell you, Mburu, uzuri ni wa advice watoto wazazi wale wanakuja na watoto huku. Here wacha watoto wako wasome, kama ni a good private school ama primary school, wacha wasome Kenya vizuri, wasome mpaka class 8 wamalize. Wakikuja huko high school, they will be way ahead of some of the students, because here you know, kids are given a lot of time
but
to learn.
But still they struggle a lot, because unajua accent here is a very big deal. Na sijui kama wazazi pia huwa wanajua hiyo inakuaga very intimidating, yenye inaweza fanya hata mtoto wako akuwe na shida kubwa sana kwa shule. That is the biggest challenge.
The primary school kids, they catch up so fast, Mburu.
Kids catch up like within 1 year.
But for the primary school kids, they catch up so far. I know some kids that, I know a lot of kids that came here.
Okay, Mburu and Julia. Wacheni tumalize show, alafu tuongee hapo kwa background dakika 2, alafu tuende nyumbani. You are parting short, and ikuwe dakika 2 peke yake, hata isikue mingi.
Mimi hata nimechoka kabisa, hata sijui naweza sema nini. Yale tumeongea ni mengi, hata sijui tulikuwa tumeanzia wapi, tumemalizia wapi. Asanteni sana Afriq 24 kwa sababu ya kutupatia nafasi ya kuja hapa kuongea na mambo yetu na kutoa stress pia.
Sawa. Ninaona nyinyi si wazee wa kupewa kitu, kwa sababu leo ni Friday. Wengine wameenda kupewa kitu. It's a good thing. Your family are enjoying.
Wacha nikuambie Julia, nikukate kidogo. Mimi sijui taste ya pombe. Hata wine isipokuwa ile ya kanisa. Tangu kuzaliwa.
That's good for you, Mburu. Okay, I'm not saying that it's bad to drink. Because I don't judge. Hi Penny, wacha nisalimie. Penny ni best.
Salimia Penny, salimia Julia, salimia Penny.
Penny ni best wangu. Hi Penny. Sasa Penny.
Habari yenu?
Oh my God, hiyo sauti, we have missed it.
Nyagoka, unajua hata mzalendo alikuwa ameniuliza jana, sasa huyu jamaa tutamtoa wapi?
Penny, tafadhali, hiyo ni tabia mbaya. Kwanza hiyo yako ni tabia mbaya kabisa.
Hapana, niko
looking for you all over.
Niko Kenya, iko tabu kuingia hapa ndani.
Ungekuwa tuitisha credit bwana. Tungekuwa tunatuma dola bwana.
Lakini ni ngumu kuingia. Hata sasa nimejaribu sana. Kwa sababu nyinyi mnazungumza topic yangu ile napenda sana.
Mpaka ukasikia lazima leo niingie. Wakati tukamaliza.
Ulienda kutafuta yule mwenye uliacha huko?
Hapana Julie, mimi nilikuwa na msiba nikakuja hapa na kukaa hapa, ndio unaona vile mimi mzalendo Jeff tulikuwa watu ya ODM, ya UDA sana. Sasa nimegeuka kabisa kwa sababu hiyo wizi ni
Julia ndiye atakwambia vile ameudhika. Julia will tell you the mali yuko.
Hapana, Julia yuko kwetu sasa, lakini hapa kwetu hakuna kitu. Na huyu nani? Na huyu
Nimejaribu kuwahubiria hawa watu wawili hao wazee wako hapa hawanisikizi. Nimewaambia siku hizi
tuhubirie leo.
Wewe UDA
Ni convince kabisa niachane na Ruto.
Hapana, hiyo Jeff, hiyo ni yani na mzalendo, hiyo ni mbaya, kwa sababu ukisimama ukienda public road everywhere you stop, hiyo askari wanachukua pesa. Mkikaa tu bahali fulani, askari wanapita wanapewa pesa. Ukiwa nilikuwa na mama mwingine alikuwa na taabu, ukwenda kwa polisi wanasema unaandika kila kitu, lakini lazima uwapatie kitu kidogo. Ukiwauliza mzalendo, mimi nilikuwa na UDA Nyanza, sasa hiyo watu wakani block kama ile sasa unauliza huyu pia Sobora anafanya nini? What are these guys doing? Ati wewe nini hiyo ilinifanya nikasikia mbaya sana, kwa sababu some of us grew up in the 70s. Hiyo corruption was like that, na hii corruption, lakini wakati nani aliingia kidogo, Kibaki, ilienda chini kidogo, lakini sasa imeenda ile mbaya. I mean,
corruption is the way of life in Kenya bwana. Wewe sumeona hiyo kesi imekuwa Kisii. We didn't even talk about it. Hiyo ya Kisii, the deputy governor Monda.
Mimi nimetoka kwa show, mbarikiwe sana. Niko na mambo kidogo lazima nifanye.
Okay, Jeff.
Mburu, sikiza. Enda Kenya kama Penny, ukirudi utakuwa umebadilika. Utakuwa unaona mimi si saizi hata sitetei Azimio. I'm equally disappointed. Kwa sababu nimeona is like Kenyans are in a cult following politicians. And these politicians are busy merrymaking together and we look like idiots. Meanwhile, skiza what Penny is going through right now. So I'm telling you.
Sasa unaona ile mambo umeleta Nyagaka.
Ni kweli Yuri anakuambia ukweli ndugu yangu. Kwa sababu unajua Jeff, unajua mimi nilikuwa UDA ndani. Hata huko ya Sunday kandi talk walinifukuza. Hata Yuri walikuwa wananikasirika. Lakini kufika hapa ndio kuona ile UDA nilikuwa natetea sana.
Imekukasirisha kabisa. Hebu niambie nini imekukasirisha kabisa. Unajua hii debate tunaweza isukuma mpaka kesho.
Okay. Polisi wanachukua hela kutoka kwa watu ambao hawajiwezi. They are correct. Every stop you make wana correct. Unaona? Na hiyo ni hela ambao mwenye hii matatu mwenye huyu anaendesha can use to develop the country. Lakini hii inaenda kwa polisi, anaenda kunywa pombe jioni, anaenda kununua nyama, need every prostitute, anything.
Penny, wacha tu nikuulize swali moja. When is the last time sahi uko Kenya? Mara ya mwisho wewe kuwa Kenya ilikuwa lini?
2019.
2019. Sasa okay. I can see maybe maybe the level has gone up.
It has gone up.
But now what do you think the solution is?
Ni kupata the new leadership kama huyu natembea, he talks very good. It's to get a new leadership. Huyu nani Ruto is just drunk. Wameenda na
tuweke Raila Odinga.
Ruto is more drunk than Uhuru.
He's drunk with power. He's drunk with power, Julie.
Sasa wewe, huwezi acha chama ati kwa sababu walichukua hongo. Serikali is bigger than police. The government is a sophisticated. You cannot use one parameter to judge the government, man.
No, Jeff. Wacha nikwambie hivi. Mimi I am a believer in a bottom up economics. Hiyo ni economics ambayo nilisoma kwa college. Hiyo ni economics ambayo iliendelesha European countries, Southeastern countries. Lakini corruption ikiwa high, there is no way utaweza kusema hiyo bottom up economics. It is general, it is big. I understand that it's not a single idea of this. Kama hii askari, it's all over Kenya. Sio Nairobi peke yake ama Kisii peke yake. It's everywhere. but it is the poison of corruption will never ever let any country develop. Hiyo ndio mimi nasema hivi. It is not, what can you defend about this country? I mean, about this government? Nothing. There's nobody saying anything. Sasa nani Raila na Ruto was the one saying he want a vibrant opposition. Na sasa amenunua hii kama Kenyatta alifanya, wamekuja pamoja kuibia watu. What else? Hiyo ndio inanifanya niwe namna hiyo. Lakini kama kama utaenda ni hiyo topic ya education mlikuwa mnasema na Julius educator. Hiyo ni mzuri sana. I raised the 6 kids in the American system, na Julie yule ni kijana kidogo sana ndio anamaliza medical school. Lakini wakati in the 90s walikuwa na primary school, wengine walikuwa wanaenda high school, nikawapelekea kompyuta 3, nikawapeleka adult information. Sasa the neighborhood kids wanaingia kwangu. Lakini my friends were saying, no, go change those computers with this. Mimi nasema no, wacha waangalie anything they want to look, because ule akienda mahali mbaya, one of them will forget na huyo ataniambia. And they never did. They all got educated in best. Watoto wangu 3 walienda Ivy League schools. So education in America is very easy, is very interesting. Vile mnasema Julie,
Kids enjoy. I mean, it's not.
Yeah. Vile mlisema watoto wana hug mwalimu. Mimi nilienda kwa mtoto mmoja alikuwa 5th grade. Sasa mimi nauliza mwalimu, huyu anakupatia tabu? Anasema no, come here baby. Anamwagi na huyu mtoto ananisumbua nyumbani. Lakini it is
they are friends with their teachers.
Yeah, very very friendly. Hata mmoja akapatia mtoto mwingine kazi, yani ya kulinda watoto yake, nikakataa. Na huyu sasa the kid was telling me before I left America, says, Dad, you said I will work for the rest of my life. Na ni kweli nafanya kazi. Alikuwa standard 5 na alikuwa very behaved, na huyu mwalimu anasema, wacha huyu mtoto alinde watoto yangu kidogo, nakataa. So that's a very good.
Haraka mtoto anatoka shule anakuja anakuambia mwalimu alikuwa ananiambia hivi, this teacher loves me so much. Anakuambia kuhusu this teacher, anawafunza hii, anakuonyesha grade zao. Sisi hata hatukuwa tunaongea story kama hizo na wazazi wetu.
No. Hiyo nimeenda wacha nikwambie Jeff, huyu mtoto mmoja alikuwa kama standard 1. Anaandikwa kila wakati, namwambia hiyo mwandiki weka kwa dress. Sasa nikachukua hiyo makaratasi yote nikachukulia hiyo mwalimu, nikamuuliza, what is this really kid doing? Hadi alitupa karatasi chini, alifanya hivyo. Kuchukua hiyo makaratasi yote kuweka kwa in front of this lady, hakuandika hiyo mtoto tena. Na huyu mtoto akiniletea anaogopa, because nilikuwa na wachapa kikisi. Lakini huyu sasa namwambia, you just bring those, because niliona ni nonsense. Nikachukua kwa hiyo mwalimu nikamuuliza, alafu hakumwandika tena. So if there is a parent, yani anaangalia makaratasi yake, ndio Julie wanafanya kazi yao. Lakini kama there is no parent, hiyo watoto ya kama the black neighborhoods wanasumbuka. They have nowhere, they have no parking, you know, wanachukiwa, wanafanyiwa anything, there's nothing. Lakini vile nilisema, mtoto yangu mmoja alikuwa, kwa sababu mimi na bibi yangu walikuwa not English speaking, walimweka kwa hiyo klasi ambayo ya English. Na nilisema, mimi nilikuja America kusoma. Most Americans were learning away from English classes. Sasa English gani mnafundisha? So I went on and on. Ilikuwa kama November that year, nikapata wameleta watu kutoka district kama 6, wananiambia why this kid need go to a English class. Nikamwambia don't worry. Hii mtoto alikuwa anapata every subject, alikuwa anapata A. Sasa wanafundisha English. How can she be having a problem with English and yet she get A's in everything else? Sasa nikaenda district ingine, ndio huyu mtoto akaendelea. na amemaliza on top of our class in Bodu University. So hiyo ni topic mzuri sana, na mkiendelea hivyo mlete hiyo mahali. Mimi I hated boarding school kwa sababu haikuwa na chakula. Bila ulikuwa unakula nyumbani, unakuwa free. Sasa hapa lazima ulindwe. Mzalendo nilikwambia nilienda Migori kwa sababu nilichoka hivyo kutoka Kisii kwa sababu nilikuwa najificha naenda Kisii Tower. Sasa mzee wangu akanipanish, lakini kunipanish sio kitu mbaya kwa sababu nilikuwa najua Kijaluo yote. Sasa I even enjoyed, that's the best time of my life. Lakini boarding school is not good at all because you have somebody else raising your kids.
Wow. So I mean, it's not a good place to raise children because they get some other tabias from other children. It's what we have been discussing. I think we'll continue with this kind of discussion maybe tomorrow or the other week. But we want a special day for education. Julia will tell us because she's an educator and you have got the experience. Some of these things when we talk about them and when we put that information out there, maybe somebody will pick it up and utilize it. That I had this particular talk show and they were talking something very, very sensible. How do we deal with kids with special needs, things like that? Because kids with special needs in Kenya are neglected. They don't get the kind of education that they ought to be getting, and they are left behind. They are treated like abnormal kids. Yet their need could be something very, very, very small, and they can integrate with other kids and learn other subjects like general subjects. So hizi ni vitu lazima tuongelee na wale wamebahatika kama Julia and yourself and myself. There is a lot of information that we have that we can share out there. Even if we don't get to the government, we can get to the parents. They can learn one or two things on how to treat their children when they are back at home. I think it has been a very, very good discussion today. Penny umekuja very late. We have done almost 6 hours, 30 minutes. We have been looking for you all over. We wanted to know whether you are doing fine or okay. I knew you are at home, but I was assuming that umerudi Marekani. But kama uko nyumbani, have a good stay. Make sure unaingia Afriq. Saa zingine huwezi jua, tunaweza kutumia madola ukiwa pale nyumbani tukununulie soda na watu wako. Soda kreti moja haiwezi tushinda hapa sisi watu wa Afrika. Otherwise, it has been a very good conversation, and we hope that we will continue with this conversation tomorrow. Tomorrow we are having the big political talk show, and on Sunday it's the biggest one because Sunday iko na kila mtu. Wale wanataka kuongea siasa, mambo ya ubiri inaanza asubuhi, tunaingia Dr. Shamba show, then tunaingia our usual politics. But again, guys in the comment section, you've been very, very helpful. Good year, asante sana. Black, nimekuona unasema Julia never disappoints, and you are enjoying the show. Sawa. Black, I'm enjoying the show. Mnafunga, mbona endeleeni? Hatuwezi endelea bwana, tumekuwa hapa 6 hours, wewe ungeingia kwa show mapema. Tumekuwa hapa tumejadiliana mambo mingi sana. Black, sanduku ya mwili moja, tafadhali tumia lugha mzuri. We like you being on the comment section, but don't insult us when you are in the comment section, otherwise tutakudelete kabisa and block you. Please be mindful of other people. Nani mwingine leo amekuwa nasi hapo kitambo na kaenda. Tunashukuru sana. Julia, msiende, tuweze kuongea 1 2 3 things. Penny, I need your number. That's the reason why I need you not to go, so that anytime na Julia, anytime we have something on education, you can always be called upon to come mnachangia, because that is an area that I've seen we need a lot of information. Na kwa wale wajui, Julia pia ni mwalimu, na with the experience you had with the Kenyan system and na hii system ya hapa, I believe you'll be very, very, very resourceful. very, very resourceful to the families. Viewers, with that, we come to an end of yet another interesting show. We hope to see you again, same time next. Is it next week or on Sunday? On Sunday or Saturday? Sunday. Sunday.